This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1260. As I spoke, 2 more secondary engines were hit. Hassan was completely stunned. This Silver Moon Pirates group was incredible. They were able to accurately hit the secondary engines at such a long distance. The secondary engine's energy nozzle was only 10 meters in diameter. The distance between the two sides was currently approximately 6 million kilometers. At this distance, they were able to accurately hit the secondary engines. And Hassan knew that if the energy cannons of a C-class battleship were fully fired, they could instantly destroy the secondary engines, leaving them no chance to defend themselves. The officers and soldiers on the Great Stone battleship were already in a state of panic. Some officers were already privately contacting their families to prepare for escape. The main reason was that the Silver Moon Pirates were simply too freakish. At such a long distance, they had directly destroyed 2 main engines and 4 secondary engines, forcing them into protective mode. This confirmed the truth. If the enemy truly wanted to destroy their warships, they would have no problem doing so. If the warships faced the pirate ships head-on, no one would be afraid, as they were protected not only by energy shields, but also by thick armor. At the same time, the officers and soldiers on the fleet understood why the Madhya Pradesh fleet had suffered so many defeats against these pirate groups. Their combat experience was too vast. These Federation fleets hadn't engaged in a major war in centuries. Furthermore, these Federation fleets were severely underfunded, and their training sessions were mostly just for fun. Thus, most of the training funds went to certain individuals. Hassan, the commander of the Great Stone, gave the order to abandon the warship. And Hassan didn't dare to do anything bad on the warship, because the speed of the escaped ship was far lower than that of the warship. The situation behind the Great Stone, the flagship of the Federation's 5th Fleet, remained secret, and the Pirate Alliance was completely unaware of the incident. Yang Bo had no intention of publicizing it. Yang Bo, wearing armor, appeared on the surface of his warship. Then his figure disappeared, and the next second, Yang Bo appeared in the void 100,000 kilometers away. Then, another flash. Half a minute later, Yang Bo was already on the Great Stone. In fact, Yang Bo thought he could teleport to the Great Stone instantly, but he didn't know if the Great Stone surveillance system was active. So, Yang Bo only had a teleportation range of 100,000 kilometers. Now, Yang Bo appeared on the warship, at the location of a damaged energy turret at the rear. As for why Yang Bo's 3 warships were able to accurately hit the Giant Stone's energy turret, it was because this warship shared data with the federal military and intelligence agencies. After the Giant Stone was attacked by one of Yang Bo's C-class warships, Commander Hassan, fearing possible responsibility, directly shared the data with the military and federal intelligence agencies. Because Hassan was already a well-connected person, his first reaction to such a sudden attack was fear of taking responsibility. So, Hassan constantly sought instructions throughout the subsequent response. Facts proved Hassan's decision was correct, because from the moment of the attack, all orders came from higher authorities. That way, when he returned to face the investigation, no one could pin the blame on him. And Hassan could still boast of his extensive combat experience. Because, in the Federation, these high-ranking officials didn't need to answer to the people, but to the consortiums. And Hassan was a member of one of those consortiums. As long as he didn't give the other consortiums an excuse, Hassan wouldn't have any trouble. Data was shared via the Space Quantum Module, with virtually no latency. Yang Bo knew the shared data, so he could accurately predict the enemy's location when firing. Of course, the two sides were currently relatively close, only a few million kilometers away. This short time frame wasn't enough for the enemy warship to change its position. If the distance were greater, say, exceeding 10 million kilometers, the energy cannon would take over 30 seconds to hit the enemy. That time frame was a bit too long. Yang Bo appeared at the point where the energy cannon had struck. In theory, when a main battleship like this was hit, many automated repair robots would arrive to repair it. But this turret had no automated repair robots at all. Yang Bo slipped into the maintenance tunnel next to the gun turret, which was sealed off. But Yang Bo didn't need to enter the tunnel. From there, Yang Bo connected directly to the ship's internal systems. Yang Bo had now transformed into mechanic mode. The ship was now unmanned, and its various systems were operating according to pre-planned procedures. Yang Bo didn't directly seize control of the ship. Instead, he infiltrated the ship's control system, carefully searching for vulnerabilities. Numerous vulnerabilities in the control system were quickly discovered and put into operation. A control system vulnerability refers to a subsystem conflict requiring human intervention. So, various noises immediately erupted within the battleship, primarily demanding the commander's orders. The battleship was currently sharing data with the Federation military and Federal intelligence. The Federation military, noticing the battleship situation, attempted to remotely control it. However, without the fleet commander's orders, the battleship would not execute the Federation military's orders alone. This is a dual control system, primarily designed to prevent unauthorized control of the battleship, such as rebellion. But this dual control system now faced a significant problem. The battleship commander was not on board. Commands requiring human intervention continued to appear within the battleship. The battleship's control program conflicts grew increasingly severe, triggering even more program conflicts. The battleship's program then began to become chaotic. The Stone's main engine had expired its protection timer. Both main engines activated simultaneously, and the battleship flew into deep space. Then, one after another, the secondary engines started up. The Federal military and Federal intelligence, based on the shared data from within the warship, confirmed no external interference. The warship's detection data hadn't detected any intrusion signals. The Federal military was also unaware of what had happened to the warship. The Federal military began to carefully analyze the problem with the warship and discovered that some of its internal control systems were indeed vulnerable. The Federal military concluded that the energy shot from the explosion had damaged or disrupted some of the warship's systems. Because the main battleships hadn't undergone such testing, it was unclear what problems the battleship's control systems would face after being impacted by an energy explosion of this magnitude. Yang Bo left a spatial energy stone at the damaged turret. Then Yang Bo returned to the safe haven in the captain's quarters aboard John Lee's battleship. "You bastards!" Yang Bo, disguised as the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, thundered into the public channel. "You despicable, cunning fellows from the Federation. My battleship. Just wait, you guys. The next time I encounter those bastards from the Federation, I definitely not trust you." Yang Bo cursed into the public channel, while controlling 3 spaceships to pursue the out-of-control Great Stone battleship. Hassan, aboard the escaped ship, was stunned. Then, after receiving word from the military that the ship had lost control, he quickly ordered the escaped ship to leave the area. Yang Bo's goal was to steal this battleship, to make it lost in the universe. The Federation military and intelligence agencies must gradually lose the signal from this warship. Move this warship to a location with high energy interference. Yang Bo plans to use his original identity to obtain this unmanned warship later. Picking up a warship in space is perfectly normal, isn't it? When Yang Bo's identity requires a warship, he'd be lucky enough to find one. Yang Bo naturally knew that if his disguised pirate group successfully captured a major warship, the Pirate Alliance would become the public enemy of all 3 nations. Yang Bo still needed to utilize the Pirate Alliance. So the current situation is the best. The Federation military and intelligence agencies can still share data on the Great Stone battleship. The Great Stone battleship is now flying deep into space with its engines at full throttle. Yang Bo isn't afraid of the Federation military sending a fleet in pursuit. The more they pursue, the more contact they lose. In space, some areas experience incredibly strong energy interference. If a fleet were to pursue them, they would lose contact or their ship systems would lose control, and Yang Bo's performance also foreshadowed the subsequent performance. Hassan was rescued 3.5 hours later by the warships behind the 5th Fleet. Hassan brought 2 A-class battleships, 4 B-class battleships, 8 C-class battleships, 16 D-class battleships, and a varying number of other warships, full speed to rescue the transport fleet. There are 500 trillion energy stones and rare materials over there. What no one expected was that the remaining warships of the 5th Fleet were ambushed by 4 pirate groups an hour and a half later. A single salvo from 4 pirate groups directly blew out the engines of 2 Class A battleships of the 5th Fleet. These 4 pirate groups were 3 of the 4 pirate groups with Yang Bo, as well as Yang Bo's 3 Class C battleships. The reason these 3 pirate groups were able to disable 2 of the opposing Class A battleships in one go was because Yang Bo would never allow these pirate groups to obtain Class A battleships. There was no way he could allow these 3 pirate groups to grow so powerful all at once. Then a second salvo disabled 2 more Class B battleships. And 3 Class 4 battleships. The 5th Fleet was stunned. Even the Federation military was stunned. The pirate group's hit rate at a distance of 4 million kilometers was surprisingly high. Yang Bo's 3 C-class warships, plus the pirate group's 3 C-class warships, that's 6 C-class warships. Yang Bo cursed on the public channel. "You untrustworthy villains of the Federation. Every time I see you, the Silver Moon Pirates will destroy you. I will destroy all your warships within half an hour." The Federation military heard this voice coming from the warship's public channel. For a moment, they were confused, but also understood. The Silver Moon pirates probably didn't catch up earlier, so they were ambushing the other warships of the Fifth Fleet ahead. Then the Silver Moon pirates' leader's voice came over the public communication channel. I won't attack the escaped ship within 5 minutes. This is my last chance. I want your warships now. Those warships ahead, who don't abandon their warships within 5 minutes will be your lot. Yang Bo, commanding 3 C-class warships, directly destroyed 2 A-class warships of the Federal Fifth Fleet. By this time, everyone aboard the 2 warships had evacuated. The pirates' display stunned the officers and soldiers of the Fifth Fleet. The remaining 2 intact B-class warships, 4 C-class warships, 10 D-class warships, and a varying number of other warships, all entered the escaped ship. The pirate warships were now flanking and rearward of the entire fleet. The entire fleet was completely unable to withstand the pirates' attack. At this time, the federal military received news that the transport fleet, used as bait, was no longer being pursued by pirates. The federal military and intelligence agencies only then realized they had been tricked. The number of pirate groups pursuing the transport fleet was small. It was precisely because the Fifth Fleet had returned so hastily that they encountered this situation. Attack! Attack hard! Furious, the federal military ordered the Third Fleet to indiscriminately attack the pursuing pirate groups. This was actually another of Yang Bo's tactics. 500 trillion credit points of energy stones and rare minerals were far less important to the pirate groups than warships. This was because the pirates couldn't directly convert energy stones and minerals into combat power. However, these energy stones and rare minerals were extremely important to the Central State. This didn't stop Yang Bo from misleading the pirate groups. This was because the Central State had no idea anyone would target the main fleet. For the Central State, the good news was that the 500 trillion credit points of supplies were still there. The bad news was that the Fifth Main Fleet was almost completely annihilated. So, the Federation military was enraged, and one of the pirate groups that fled in 2 waves suffered a disaster. This group was utterly shattered by the Third Fleet's full firepower, but these pirate groups had no way of escaping separately, as this starfield only had 2 space jump points. If they didn't head towards the space jump points, they would eventually be overtaken by the main fleet behind them, as they sailed through space. The only way to survive was to jump to the next starfield, which had 3 space jump points. This allowed the pirates to escape in 3 different directions. The main fleet behind them would then only be able to pursue them in one direction. The pirate groups the Third Fleet was pursuing consisted of 9 groups, each equipped with 2 B-class warships, 9 C-class warships, 18 D-class warships, and 36 E-class warships. The Third Fleet's configuration was identical to the Fifth Fleet's. The Third Fleet's speed was already 20% higher than the other pirate groups. The 2 sides had already closed the gap in Vic Bang. After leaving Vic Bang, the 9 groups fled in one direction, with the Third Fleet following closely behind. The remaining pirate groups fled towards another space jump point. As they entered this star field, the distance between the 2 groups narrowed. The other pirate groups were lucky, as the Fifth Fleet had returned. Upon reaching one of the space jump points in this star field, the Third Fleet destroyed 1 B-class warship, 4 C-class warships, 11 D-class warships, and 6 E-class warships. The next star field had 3 space jump points, and the pirate groups hurriedly sailed in 3 different directions. The Third Fleet pursued the pirate group with the B-class warships. When the Pirate Alliance received the news, the elders of the Pirate Alliance Council nearly held a celebration. The pirate groups with B-class warships were the most powerful in the entire Pirate Alliance. These pirate groups, relying on their superior military strength, frequently bargained with the Pirate Alliance over the sale of stolen goods. At this time, Yang Bo already had 4 C-class warships. Originally, Yang Bo only had 3 C-class warships, but one had self-destructed. However, Yang Bo exchanged a C-class warship with one of the 3 pirate groups, because Yang Bo had no way of taking back the warships of the Fifth Fleet, because the fleet's standard warships were completely different from the pirates. The unmanned warships of the Fifth Fleet were quickly boarded by the pirates. Yang Bo then used a remote data link to decrypt the remaining warships of the Fifth Fleet. The 3 pirate groups captured 2 B-class warships, 4 C-class warships, 10 D-class warships, and 16 E-class warships. These warships belonged to 5 pirate groups. Yang Bo had been allocated 1 C-class warship during the battle, which he exchanged for a pirate C-class warship. Then the other pirate groups, carrying the captured warships of the Fifth Fleet, vanished into the vast starry sky. Yang Bo now controlled 4 C-class warships, transforming himself into the Koreabang fleet. Yang Bo's target was 4 of the pirate groups, which only possessed 2 C-class warships, 6 D-class warships, and 9 E-class warships. Several of these dozen pirate groups had already been directly wiped out by the Third Fleet. The remaining pirate groups were now terrified. As for why Yang Bo was pursuing these 4 pirate groups, it was because one of their E-class warships was the same E-class warship Yang Bo had shared with the Death Pirates the previous time he had led them, and sold it to them. So Yang Bo knew the location of this pirate group. Furthermore, several other pirate groups had already agreed with Li Jian that once these pirate groups had consolidated their forces, they would help Li Jian suppress the other pirate groups. Yang Bo wasn't afraid of these cooperating pirate groups reneging, as he had implanted backdoors in their warships. If Yang Bo so desired, he could instantly transform these pirate warships into his own. He could have the people on these warships killed by the warship's internal security systems. Yang Bo wanted to capture these pirate groups, and finally pack them up, and take them away. It took Dr. Yang 5 days to catch up with the 4 pirate groups. By then, the news of the utter destruction of the Federation's 5th Fleet had finally become unconcealed. The Alliance Empire and other states in the Federation were stunned by this news. The elders of the Pirate Alliance Council were terrified, because the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates was their sworn enemy. Chapter 1261. However, a spokesperson for the Federation military quickly refuted the rumors. There have been recent rumors circulating online about the Federation military. We would like to clarify. The Federation 5th Fleet encountered pirates, but was not completely destroyed. The Great Stone, the flagship of the Federation 5th Fleet, suffered a sudden malfunction and lost control. Under the wise command of the military leadership, all officers and soldiers on board were able to evacuate. We are now releasing the location of the Great Stone, the flagship of the 5th Fleet, and offering a reward of 50 trillion credits. Any individual or organization that can intercept the Great Stone. The Alliance military released the Great Stone's data and the various surveillance devices on board. The Great Stone battleship encountered an unusually strong energy beam in Big Bang. The Great Stone battleship had just jumped out of the space tunnel, and its protective systems were not fully activated. The unusual energy beam caused the battleship's intelligence systems to malfunction. And then we encountered the Silver Moon Pirates. The battleship's intelligence systems were out of control. The military decisively ordered the evacuation of all crew members. After the evacuation, the battleship lost control. The Silver Moon Pirates attempted to seize the Great Stone battleship, but the Great Stone's speed was 30% greater than theirs. The 5th Fleet encountered a large-scale pirate attack while returning to defend. 50% of the ships were lost. However, in this operation, we destroyed 2 B-class pirate ships, 6 C-class ships, 11 D-class ships, and 12 I-class ships. The Pirate Alliance has suffered a heavy blow. According to preliminary estimates, the number of pirates killed exceeds 50,000. In view of the 5th Fleet's heavy losses, the President has signed a war order, mobilizing federal reserves to add 3 new main fleets within the next 3 years. This statement from the Federation military shocked both the Alliance and the Empire. The Federation's main battleship had actually lost control. The Federation military continued to publicly announce the main battleship's location. This made the Alliance and the Empire feel a bit worried. What if this main battleship lost control and opened fire indiscriminately? The Alliance and the Empire quickly contacted the Federation military. But the Federation would not provide any further information, as the Federation built its own main fleet. Sharing more information would mean letting others know that the main fleet's systems were conflicting. However, this also had a benefit. The Federation optimized the systems of the other main battleships. That is, the priorities of the battleship systems were reset, preventing conflicts from occurring. To be honest, Yang Bo still suffered the loss, because he exploited a vulnerability in the battleship system. While these vulnerabilities in the warship systems wouldn't cause any abnormalities in normal circumstances, they would cause even greater losses in the event of a large-scale war. The federal military used this as an excuse, so the commander of the 5th Fleet and others were not punished at all, but instead received commendations. The other 4 pirate groups along with Yang Bo expressed regret that John Lee didn't get the main battleship, but in reality, they felt a certain gloating pleasure. These pirate groups knew that if John Lee took the main battleship, their influence in future cooperation would be even less. Of course, Yang Bo played along, cursing in the chat room, accusing the 5th Fleet commander of deliberately causing the battleship to lose control. Then Yang Bo ordered these 4 pirate groups to form combat capabilities as quickly as possible, as he had gained nothing this time. Then Yang Bo transformed into Li Jian and began a live stream. I, Li Jian, governor of Kalaya State, strongly condemn the Pirate Alliance's actions. I call on everyone to unite and crack down on pirates. The Pirate Alliance is now capable of systematically destroying a major fleet. This is a huge threat to all of us. I also want to condemn the Federation military. A major fleet was simply destroyed by the Pirate Alliance. Don't tell me about the warship losing control. Who knows if the information you're providing is true or valid? Even more ridiculous is that no one from the Federation military has come forward to take responsibility for this incident. Furthermore, this conflict occurred in Vic State. This governor recommends that Vic State file a claim against the Federation military and the federal government. Such a large-scale war erupting in the Administrative Star region will likely have a significant impact on the Administrative Star. Yang Bo's appearance at this time, under the identity of Li John, was to prepare for the upcoming crackdown on pirates. It also prepared him to take over the major warship in his later identity as Yang Bo. Also, Yang Bo felt that the Federation's announcement of the Great Stone was a major blow. I could also use Yang Bo's identity to reclaim the warships the pirates had taken. I could then cause the pirate warships' intelligence systems to collide. Then let their built-in defense systems shoot down the pirates. I could even use their built-in life-saving systems to forcibly eject all the pirates. Then let the warships vanish into space, and then use Yang Bo's identity to retrieve them. Official spokespersons from the Alliance and the Empire strongly condemned the Pirate Alliance's actions. Both the Alliance and the Empire were conducting risk assessments, but they didn't know the specifics of the war. The Federation was also keeping it a secret. After all, it was a colossal defeat, a disgrace. Yang Bo and the other 4 pirate groups hadn't publicized the war. This was because the other 4 groups didn't want the Pirate Alliance or the other groups to know about their increased strength. The Pirate Alliance Council was now in a state of disarray. Just heard that over a dozen pirate groups had been decimated by the Federation's main fleet. The Pirate Alliance Council was almost about to hold a celebration. But unexpectedly, the Silver Moon Pirates suddenly appeared, and they, along with several other pirate groups, directly destroyed the Federation's 5th main fleet. A Federation main fleet, in addition to its main battleships, possesses at least 2 A-class warships, 4 B-class warships, and a considerable number of other warships. So, how many Federation warships did these pirate groups actually acquire? Who are these pirate groups? With their increased strength, how much influence would these pirate groups have on the Pirate Alliance Council? Moreover, the Silver Moon Pirates are the Pirate Alliance Council's sworn enemies. Will the Silver Moon Pirates lead other pirate groups in retaliation against the Pirate Alliance? At the Pirate Alliance Council meeting, the permanent members convened an emergency meeting in a virtual conference room. Now, their biggest fear is the Silver Moon Pirates' revenge. Where did this guy come from? Where did he get his warships? I've long suspected this bastard as someone behind him. This bastard is probably an agent backed by the Empire. It's definitely not the Empire. The key now is which pirate groups are colluding with this bastard. The outside world has no idea how many warships the Silver Moon Pirates actually have. Nor is it known how many other pirate groups are colluding with the Silver Moon Pirates, but it's capable of inflicting a devastating blow on the Federation's 5th fleet. This force, beyond the control of the Pirate Alliance Council, is undoubtedly significant. Where did the Silver Moon Pirates leader get all those warships? Warships aren't something you can just buy. The pirate group's primary source of warships is the Empire. Furthermore, the elders of the Pirate Alliance Council knew that investigating these pirate groups was extremely difficult. These pirate groups all had their own hidden bases, which were hidden from outsiders. The Pirate Alliance had hundreds of pirate groups, large and small. So, which pirate groups were colluding with the Silver Moon Pirates? This was the Pirate Alliance Council's biggest concern, as they might be right under their noses. The Pirate Alliance Council feared the Silver Moon Pirates attacking their caravans the most. These elders' caravans are used to sell stolen goods. These caravans connect with other caravans in space, transforming the stolen goods into legitimate merchandise. Now they're worried that the Silver Moon Pirates will track down their caravans and capture the mastermind behind the scenes. Not only the Pirate Alliance, but also the Alliance and the Empire are extremely curious about the Silver Moon Pirates. What kind of pirate group could have destroyed the Federation's 5th fleet? Both the Alliance and the Empire suspect each other of supporting the Silver Moon Pirates, and the Federation suspects the Alliance and the Empire of backing the Silver Moon Pirates. The Silver Moon Pirates were already destroyed by the Alliance's main fleet a few years ago. In just a few short years, they've become so powerful. Who would believe they don't have any backing? Yang Bo first wandered around Prince Holden's territory in the Second World. Then, disguised as Zhang Xin, he arrived at Zhang Xin's villa. This huge gain, of course, warrants a proper celebration and Catherine's proper performance. Catherine nearly fainted from Yang Bo's delight. Then Yang Bo returned to March Star. Yang Bo was going to seize this opportunity to establish his persona. Yang Bo emerged from the lab and went to the internet room, logging into his social media accounts. He posted a message, strongly condemning the Pirate Alliance's actions, and offering a reward of Black Rock honey for information leading to the whereabouts of the Silver Moon Pirates. Many people followed Yang Bo. He had created the Yang family Meteor Fist, and how, in a short period of time, a single resident had become a member of the Young Rich list, and even had a princess girlfriend. There's also rare items, like Black Rock honey. Many people were curious about why Yang Bo was offering a bounty for the Silver Moon Pirates. However, someone quickly explained in a comment to Yang Bo's post, stating that Yang Bo had been attacked by the Silver Moon Pirates while migrating from Pardo to March. Then Yang Bo posted another post, asking for online advice on what skills individuals should learn to defeat the pirates, and offering a gift of mutated Black Rock honey to the top-rated commenters. Comments flooded Yang Bo's social media accounts. First floor, Yang Bo, listen to me, go back and find a higher pillow to dream on. Second floor, Mr. Yang, I'm a licensed physician at the Black River City Psychiatric Hospital in Masai State, Federal Republic. I suggest you come to our hospital for an evaluation. Third floor, Mr. Yang, to defeat the pirates, I suggest you also purchase a warship and form a pirate group, and then you can defeat them. Fourth floor, Mr. Yang, are you trying to make me laugh to death and have my family come after you for emotional damages? Fifth floor, Mr. Yang, you should let go of your hatred. Besides, nothing serious has happened to you yet. Sixth floor, Mr. Yang, I suggest you go into politics. If you become president of the Alliance, you have a 1 in a million chance of destroying the Silver Moon Pirates. Yang Bo's post for help instantly flooded with tens of thousands of replies, with thousands more arriving every second. There were jokes, ridicule, and everything in between. Yang Bo even pretended to browse through them one by one. Yang Bo wanted to use this opportunity to learn hacking techniques. Yang Bo also saw a reply, defeating the pirates is easy. First, learn how to build warships. Then build your own warships, form a fleet, and you easily defeat them. Yang Bo could tell from these comments that no one in the Alliance would ever write Mr. Yang in a comment. Because in the Alliance, calling someone Mr. is likely discriminatory. That's why many service industries in the Alliance use the word guest instead. Because you can't tell the true gender of someone who appears to be a man. Finally, Yang Bo came across some useful suggestions. One suggestion read, Yang Bo, you could consider learning hacking. Theoretically, if your hacking skills reach a certain level, you could control all intelligent systems. You could hack into the smart devices of high-ranking officials in the 3 countries, obtain evidence of their crimes, and force them to crack down on the pirates. Yang Bo thought the commenter's suggestion was reasonable at first, but after reading the rest, he rolled his eyes. Someone else replied, with such technology, why not just hack into the fleets of the 3 countries and remotely control them to attack the pirates? Someone else replied, that's just theoretical. If you could theoretically reach that level, wouldn't you be able to hack into the Silver Moon Pirates' warships and use their internal defenses to destroy the pirates? Yang Bo gave this comment a thumbs up. Many people also privately messaged Yang Bo, saying they had information about the Silver Moon Pirates and asking him to mutate Black Rock honey for them first. While Yang Bo was reading the comments, Su Wei and the other 2 returned. Yang Bo, don't be angry. These pirate groups are just like that. They're lawless. Su Wei sat down and tried to comfort Yang Bo. Yang Bo rested his head on Su Wei's shoulder, then put his arm around her, one hand slipping unceremoniously inside his clothes. Then you have to comfort me. Bah! Su Wei hadn't expected Yang Bo to act like this. Seeing what Yang Bo had posted, she'd assumed something was wrong. She'd been trying to comfort him, but he'd taken it too far. Ha ha. Xia and Annie had been worried about Yang Bo, but they hadn't expected him to just say he was okay. You 2 can't get away. Yang Bo reached out to grab the other 2. He then used his mental power to capture the 3 and brought them upstairs, beating them with a thorough disciplinary measure, leaving the sticks completely defunct. I'm going to learn hacking. Pharmaceutical technology won't be able to harm the pirates. After administering the disciplinary measure, Yang Bo laid out his plan. Go ahead. Hurry and learn. That's right, your physique is still so abnormal. Our strength has increased significantly. The 3 women, hearing Yang Bo's words, thought he was joking and spoke up. Don't be like that. I've analyzed it carefully. Any intelligent system has vulnerabilities. If I find those pirate warship system vulnerabilities, I can control them. Yongbo said. Right. Go learn. As long as you can use hacking techniques to control their warships, we do whatever you ask us to do. Su Wei and the other two clearly didn't believe Yongbo's words. It's true that every system has vulnerabilities, but a warship system can be enormous. Furthermore, some system vulnerabilities, due to the system's inherent permissions and security priorities, won't cause them to become a problem. And modern optical computers have automatic repair functions. Moreover, the warship system is divided into numerous subsystems. A vulnerability in one subsystem wouldn't affect the others, let alone control the opposing warships. Even the intelligent mainframe computers currently used by the three nations have numerous vulnerabilities, and even bugs, but they're practically unusable. Because the systems are so massive. That's what you said. Don't regret it later? Yongbo said quickly. Go learn. Su Wei and the other two were exhausted by Yongbo's torment and wanted to sleep. Okay then. Yongbo nodded. After all, these three were his legitimate girlfriends. He couldn't mess around with them like Catherine did. It's like going to a karaoke bar. After spending money, you have to tinker with it. After all, it's not yours, so if it breaks, you're not responsible. So Yongbo searched online for hacking information and began learning. He even posted screenshots of the information in his previous comment, captioning it, "Listen to advice and eat well." Although some of the suggestions didn't get the most likes, I personally think they're quite reliable. Yongbo's comment quickly attracted numerous comments. Yongbo discovered that the most liked comment on his previous post was, "I'm the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Give me 1 million and I kill myself." This comment had over 40 million likes, and was still growing. And beneath it, the unanimous response was, "Me too, send me money." After making a brief appearance on March Star, Yongbo returned to Li Zhan's warship. After tracking them for some time, they were almost at their target. Yongbo's target this time was 4 pirate groups that had separated from the main force after entering the neutral star field. Knowing the direction these 4 pirate groups were heading, Yongbo made a space jump from another star field, preparing to ambush them. Get rich. Yongbo prepared to wipe out all 4 pirate groups. Chapter 1262. The 4 pirate groups Yongbo targeted were the Raptor Pirates, the Warrior Pirates, the Ironhead Pirates, and the Invincible Pirates. These 4 pirate groups were quite lucky. First, they were at the forefront of the pursuit of the Federation's bait transport ship. So, upon discovering the Federation's main fleet, these 4 pirate groups immediately fled. At this time, the other pirate groups were still hesitant. Because they were unaware of the situation at the time, there was a Federation main fleet ahead of them. The leaders of these 4 pirate groups were extremely cautious. Knowing that the Federation main fleet was behind them, they knew that this was not a simple matter and immediately changed direction. Thus, these 4 pirate groups were also the first to flee Vic State. Furthermore, after leaving Vic State and entering another star region, these 4 pirate groups fled frantically in one direction. Originally, the 5th Fleet was pursuing these 4 pirate groups. This was because these 4 pirate groups had suffered the least losses of all the pirate groups. Some pirate groups' flagships were destroyed, but these 4 groups, with their 4 C-class warships, 8 D-class warships, and 16 E-class warships, didn't lose a single one. This was because the ambush formed by these 14 pirate groups was sufficiently large. So, when the main federal fleet pursued them, the distance between these fleeing pirate groups reached over 3 million kilometers. Add to that the distance between the main federal fleet and the pirate groups themselves. This meant that these 4 pirate groups were even further away from the main federal fleet, and they also had 2 B-class warships to distract fire. These 4 pirate groups had thought themselves doomed, being chased like dogs by the 5th Federal Fleet. For a moment, the 4 pirate groups thought they were doomed. Although they could escape separately, without a space jump, there was no way they could escape the Federation's main fleet. This was because military warships were 20% more powerful than these export models. If the Federation's 5th Fleet didn't retreat, the 4 pirate groups would be completely wiped out in a day at most. Even if the 4 pirate groups fled separately, the 5th Fleet still had enough warships to pursue them relentlessly. Haha, after surviving a disaster, there will be good fortune in the future. The 4 pirate groups made another space jump and then began to sail silently. The 4 pirate groups were closely monitoring the news and discovered that the Federation's 5th Fleet had been destroyed by the Silver Moon Pirates. And the Federation's 3rd Fleet had already wiped out the other pirate groups. Silver Moon Pirates, you bastards. Those bastards took advantage of us. Several pirate leaders, overheard on the internal communication channel, were ecstatic after seeing the news, but were also very dissatisfied with the Silver Moon Pirates' actions. I knew the more people involved, the greater the risk, the warrior pirates leader declared. The Raptor pirates leader chuckled slyly. Now you know why we chose the vanguard position. Although this position exposes us to the firepower of 2 Federation fleets, it allows us to react immediately. The invincible pirates leader also cursed. I suspect those bastards on the council deliberately leaked information about our operation. There are too many people involved in this operation. There might be someone with ulterior motives. Do you think it's possible that that bastard from the Silver Moon Pirates is causing trouble? I just don't know which pirate groups are following him. We all know about the conflict between the Silver Moon Pirates and those bastards on the council. If we follow the council's orders, those bastards will definitely hold a grudge against us. Logically, that shouldn't happen. After all of us pirate groups have implemented communication controls. Those bastards within the council aren't united either. They're fighting among themselves. I heard some elders disagree with this operation. No way, their internal conflicts will implicate us. I understand now. If our operation succeeds, it will only bolster the council's reputation. If we fail, the council will weaken us. Then what will we do next? We just do our own thing. We know each other well. The 4 pirate captains now didn't trust anyone. The pirates aboard the 4 pirate ships were now resting. The number of personnel aboard a pirate warship was never enough. Pirate warships couldn't afford the manpower the Alliance and the Empire could provide. This time, from the initial ambush to the pursuit and then the final escape, these pirate groups hadn't rested for nearly 10 days. Now that they'd escaped danger for so long and were sailing silently, the pirates began to rest. The 4 pirate groups still had 18 hours to sail to the next jump point. This was perfect time to rest. Yongbo, disguised as Li Jian, had ambushed the 4 pirate groups along their route with 4 warships. Hee. I only need a C-class warship this time. After these pirate groups lose a C-class warship, next time we operate, we definitely have to join forces with the other pirate groups. Then the warship I implanted the backdoor and can provide me with location information. Although these pirates were sailing silently, their captain still exchanged data with the outside world to gain information. If they were completely shielded, Yongbo would have no way of knowing the location of these pirate warships. Of course, the entire fleet was completely shielded, and no means were possible to determine the enemy's location. Warning, warning! A fleet of 20 warships, comprised of 4 pirate groups, sailed silently through the vast starry sky. Suddenly, a shrill alarm rang out throughout the fleet. WD-203's engine hit. YS-221's engine hit. Because the 4 pirate groups formed a battleship formation, the 2 D-class battleships under attack immediately issued a warning message to the entire fleet. WD-203, the first 2 letters stand for the Invincible Pirates, and the last 2 represents the Earth-class battleship, 03, which is number 03. The Invincible Pirates D-class battleships are numbered 201 to 220. YS stands for the Warrior Pirates, and 221 is D-class battleship number 01. It's 221 because the numbers before 20 belong to the Invincible Pirates. Everyone in the fleet jumped up in fear and rushed to their battle stations. WD-203, everyone abandoned ship. 3 minutes and 50 seconds until self-destruction. At this moment, the warning message changed again. Everyone was shocked, as it turned out that the low-level warship's main engine had been damaged, causing energy to spread. A warship's weak point is its engine. It's the ship's power source, and also its steering mechanism. At this moment, several more warships were hit, including 2 E-class warships and 2 D-class warships. Then, a brash voice rang out from the public channel. Haha, little pirate cuties, the general is here. At this moment, Yongbo, disguised as Li Jian, had already started a paid live stream. The title of the live stream was quite controversial. The title read, No Comparison, No Harm. Li Jian was the most popular person online, having grown from a small company shareholder to a force commanding a massive divisional fleet. From a company shareholder to the governor of Korea State. And then to a Federation admiral, in just less than 2 years. Although Li Jian's live stream cost 1,000 credits, over 20 million people streamed at the moment it opened. Upon entering the live stream, I saw John Lee standing at the control console of a warship, shouting loudly. Everyone instantly understood. John Lee was out fighting pirates again. John Lee's livestream attracted many military experts and amateurs. Because John Lee's livestream actually showed everyone all kinds of data during the warship attack, you could clearly see dozens of warships displayed on the virtual projection of John Lee's warship's radar. Some of them were already marked as having been hit. This meant that John Lee had already launched his first round of attacks. Everyone, please call me Pirate Buster. I originally wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect to run into a bunch of fat sheep. Ahead of me are 28 unmarked warships. Their configuration is 4 C-class warships, 8 D-class warships, and 16 E-class warships. And the performance data of these warships clearly shows that they are export models of a certain country. Besides, there aren't such large warship formations in this star region at this time. Considering the direction they're coming from, they're likely pirate groups that were dispersed by the 2 main Federation fleets. I'm just lucky. This general isn't one of those people with connections in Madhya Pradesh. Please look at the radar. Based on my years of combat experience, I'm judging that 2 D-class warships are on the verge of exploding. Everyone was speechless as John Lee spoke in the live stream. Especially when John Lee mentioned his years of combat experience, many people burst into laughter. Many military experts and amateurs quickly recorded the information provided by the warships. This was actual combat data, which was simply impossible to collect under normal circumstances. Damn pirates, you have 10 minutes to get off my warship. Otherwise, this general will chase you down and beat you to pieces. Don't even think about running away, because the rest of the Federation's fleet is probably on its way. This general has his eye on your 4 C-class warships. In 10 minutes, this general will attack your C-class warships. John Lee openly threatened the pirates in the live stream. The 4 warships controlled by Yang Bo were flanking and behind the 4 pirate groups. It would take another 16 hours for the warships of the 4 pirate groups to reach the next space jump point. And if the 4 pirate groups fled separately now, it would take 49 hours to locate the nearest space jump point. No one could guarantee that a Federation fleet would appear in another star field from the space jump point within those 49 hours, or perhaps a Federation fleet would come from somewhere else to pursue them. This was why Yang Bo chose this location for the ambush. If the timeline had been extended a little longer, the 4 pirate groups could have easily separated and escaped. Of course, the 4 pirate groups could have separated and escaped now. But don't forget that Li Jian also had 4 C-class warships. His 4 C-class warships could have easily chased the 4 C-class warships during this process. Yang Bo's strategy was a top-notch conspiracy. Some pirate groups had only 2 outcomes, either be destroyed by Li Jian's warships, or abandon their C-class warships to Li Jian and evacuate. Manpower was also extremely important for pirates. Although pirates have a base, not everyone who grows up there can board a warship. Working on a warship requires a certain level of expertise. You son of a bitch. Li Jian, you bastard. How did you even show up in this place? Li Jian, I hack you. Li Jian, you despicable bastard. Upon hearing Li Jian's shameless threat, the 4 pirate leaders erupted in curses. Yang Bo could hear the 4 pirate leaders' outbursts, and of course, the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room could hear them too. Wow, this background music is pretty good. I think I heard 2 D-class battleships evacuating. If you delay for another 10 minutes, you might lose a few more D-class and E-class battleships. This general has plenty of money, and all 4 of these battleships are equipped with ample solid energy. This general will show you the sheer firepower of this general's fleet. During the live broadcast, Yang Bo directly controlled 4 C-class battleships, firing a salvo at the pirate group in front. Because they use solid energy stones, the attack frequency of Yang Bo's 4 C-class battleships was equivalent to the attack power of 12 C-class battleships. Solid energy stones were installed near the turrets. Solid energy is also known as a backup energy system. It is activated when the main energy system is disrupted or destroyed. At this time, the communication between the main energy system and the turrets is definitely interrupted. The backup energy system then provides enough energy for the turrets to continue their attack. The turrets also have intelligent systems, meaning that each turret is now an independent attack unit. Of course, such turret attacks were inefficient, as they were not connected to the network and had no idea whether their targets would be locked onto by other turrets. The professional military personnel in the live stream were shocked by the data displayed by Li Jian's command center. Even the main military fleet maintained strict management of its backup energy systems. Because the cost of energy stones was prohibitive, they wouldn't use this energy source unless it was an emergency. But on reflection, these people realized that Li Jian's approach was quite the right one. Without this display, the pirates wouldn't abandon their flagship and flee. This meant that John Lee could potentially exchange these energy stones for 4 C-class warships. You're a pervert. John Lee, you're crazy. Why are you staring at us? The 4 pirate group leaders, also watching the live stream, erupted in curses when they saw John Lee reducing his warship's firepower. Then, several more warships were hit. The frequency of the attacks from John Lee's 4 C-class warships was incredible. In fact, Yang Bo had a subtle conspiracy. The power of these energy cannons wasn't very high. He simply ensured that the energy cannons would inflict a certain amount of damage upon the enemy warships after they were focused on them. Lowering the power of the energy cannons would increase the number of shots fired. Since they were a pirate group, and because they were internally networked, this was now an internal communication channel, filled with warnings. Hit here, hit there, damage here, damage there. The pirates on these pirate ships had never faced such intense firepower. The pirate group's combat style was to fight if they could win, and flee if they couldn't. Often, the pirates focused on transport ships. The pirate group rarely engaged regular forces, so the high-frequency, high-intensity attacks unleashed by John Lee's 4 C-class battleships terrified them. And John Lee's battleship had just been to the side and rear, and now it was practically to the rear. Even if the men manning the turrets were able to focus on John Lee, only some could do so. John Lee's 4 C-class battleships formed a long, snake-like formation. This would conceal their fleet at the enemy's minimum angle of fire. Of course, the 4 warships would be staggered to facilitate their energy cannon fire. Haha, this general hurried over to see if he could catch a few small fish. After all, a dozen pirate groups, were fleeing in panic. I couldn't believe my luck encountering a big fish like you. That background sound is so cool. There are still 8 minutes left. To be exact, there are still 7 minutes and 20 seconds left when you hear this. Yang Bo laughed heartily in the live broadcast room. Because the public communication channel was transmitting the rapid alarms of the enemy warship systems. Although there was a delay of several dozen seconds, it was clear how much damage the enemy was suffering. Dreamy! The leader of the invincible pirates cursed in the public channel. Lee John, you bastard, if you dare, just hit me. You want me to abandon my warship? No way. The leader of the invincible pirates' heart was bleeding, as he only had a C-class warship. The invincible pirates' leader had barely finished shouting when a D-class battleship's engine was hit. Fortunately, it was the secondary guns of John Lee's fleet, reducing engine power by 67% and requiring 6 hours of maintenance to restore. This made the invincible pirates' leader's heart ache even more. Then a D-class battleship of the warrior pirates was also hit. 2 E-class battleships of the Raptor pirates were hit. The Ironhead pirates were the worst off, with both of their D-class battleships being hit. Fortunately, their engines and energy systems were not damaged. It's not that these pirate ships didn't want to activate their energy shields, but that activating them would reduce engine power. At this moment, the pirates' mob-like nature was on full display. The Ironhead pirates' leader quickly called out to John Lee on the public channel. I am Ironhead, leader of the Ironhead pirates. We will evacuate within 5 minutes. General Lee, please show mercy. The Ironhead pirates' leader understood. If he didn't flee quickly, waiting a few more minutes might wipe out his remaining lines. Furthermore, John Lee had 4 C-class warships chasing him at lightning speed. He would have loved to leave his C-class warships behind, but it was impossible. The enemy's goal was to capture the 4 C-class warships. The Ironhead pirates knew that even if they ordered all their warships to disperse, they would still have to board other warships because John Lee would be constantly watching them. Furthermore, if John Lee became enraged and attacked the C-class warship directly, their entire pirate group might be completely wiped out. Who knew if other Federation fleets, other factions, or other armed forces would come to exploit their misfortune and plunder? As a complete pirate group, they certainly weren't afraid of these guys, but if they were to disperse, they knew the true nature of these warlords and their armed forces within the Federation best. It's over. John Lee's strength has grown again. The Federation president, watching the live broadcast, heard the pirate leader in John Lee's live broadcast respectfully address John Lee as General Lee and urge him to show mercy. He knew John Lee's plan had succeeded again. How can this bastard be so lucky? The Federation vice president gritted his teeth, finally understanding the meaning of John Lee's live broadcast name. Chapter 1263. At this time, Yang Bo also heard on the public channel that the leader of the invincible pirates was unwilling to give up his warships. He sneered inwardly, preparing to make an example of someone. Yang Bo knew that sometimes he had to kill these pirates. He then directly changed the firing parameters of all the warships. He replied to the resigned leader of the Ironhead pirates, I allow you to evacuate. You may only take your personal belongings. Yang Bo pretended not to know the names of these pirate groups, and did not mention them during the live broadcast. Even elsewhere, a quarrel broke out among the 4 pirate groups. Upon hearing the Ironhead pirates' leader's words of surrender, the invincible pirates' leader unleashed a furious barrage. Ironhead pirates, you're a wimp. That bastard John Lee only has 4 C-class warships. We can definitely buy time. His goal is our 4 warships. The Ironhead pirates were evacuating, and upon hearing the invincible pirates' leader's barrage, They responded with a scathing barrage. Are you crazy? I have the final say over my warships. If I don't surrender, I lose both of my D-class warships. You all know John Lee's record. No matter what you do, I'm giving up my C-class warships. The Raptor Pirates leader was still a little undecided. The leader of the Warrior Pirates sighed. This Lee John has too much combat talent. Every time we face him, our pirate group suffers. The leader of the Invincible Pirates, upon hearing this, erupted in curses. We must unite. I don't believe he can destroy all 4 C-class warships of our 4 pirate groups. What's his goal this time? He's trying to seize our warships. Who's the pirate here? I've been here all these years, and this is the first time I've been robbed. The Ironhead Pirates leader didn't respond, but was quickly evacuating his C-class warship when John Lee's voice reached him. The leaders of the Warrior and Dragon Pirates were still hesitant, but they also heard John Lee's permission to evacuate. At that moment, the Invincible Pirates' C-class warship was instantly under concentrated fire. A rapid alarm blared over the pirate group's internal shared channel. WD-101 main engine hit, energy engine out of control, please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. WD-101, activating emergency lifeline. WD-101 is the Invincible Pirates' flagship, a C-class warship. Then, a series of Invincible Pirates ship codes appeared amidst the warning sounds. Warning! Warning, WD-101 explosion, impact prevention countdown 65 seconds. Then, similar warnings rang out from all intact warships of the other 3 pirate groups. At the same time, the radars of all 3 pirate group ships went blank. This was because the explosion of the Invincible Pirates' flagship, a C-class battleship, created an energy shockwave that disabled the radars of the other pirate groups. The impact warning referred to the fragments of the exploding battleship. At this moment, the 3 pirate groups saw John Lee on the live stream and sneered. Someone's actually giving me no respect. Do you know what the outside world is saying about us? They say we're warlords. You damn pirates, do you even know what warlords are like? From now on, if anyone refuses to listen to me, this will be their fate. If you pirates can rob, others can expect you to be robbed one day. I, John Lee, am not one of those little cats from the Central Gang. If your pirate group encounters me, John Lee, I give you a chance, seize it. If you don't, this will be your fate. Don't give me face, or you die. You only have 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. If you still don't give me face, you stay here forever. The remaining leaders of the Warriors and Raptors Pirates saw John Lee's arrogant demeanor during the live stream and quickly evacuated without a second thought. The 2 pirate leaders were terrified. All of the Invincible Pirates' warships had been destroyed by the barrage of John Lee's 4 C-class warships. Only a few ships had time to initiate their emergency escape procedures and eject all personnel. Not a single pirate on the Invincible Pirates' flagship survived. At this point, Yang Bo's mind was only filled with information about a few hundred skills. Yang Bo had no other options, as a large portion of these pirates were cyborgs or mutants. Since many pirates couldn't become superpowered, they had to rely on technology to change them. Or perhaps some pirates did have superpowers, but their abilities were useless. It would be better to augment their strength by modifying some human organs, such as replacing their thigh bones with biocomposite materials. This could increase leg strength tenfold. Moreover, the skills these pirates possessed were primarily related to warship control or mecha piloting, all of which Yang Bo had already mastered to the Grandmaster level. What a loss! Yang Bo knew he'd lost a huge amount this time, having directly lost a C-class warship, but killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. This was necessary. If he didn't deal with this troublemaker during the livestream this time, what would he do next time? What if those bastards ignored his words again when they encountered another pirate group? Whoever tried to set such a bad example would be beaten to death by him. Let me reiterate. Every word I, John Lee, say counts. But whoever is so blind as to seek death by jumping on the bandwagon? Then I grant his wish. Everyone else, get out of my warship. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Yang Bo declared domineeringly in front of the billions of people in the livestream. Most people watching John Lee's livestream felt incredibly relieved. They thought this was the right way to deal with pirates. Some, however, thought John Lee's actions were too brutal. The pirates from the other 3 pirate groups were speechless upon hearing John Lee's words during the livestream. This is even more predatory than as pirates. But the situation was overwhelming, so these pirates had no choice but to accept it and flee. There was nothing they could do. John Lee had 4 C-class warships waiting in the wings. Now these pirates dared not utter a word, fearing John Lee would destroy their warships. We pirates are adaptable. As long as someone makes sure you, John Lee, get what you want next time. These pirates from the other three pirate groups felt they had never felt more frustrated than right now. The C-class battleship I'd worked so hard to acquire, and now it was someone else's. And I couldn't even say a word. I had to run, or else that bastardly John would turn on me. The Federation President, Vice President, and the people of Central State hated Lee John with a vengeance. The name he used in his live stream was the Yin-Yang Federation Military. But the Federation military suffered a huge loss of face this time. Although the Third Fleet had achieved considerable success, but in comparison, the Federation's main fleet was practically useless. In this operation, Lee John destroyed 1 C-class battleship, 3 D-class battleships, and 8 E-class battleships. He captured 3 C-class battleships. He also destroyed the majority of a pirate group. The reason for this is that the pirate group that was destroyed had, in theory, only deployed half its military strength. Lee John, a thorn in the side of the Central State Federation President and Vice President, his power was growing stronger and stronger. From just 1 warship at the beginning, he now possesses 9, 2 B-class warships, and 7 C-class warships. If this keeps up, this guy will cause a major rebellion, but the federal Central State still has the federal president, and the vice president simply has no energy to deal with John Lee. The federal Central State has lost a major fleet, and the other states are now ready to make a move, and the Pirate Alliance is now clamoring for a counterattack. Compared to the federal president, the federal vice president sees John Lee as a thorn in his side, and the Pirate Alliance Council is practically celebrating with champagne. Because the 4 pirate groups robbed by John Lee had just recently contacted other pirate groups to demand an explanation from the Pirate Alliance Council. This meant holding the Pirate Alliance Council responsible for this failure. Because of the intelligence provided by the Pirate Alliance Council. The reason these 4 pirate groups had contacted each other privately was because their own strength hadn't been affected. Now, one of these 4 pirate groups has been weakened by more than half, and the other 3 have been significantly weakened as well. The Pirate Alliance Council didn't believe these 4 pirate groups would dare to act so recklessly. During their private discussions, the elders of the Pirate Alliance Council also suggested contacting John Lee. Let John Lee and the Silver Moon Pirates face off to see who was stronger. Yang Bo ended the live broadcast disguised as John Lee, as he couldn't let anyone else see him receiving the C-class warships. Yang Bo followed the procedure. 4 C-class warships pursued the 3 C-class warships, then dispatched drones and unmanned mechas. The permissions of these 3 C-class warships were all unlocked. Though the 3 pirate group leaders felt resigned, they didn't dare to stir up trouble. If John Lee discovered their actions, he might have the 4 warships continue their pursuit. The remaining D and E-class warships were no match for the C-class warships. Yang Bo successfully received 3 C-class warships. Theoretically, Yang Bo could have added 2 B-class warships. He was commanding 2 operations from the other 4 pirate groups. Theoretically, Yang Bo would have been allocated 2 B-class warships for these 2 operations. However, these warships were standard Federation warships, and Yang Bo couldn't currently equip them. And Yang Bo himself didn't care. After all, he had already tampered with these warships, so getting them back would be easy. I can even use Yang Bo's identity to get these warships. The main thing is that Yang Bo is too young. If I claim to have reached Class A Esper now, I might be targeted by those super consortiums. After all, my previous information was transparent, at least to the Alliance's top brass. Although some people doubt my abilities now, without solid evidence, they can't take action against me. But once I admit it, or have solid evidence that I'm a Class A Esper, it's impossible for me not to be targeted. After all, I don't have the same strong background as Bart. Bart is an old noble, a hereditary aristocrat. Although Bart and his family are at odds, that doesn't change his hereditary aristocratic status. Anyone who wants to take Bart into account must consider the hereditary aristocracy. Yang Bo doesn't have much background. Despite his good relationship with Zhang Buizhen, if Zhang Buizhen knew I had Class A Esper powers, he might even sell me out. Yang Bo knew that the reason he kept to himself and didn't show off his abilities was because he was too powerful. However, hacking skills aren't subject to annual inspections. Some people possess advanced hacking skills at a very young age. That's why Yang Bo decided to learn hacking. And why did Yang Bo reveal his identity as leader of the Silver Moon Pirates this time? It was so that he could one day benefit from this identity, and Yang Bo could use this identity as a pretext for revenge to learn hacking skills. Then the other pirate ships would be controlled by Yang Bo's hacking skills. It was a natural progression. Anyway, depending on the situation, if it allows, all of John Lee's wealth can be transferred to Yang Bo. It's just that Bart's identity is a bit tricky. But it doesn't matter. I can keep both John Lee and Bart as long as the situation warrants. I have the ability to teleport anyway. 2 days later, Yang Bo contacted Lisa and Vivian via video chat, announcing his immediate return to Korea State. Lisa and Vivian were utterly amazed that John Lee had managed to acquire 3 C-class battleships in one trip. They were incredibly impressed by John Lee. Lisa also shared with Yang Bo the news that over 2,000 people were about to arrive in Korea State. They were recommended by companies in Korea State, and most of them were from the Alliance. Yang Bo chuckled to himself at this, believing the conflict between the Alliance and the Federation was about to intensify. When he returned, he would use his identity as the governor of Korea State to suppress these Rainbow people. That would surely provoke resistance from the Rainbow people within the Alliance. Then, posing as John Lee, Yang Bo video called the ministers of Korea State and the Planetary Administration Council. The ministers of the Korea State Planetary Administration Council congratulated John Lee on the surface, but inwardly they were already cursing the pirates and the Central State Fleet. They called the pirates idiots for always sending warships to John Lee. They called the Central State Fleet a bunch of rubbish. A major operation, only to be disgraced, only served to boost John Lee's reputation. Not only did his reputation rise, but he also gained 3 more C-class warships. These ministers on Korea State were actually dissatisfied with John Lee. Because John Lee was born into a humble family, he was merely a small shareholder in a company. A small shareholder in a company rose to the position of governor of the entire Korea State, commanding a vast private fleet. This was something the companies on Korea State absolutely did not want to see. After all, each state in the Federation was actually governed by a collective of companies. Now Korea State had become a one-man show for John Lee. This deeply resented the companies on Korea State. And these companies also wanted to seize John Lee's warships. Because John Lee's sole control of the warships posed a threat to all the companies on Korea State. In their minds, the planetary fleet needed to be jointly controlled by all companies to ensure everyone's interests were protected. Of course, Yang Bo understood their thinking. They were using him, and so was he. He was currently using them to staff his fleet. When his power reached a certain point, he would then deal with them. Warlord. Hee, then I show you company people what a true warlord is. Yang Bo thought to himself as he chatted with the ministers. After the conversation, Yang Bo led his 7 C-class warships into silent sailing. Yang Bo then returned to Prince Holden's territory. It was already New Year's Day in Prince Holden's territory in the Second World, and although it was spring, it was still freezing cold. Yang Bo would occasionally show up, as it was convenient to be here. Then Yang Bo returned to John Lee's warship and contacted the other 4 pirate groups, specifically the 4 pirate groups assigned to the Federation's 5th Fleet warships, demanding they quickly become combat ready. He also ordered 4 pirate groups, specifically the pirate groups, to disguise themselves and team up with other pirate groups to plunder the Federal Central State. On the one hand, this would allow them to continue inflicting massive damage on the Federal Central State, while also allowing the other pirate groups to deliver their own spoils. The other 4 pirate groups were thrilled, as their strength had skyrocketed after 2 collaborations with John Lee. The other 4 pirate groups were also deeply impressed by John Lee's impressive intelligence and combat talent. It was just a pity that they destroyed 2 A-class warships this time. Of course, these pirate groups also knew that if they didn't capture the enemy's 2 A-class warships in the first wave of attacks, their chances of victory would be slim. And John Lee promised to secure an A-class warship next time. As for John Lee's request that these pirate groups exploit the other pirate groups, these pirate groups had no objection. These pirate groups were very supportive of Lee John's request, as they could then share the personnel of other pirate groups. The 4 pirate groups' warships were increasing too rapidly, leaving them with insufficient personnel at their bases. The pirate groups were already engaged in a war of attrition, so none of them knew each other's bases. Once a base was exposed, it would be easy for other pirate groups to target it. Even the 4 pirate groups working with Lee John were unaware of each other's bases. After Yang Bo made all these arrangements, he returned to March Star. "Fourth brother, can you help me get a battleship-grade optical computer?" Yang Bo called Zhang Boijin directly. "Brother, what do you want a computer of this level?" Zhang Boijin, upon receiving Yang Bo's call, was somewhat curious about why his brother had called him. "I want to learn hacking." Yang Bo replied. "No problem. Wait for my good news. Do you still have any mutant Black Rock bees?" "I want one." Zhang Boijin asked Yang Bo for another mutant Black Rock bee. "Yes, they reproduce so quickly. I just killed one a few days ago and saved it." Yang Bo agreed immediately. "Thank you." Yang Bo Zhang Boijin knew why Yang Bo was learning hacking technology. but he didn't try to dissuade him. Since Yang Bo had asked him for it, this was a rare opportunity to repay a favor. Yang Bo wanted a computer of this level, because only one of this level could attack the computers of warships of the same level. At this time, the Federation military finally announced that the Fifth Fleet's flagship, the Great Stone, was out of control. All of the ship's data was shared, alerting all nearby carriers and other mineral planets, as they were unsure how it would react in a state of loss of control, such as attacking anything else. This loss of control was originally a hacking program implanted by Yang Bo. For the next month, the Federation would permanently lose signal from this ship. Currently, communication with the outside world relied on a quantum communication module. At some point within the month, this module's power system would be severed. That would be when Yang Bo boarded the ship. So now, the Federation military could verify through remote monitoring that nothing was inside the ship. This was Yang Bo's deception. Where will I station this warship? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Yang Bo knew the main battleship's movements would undoubtedly draw attention. Perhaps many were already secretly preparing to intercept it. So Yang Bo controlled the warship and charged straight toward the dangerous star field. For at least a month, no warship from any nation could approach it, because the warship was heading in a star field half a year's journey from the nearest jump point. This meant that even if someone attempted to intercept it through a jump point in that star field, it would take at least 3 months before encountering the Great Stone. By then, Yang Bo would have already redirected the Great Stone. Then Yang Bo made an appointment with Wang Muxue, but unfortunately, Wang Muxue was out on patrol with the warship. Yang Bo stayed on March Star for a day, then took a stroll around Prince Holden's territory. Then Yang Bo arrived on Devon Star. I wonder how many masters on the level of the Red Earl's chief steward there are. This Red Earl should have a base in the interstellar space. I just don't know where the Red Earl's base is. If I knew where these bases were, I wouldn't be in such a rush to take them down. The Red Earl and his men are just lunatics. With my status as Yang Bo, I try not to deal with them. But I can have someone else stir up this hornet's nest. But who will stir up this hornet's nest, and who will be framed? We see. Yang Bo arrived on Devon Planet, disguised as Bart, and went to Bart's manor first. Master, have you seen the news? These pirates are incredibly powerful. Ning Shui, Bai Lu, and Hong Xiu were enjoying afternoon tea when Bart returned unexpectedly. They hurriedly made tea for Bart and asked. It's not that the pirates are too strong, it's that those idiots in the Federation are too weak. Not only will the commander of the Federation's Fifth Fleet not be held accountable this time, he might even be rewarded. These Federation officers, those high-ranking government officials, those from government backgrounds, and even government employees are all part of their consortium. In the Federation, background is everything. Yang Bo said, sitting down with his teacup and taking a sip. Do you think the Federation will split because of this? Ning Shui asked again. That's unclear. It's unlikely. The Empire still has the alliance. They definitely don't want a fragmented Federation, as it would pose a security threat to both countries. Yang Bo said. Master, my family is arriving in 2 weeks. Ning Shui said, looking at Bart. Is everything arranged? Everything is arranged. Yes. I've been busy with experiments lately. They should be finished in half a month. I'd personally host a banquet for them then. Yang Bo calculated that by then, he should have dealt with the Red Earl's stewards. Yang Bo would show no mercy to the Red Earl's men. He would proactively attack them as soon as they arrived on Devon Star, without giving them the slightest chance to react. Chapter 1264. Thank you, sir. Ning Shui now lowered her attitude. Because no matter what Bart's status was, she was already marrying above her station. Whether it was Bart's Grand Duke status or his A+ level Esper, or Bart's achievements in his professional field. Her family was fortunate to have Bart. This time, many new nobles were implicated in the royal family's internal strife. Yes. Yang Bo wasn't polite. Ning Shui owed him a favor. It had been a long time since Yang Bo had enjoyed such a leisurely afternoon tea on Devon Star. But Yang Bo wasn't letting the good times get to his head. The fact that he could sit here leisurely and enjoy afternoon tea was entirely due to his hard work. Human society has developed entirely because of desire. If humans only satisfied their hunger and thirst, they would probably still be a primitive society. It is precisely humanity's endless desires that drive the development of civilization. Yang Bo looked at the three beauties, feeling delighted. The three women on Ning Shui's side were completely different from the three on Su Wei's side. Ning Shui was a top student and a skilled swordsman, exuding a heroic aura. Bai Lu, on the other hand, possessed a passive ability to seduce others. Having previously been homeless, she now relied on Bart for support. She possessed the air of a seemingly independent, little woman, but her alluring aura, combined with her sexy, mature figure, created a unique allure. Hong Xiu, on the other hand, was an obedient maid, a special one genetically modified. Su Wei gave Yang Bo a rather naive, girlish vibe. As for Annie and Xia, they adored Yang Bo immensely, like charming older sisters obsessed with him. Wang Muxue deserves special mention, primarily because of her status as a strong woman. She is like the female general in a novel, masterminding strategy and conquering all, only to be tricked by her own schemes. As for the remaining women, most were driven by attraction and personal gain. For example, Su Ruoxin, Lisa, Vivian, and Lin Yu. Speaking of which, as a Grand Duke, my private life is relatively simple. Yang Bo knew, of course, that his women were far inferior to those of other Grand Dukes. Yang Bo sipped afternoon tea, listening to Ning Shui and Bai Lu discuss the international situation. Hong Xiu remained relatively quiet, not joining in their discussion. Yang Bo also listened carefully, trying to gauge how others viewed his identity as Li Zhan. This Zhan Li is truly a warlord. Anyone who disobeys him in the slightest will be annihilated, Ning Shui declared. Bai Lu nodded. But those pirates are seeking their own doom. Zhan Li is like their nemesis. No pirate who encounters Zhan Li has a good end. Ning Shui took a sip of tea and continued, Zhan Li has immense combat experience, but it's mostly just luck. Take the location where Zhan Li launched his ambush this time. Online discussions suggest there's only a 10% chance of encountering a defeated pirate group. Because the star field from where the Federation's 5th Fleet is pursuing these pirates to the star field where Zhan Li is ambushing them involves passing through 2 neutral star fields. And yet Zhan Li happened to be waiting. I've heard it said that war is largely about luck. Bai Lu nodded. Luck is partly responsible. I wonder if this Zhan Li has intelligence within the pirate community. That's unlikely, as the internet reports that these 4 pirate groups have been sailing in silence since their breakaway from the 5th Fleet. And the 4 pirate groups share some warship access, ensuring no one else can notify anyone outside. Bai Lu sighed at this. Then this person is incredibly lucky. What do you think, Master? Ning Shui asked, noticing Bart sipping his tea. It's hard to say. I just feel like there's something a little off about this Zhan Li. He must be someone's white glove. How could he possibly breach the warship's intelligence system by himself? And with so many fleets, how many people would he need? During every battle, who controls them inside the warships? Where do they come from? Just wait and see. Some things we see aren't necessarily true. And as the Grand Duke, I can't comment on these matters. I just focus on the affairs of our planet Devon. Ever since I became the Grand Duke, many people have disliked me, Yang Bo said. That's true. Zhan Li is a bit mysterious, Ning Shui replied. Yang Bo stayed overnight at Bart's manor. The next morning, Yang Bo arrived at the Ring Hotel. Yang Bo was there to attend the Empire's first Space Technology Exchange Conference. Greetings, His Excellency the Grand Duke. Yang Bo brought White and the other 2 to the Ring Hotel. Su Ruoxin and others greeted Grand Duke Bart at the hotel entrance. Su Ruoxin was dressed in business attire today, a white blazer emblazoned with imperial crests and insignia. Your Highness. Yang Bo nodded to Su Ruoxin. Grand Duke Bart. Alan followed Su Ruoxin and saluted Bart. Count Alan. Yang Bo also nodded to Alan. Alan then introduced Bart to the other members of the Imperial Space Technology Supervisory Committee. These consisted of families friendly to the Bart family. Those with whom the Bart family had conflicts were definitely not allowed on the Supervisory Committee. Each department within the Empire also had its own cliques. For example, families friendly to the Allen family essentially controlled the Empire's finances. If there was any balance, it would be within the Imperial military, where all sorts of factions were present. In terms of numbers, the military was dominated by the new nobility, but these primarily occupied mid- and lower-ranking officers. Few new nobility reached the ranks of senior officers. As for the other businessmen, whether from the Federation or the Alliance, they were not qualified to speak to Bart. Yang Bo's main purpose today, along with White and the other 2, is to explain the applications of space technology. This appears to be a purely academic forum, and journalists are even allowed to attend. But when screening attendees, some people were excluded. The application of science and technology knows no borders, but scientists do. White and the other 2 have already joined the Empire. The Alliance government is undoubtedly the one who regrets the most. Had they known White and the other 2 had achieved such significant success in space technology, they would never have let them go. Most of the people who came to the Alliance were from purely academic institutions. The Whites and their companions first gave a professional presentation on space technology. In fact, the Whites and their companions' research on space technology primarily relied on Bart. The others simply wanted to conduct some space experiments, but they lacked the funding, physical strength, or unique abilities of Bart. Unbeknownst to the Whites and their companions, Yang Bo, disguised as Bart, possessed teleportation abilities, and was therefore well informed about the direction of space technology research. I have things to do tomorrow, so I leave this meeting to you. Throughout the day-long meeting, Yang Bo barely spoke. The Whites and their companions primarily engaged in theoretical discussions with other theoretical researchers. Of course, the Whites and their companions weren't fools. If someone couldn't articulate something, they wouldn't say anything either. Because their inability to articulate something proved they didn't understand the subject well, there was no need for them to explain it to them. Yes. Alan nodded. Yes. Suruashin also nodded. After returning to Bart's manor, Yang Bo stayed another night, then went to Bart's private laboratory the next day. Then, disguised as Wood, he continued his inspection of Devon's customs. Last time, Yang Bo had spotted 3 suspicious individuals, a tour group from the Alliance. The group consisted of 2 men and 1 woman, a lawyer and a financial analyst, while the woman was a nutritionist. Yang Bo wasn't sure if any Imperial nobles would bring the Red Earl's men into Devon. Actually, Yang Bo had a simpler method, releasing spiritual seeds for Wood. However, this also had a drawback. Wood might not remember everyone he saw. Yang Bo also knew that the more spiritual seeds he released, the greater the impact on him. Furthermore, seeing something yourself is completely different from someone else's memory. This time, Yang Bo focused on checking the entry lists of those he hadn't looked at last time, as well as some nobles. The situation on Devon Planet is quite complicated right now, having suffered several terrorist attacks. Therefore, any nobles arriving on Devon Planet at this time are suspicious. Because nobles have special privileges and special access, they can bring people directly into Devon Planet without registration or customs clearance. So, is there no way to track down the people these nobles brought? Of course not, because these nobles arrived here by private spacecraft, or when transport ships were disembarking, these cargo owners disembarked first. So, Yang Bo could use the spacecraft warnings and the passenger boarding and disembarking schedules to determine their identities. First, there were only a few private spacecraft docking during this period, only 2. Yang Bo checked the airport surveillance footage and found no unusual personnel on the 2 ships. Then, he discovered discrepancies in the departure times of the passengers on the 4 transport ships. This is because intelligent passenger departure equipment is used here. Passengers need to travel from the airport to the ground, so transportation resources must be planned. Thus, the departure times of passengers on each ship are the same. If a ship's departure time is delayed, it proves that there are nobles on board. Because on the Empire side, the nobles are a separate transportation force, meaning the Empire has exclusive access to both the space elevator and the transport ships. TSK. Yang Bo checked the video footage of the transport ship arrivals, and actually found some clues. There are indeed nobles aboard these 4 transport ships, 3 earls and 1 marquis. 2 of the 3 earls are attending the Space Technology Forum. Another earl has assets on the planet Devon, and he plans to dispose of some of them, a large tract of land, and some other flying vehicles. The land was purchased by Bart, who will use it to house Ning Shua's family. Bart will also bestow the title of Hereditary Viscount on Ning Shua's family. Because Bart is a Grand Duke, he can bestow hereditary nobility. This means that Ning Shua's family, from the day they received the hereditary nobility title, has left the ranks of the new nobility and joined the ranks of the old nobility. That's fine. The remaining marquis is problematic. Although he holds the title of hereditary marquis, his family has fallen on hard times. This hereditary marquis's father invested in a mineral planet, leading to bankruptcy. In the Empire, noble bankruptcy is not news. For a noble, the easiest way to go bankrupt is to make some reckless investments. Of course, there's also the inheritance tax. This means that the head of each family, in each generation, must live long enough to reduce the inheritance tax. This means that if the patriarch of one family can live for 200 years, then the inheritance tax will be paid every 200 years. In another family, the patriarch suffered an accident within 100 years, and the next patriarch to inherit the estate had to pay inheritance tax once. If this patriarch also suffered an accident within 100 years, then that means he had to pay inheritance tax twice within 200 years. If we expand this timeline to 200, 300, or even 500 years, some families could pay inheritance tax 7 or 8 times, while others could pay it 4 or 5 times. This marquis's name was Marquis Mingda, also a hereditary marquis. Yang Bo sensed something was amiss when he saw the people Marquis Mingda brought with him. This Marquis Mingda didn't bring many people with him, only 5. 3 women and 2 men. These 3 women and one of the 2 men, a man and a woman, made Yang Bo think they were the Red Earl's butlers. Although these people wore headscarves and sunglasses, and hadn't gone through customs, he didn't know who they were. But from their gait and every move, Yang Bo could tell something was amiss. Yang Bo directly used his spiritual seed to control the interstellar creatures in Bart's private laboratory. This interstellar creature was equipped with a special mechanical input device, similar to a keyboard, which allowed Alan to send messages by tapping on the keyboard. Yang Bo asked Alan to find out where the Marquis of Mingda and his men had gone. After receiving Bart's message, Alan immediately sent someone to investigate without asking why. Yang Bo, disguised as Wood, received Alan's message before leaving get off work. The Marquis of Mingda had rented a beachfront guest house with its own yacht. Alan also sent a message showing the yacht's trajectory. Yang Bo observed the yacht's trajectory and felt that this person was targeting him. Great! The Grand Duke of the Empire's territory has been attacked. Hee hee. Yang Bo watched the yacht's trajectory creep closer to Bart's territory and felt that the enemy was targeting him. However, Yang Bo was not surprised, but rather felt a sense of joy. After the Grand Duke was attacked, he could use it as an excuse to purge the military and political power of Devon Planet. Replace everyone with people I trust, and truly control Devon, and I don't need to take the initiative. The other Grand Dukes will arrange it for me. No matter who comes, they have to give me an account, unless there's someone I've promoted, who would dare come to Devon under these circumstances, then I make them pay for it. The Alliance Tour group is arriving tomorrow, and it looks like these guys might take action tomorrow, too. But I take action tonight. There might be something wrong with this Marquis Mingda. So, capture Marquis Mingda tonight, and then release the spirit seed into him. Yang Bo vaguely sensed that he was very close to uncovering the Red Earl's final base or secret. Chapter 1265. Yang Bo insisted on waiting until the end of the shift before leaving Underwood's identity. After returning to his private laboratory, he let Wood go on his own, then pretended to inject himself with a reductive agent and transformed himself into Bart's appearance. Butler Jerry didn't miss any of this. Keep a close eye on everyone and everything within 200 kilometers of our territory. Raise the internal alert level by 2 levels. Also, keep an eye on this and see what they're up to on board. Yang Bo then sent Butler Jerry the yacht data for the Marquis Mingda's guest house. Great. Butler Jerry was now in high spirits, because Bart was the Grand Duke. Now, anyone who saw him outside would bow and scrape. As for those within his family, Butler Jerry wouldn't even look at them. After Bart became the Grand Duke, he could purchase more advanced weaponry and equipment. After Yang Bo's instructions, Butler Jerry upgraded the territory's defenses by 2 levels, installing higher-level energy defense towers. More advanced reconnaissance equipment was released from the sea and sky. Some are reconnaissance devices that fly openly in the sky, while others are bionic reconnaissance devices. The reconnaissance and bionic equipment unlocked by the Grand Duke level are arguably even more advanced than military equipment. Of course, they're not cheap, and precisely because of this, the military can't deploy them on a large scale. Bart was arguably the first user, as the other dukes had already established comprehensive defense systems, and upgrading them would have been prohibitively expensive. Only Bart, the newly appointed Grand Duke, had no prior experience, so he had to purchase these items in bulk. Fortunately, Bart had plenty of money. These bionic reconnaissance devices boast an extremely long lifespan, and are capable of generating their own energy. Furthermore, they appear indistinguishable from real organisms, unless they are detected by specialized detectors. The guest house rented by Marquis Mingda is located on the coast of Wandao City. This place was originally a converted aristocratic manor. It is a separate bay, with a white sandy beach and a small harbor. Several yachts are docked there, some dedicated to fishing, others to recreational fishing. For aristocrats, this is a specialty. The entire bay is approximately 2 kilometers long at the mouth, with another 1,000 meters further back. The entire bay is the private domain of the guest house. Yang Bo disguised himself as a sea fish and approached the bay, then became invisible and ascended directly from the harbor. After cloaking, Yang Bo first approached the yacht. He spotted someone tidying up the yacht. He carefully listened to the conversation between 2 people and realized they were the guest house staff. He then learned that Marquis Mingda had assigned these people to clean the yacht at a fixed time each day. He also overheard the staff gossip. It's no wonder Yang Bo gained quite a bit of information, as he could tell what the cleaning staff were doing. These staff members were servants of the B&B owner. The owner of the B&B was a hereditary earl. The Marquis Mingda brought 3 women, 2 men, and himself, a total of 6 people. The Marquis Mingda lived on the top floor of the villa. The 3 women lived on the floor below. The 2 men lived on the bottom floor. Yang Bo originally considered contacting the Marquis Mingda directly, but then thought he might alert the enemy. Moreover, Yang Bo knew that one of the 2 men with the Marquis of Mingda would come to inspect the staff's belongings after they had packed up. Yang Bo, of course, knew that nobles were very cautious about this, fearing that their privacy would be leaked. So, for the time being, Yang Bo had no intention of directly attacking the Marquis of Mingda. 3 staff members cleaned the yacht with professional tools. Then, the 3 staff members waited at the dock for inspection. Yang Bo took this opportunity to hide under the yacht. There was also a safety cabin under the yacht. Whatever happened there would be hidden from the outsiders. Of course, the safety cabin was now open. Yang Bo waited at the door of the safety cabin for the man who was inspecting it. Zhang Feng, the commander of the Marquis of Mingda's guards, couldn't understand why the Marquis of Mingda would come to this shabby place, Devon Star. It was expensive, there was nothing fun to do, and it was also dangerous, with terrorist attacks happening all the time. Of course, Zhang Feng didn't understand, but there was nothing he could do because they had a contract. The Marquis of Mingda, a down-and-out noble, simply couldn't afford to maintain his own armed forces, so he had to outsource them to other companies. Outsourcing to other companies is much more cost-effective because they don't need to provide the guards with any equipment, nor do they have to worry about their health, retirement, illness, and pensions, let alone the care of their families. Zhang Feng was assigned by a large security company. This company was founded by a Grand Duke. Zhang Feng arrived at the yacht and used specialized equipment to survey it. Nobles have a high regard for privacy. Zhang Feng carefully surveyed the yacht from top to bottom. There was only a slight fluctuation in the energy data detected in the safety cabin, a very small fluctuation. TSK. I didn't expect the Red Earl's men to be connected to a certain Grand Duke. Yang Bo released a spiritual seed to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng wasn't Red Earl's man. The man Zhang Feng worked with was the Red Earl's suspect. Zhang Feng and his colleague were affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., the largest security company in the empire. The owner of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a Grand Duke. This Grand Duke was known as the Grand Duke of Golden Oak, and was the patriarch of the St. Nolan family. From Zhang Feng's memories, he knew that of the 3 women accompanying Marquis Mingda, 1 was a guard, and the other 2 were his consorts. This guard was also one of the Red Earl's suspects. As for why Marquis Mingda came to Devon Planet, Zhang Feng had no idea, and he was also very confused. So Yang Bo quietly left. As soon as Yang Bo returned to the manor, he learned why Marquis Mingda had come to Devon Planet. It turned out someone had set their sights on his family's treasures, and wanted to buy some of their ancestral heirlooms at a high price, so they had arranged to meet on Paradise Island. Marquis Mingda asked Zhang Feng to prepare, and go to Paradise Island with him tomorrow. Yang Bo felt that someone had deliberately arranged for Marquis Mingda to come here. TSK. If it's really the Grand Duke of Golden Oak, then supporting someone like the Red Earl would be relatively easy. Especially since this security company has its own armed forces, and its own armed spacecraft, allowing the Red Earl's people to move around easily, and providing a variety of weapons, equipment, and technical support. Yang Bo certainly understood the immense power a senior Grand Duke could wield. Every elder in the Council of Elders owns businesses spanning virtually every industry. Yang Bo researched the businesses owned by the Grand Duke of Golden Oak, and a bolder plan formed in his mind. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak's businesses include 6 mineral planets, a pharmaceutical company, 2 biological research institutes, 2 physics research institutes, 2 energy research institutes, an energy stone manufacturing plant, a robotics company, a transport ship manufacturing company, 3 transportation companies, 6 banks, 9 agricultural companies, 16 mining companies. For investment banks, 2 large construction companies, a security company, and so on. Across 4 administrative planets, he owns over 90 million square kilometers of private land. He also has stakes in numerous other industries, including the Empire's largest optical computer manufacturer and the largest information security company. He also owns many other businesses abroad. Faced with such a behemoth, it would be surprising if Yang Bo didn't have some ideas. Security system. Yang Bo first focused on the security systems of the Grand Duke of Golden Oak's businesses. All of the Grand Duke's businesses utilize security systems developed in-house. And then, there are the companies in which the Grand Duke has a stake. How will this fire reach the Grand Duke of Golden Oak? Yang Bo wondered. Yang Bo soon learned through Zhang Feng that the Grand Marquis Mingda would be leaving for Paradise Island tomorrow with his secretary and Zhang Feng, while the others would remain behind. The secretary was the other two women. The Red Earl's men should be taking action tomorrow. It seems I need to strike first. If the Grand Duke of Golden Oak is truly the Red Earl, then the tactics these two stewards will unleash this time are undoubtedly powerful. Yang Bo knew that the Grand Duke of Golden Oak had his own biological research and pharmaceutical companies, so causing a localized disaster would be no problem at all. Let's put it this way. Some energy viruses can destroy an entire planet. So, Yang Bo wouldn't give a ruthless organization like the Red Earl the opportunity to unleash its might. While they might not necessarily act today, he couldn't risk his territory and Devon Star. The next day, Yang Bo secretly watched from the yacht at the B&B as Marquis Mingda, his two female secretaries, and Zhang Feng left the B&B on Paradise Island's flying car. The Paradise Island flying car needed to obtain the owner's permission beforehand to pick someone up at the B&B. This was how Yang Bo knew Marquis Mingda's whereabouts in advance. Then Yang Bo watched as the remaining two Shield Guard employees, a man and a woman, arrived at the yacht, carrying two backpacks and wearing sunglasses. Because the owner of this yacht was a noble, it was easy for them to apply for a flight route. The reason Yang Bo was secretly watching was because he was inside the yacht's cockpit, peering through a tiny gap and then through the yacht's transparent cockpit, because Yang Bo knew that the Red Earl senior management were also masters of psychic powers. Seeing the other party approach, Yang Bo quickly hid in the safety cabin. Even though Yang Bo was invisible, he didn't dare bet that the two men would be aware of his presence. After boarding the yacht, the two men immediately initiated the yacht self-check program. Then they looked up and down again. Yang Bo could hear the man approach the safety cabin door, taking a look, but he didn't put his head inside. Because the guest house was owned by a noble, no one else could enter without the noble's permission. Besides, the two men were very confident in their spiritual perception. The two men didn't communicate at all, as the yacht belonged to someone else. After arriving at the designated sea area, they changed into diving gear and jumped off the yacht. Yang Bo heard the two men disembarking and, cloaked in invisibility, boarded the yacht. He discovered they were still 400 kilometers from the border of his territory. Then Yang Bo, cloaked in invisibility, jumped into the sea and sank directly to the bottom. The water here was over 2,000 meters deep. During this time, Yang Bo noticed the two divers were also swimming in the same direction. Once Yang Bo reached the bottom of the sea, he found himself in a crevice and quickly removed his armor. Then, using his camouflage ability, he transformed himself into a giant octopus. Yang Bo's Grandmaster swimming ability allowed him to clearly sense the direction the two men were swimming. Yang Bo, the giant octopus, shook his head, his large tentacles moving constantly. At first, Yang Bo was unfamiliar with the situation, but he quickly became accustomed to it. Yang Bo rarely transformed into other forms, as humans often struggle to adapt to it. TSK. An hour later, Yang Bo saw two people swimming to a location. This place was a mountain peak in the sea, about 400 meters below the water. Then, they took out the space box and began to assemble some equipment from it. This place was only 310 kilometers from the border of Bart's territory. TSK. Yang Bo knew from the side of this location that the Grand Duke of Golden Oak was definitely causing trouble there. Because the bionic security robots Bart purchased probably contained parts or hardware and software provided by the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. Just yesterday, I ordered the bionic robots to extend their alert range to 300 kilometers outside my territory. Today, these two troublemakers are stuck at the 310-kilometer mark. Clearly, these bionic robots might have some backdoors. The equipment the two men had taken out was actually assembled into a bionic fish. Then Yang Bo watched as the two men carefully removed two round objects from a space box and placed them inside the bionic fish's belly. Even from a distance, Yang Bo could tell they were nervous. Hee hee. Yang Bo chuckled. Then, with a powerful push of its legs underwater, the octopus lunged towards the two men. The Red Earl and his men actually noticed the giant octopus watching them from the side, but they had other things to do. Killing the giant octopus now might attract more marine life, and their newest bionic fish might be torn to pieces by them. As for using energy weapons, that was absolutely forbidden, as they would be detected by the passive radar of the surveillance satellites in the sky. The man and woman smiled as the giant octopus lunged towards them. They exchanged glances, and the man picked up a harpoon and looked at the giant octopus charging towards them. The man watched the octopus approaching, and decisively released his harpoon, but the next moment, the man's eyes widened as the octopus's other tentacle was gripping a rock. The harpoon had lodged itself directly into the rock. And the next moment, the seemingly short octopus tentacles suddenly stretched out. It stretched from 3 meters to 100 meters. Of course, it had been thicker before, but now it had suddenly become very thin. This sudden change left the two men flustered, struggling to draw their alloy daggers. Woo! The moment the two tentacles wrapped around them, one of them snatched the other's alloy dagger and plunged it fiercely into the man's throat. The woman next to them had never imagined that her companion would be instantly killed by an octopus. The woman was adjusting the life-preventing fish when the tentacles suddenly tightened around her. Before she could react, she heard a snap. The spine was twisted. While the woman was not dead, she was completely powerless. The body slowly rose. The man's throat was pierced by his own alloy dagger, severing his spine. Then his body slowly rose, carrying the still inactivated bionic fish with it, as the woman's body was still connected to the bionic fish by wires. As soon as the two emerged from the sea, they were spotted by a bionic bird from BART territory, 10 kilometers away in the sky. BART territory's alert system instantly activated. The BART territory's security chief dispatched drones. This unusual intelligence was also reported to the Devon Star government. By this time, Yang Bo had already reached the seabed and teleported directly back to the secret laboratory. Yang Bo was determined to personally capture the Grand Duke of Golden Oak's weak spot. The Devon Star alert fleet had just received the alert message from BART territory, and the satellite had just locked onto the incident location. The entire alert system sounded alarms. A massive energy wave shot up from BART territory. Zooming in reveals that it's BART's space mecha. Of course, some say Yang Bo's approach is risky, as these bionic devices responsible for reconnaissance might transmit data to the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. That's certain, but if these bionic devices upload abnormal data while operating, they'd be discovered. Yang Bo suspects that the Grand Duke of Golden Pixel used these bionic devices to locate BART and infer that he had expanded his security perimeter. Uploading information from the internal network and then stealing it is unlikely. A man and a woman floating on the sea were desperate. The woman had no idea what was happening, and the man was also bewildered. But now, both had 3 minutes left to live. One had his neck twisted, and another had his neck severed by a dagger, breaking his spine. The two watched helplessly as birds appeared in the sky. These were the bionic reconnaissance birds. Their only thought was to hurry through the 3 minutes and then die. Because they knew what they were doing. If they were caught, they would be doomed. But soon, they saw a bright light in the sky. The two knew it was over, having seen Grand Duke Bart of Devon on his journey more than once. This was Grand Duke Bart using a space mecha to penetrate deep space, then descend at superspeed, reaching any destination in a short time. Sure enough, when the mecha unfolded in the air, it was Grand Duke Bart's mecha. Then, they watched helplessly as Grand Duke Bart's mecha landed on the sea's surface and lifted them up, along with the fish. Then the mecha's cockpit opened, revealing a man who carefully examined the still-working systems. Then there was a flurry of operations. The bionic fish's belly was opened, and the woman nearly fainted. Then, they saw Grand Duke Bart take out 2 space boxes, quickly dismantle the bionic fish, and place them inside. The man and woman then watched helplessly as they were placed into a large space box. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly, then flew the mecha back to Bart's territory. Chapter 1266. Damn! What an old fox. However, when Yang Bo returned to Bart's manor, he put imprisonment helmets on the 2 Red Earl butlers, who couldn't even die, and dumped them into the treatment chamber. During this time, Yang Bo used his mind seed to read their memories, and he also cursed them. How could this bastard still do this? Yang Bo read through their memories. These 2 people weren't S.H.I.E.L.D. employees. When they went on missions, they used camouflage potions to disguise themselves as S.H.I.E.L.D. employees. If the mission succeeded, the 2 would then let the original 2 continue working. If the mission failed, the other 2 would be killed or replaced. S.H.I.E.L.D. would then claim that someone had killed 2 of their own employees, or simply deny it altogether. It was just like Yang Bo assigning Wood to work at customs, while he occasionally wandered in. So now these 2 people were as they were. Yang Bo had originally thought he could use this incident to control the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. Unexpectedly, this old fox was far more cunning than imagined. And the 2 butlers hadn't come into contact with the real Red Earl. They were dealing with the chief butler, and it was said that above him was a countess. Damn! I don't believe I can't get you, Grand Duke of Golden Oak. Yang Bo knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the true identities of the 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. security company men might already be dead. Furthermore, Yang Bo speculated that even the chief butler might have some hidden identities, or perhaps multiple real and fake ones. This alternation of real and fake identities prevented others from obtaining evidence. What these people were about to release was an energy virus. This energy virus spreads extremely quickly, sending infected creatures into a frenzied attack on surrounding creatures. This energy virus spreads quickly and has extremely powerful explosive power. However, this rapid spread and explosive power also come with a drawback. The frenzy in the infected creatures increases their own energy consumption. In other words, once infected, it's like each creature goes into frenzy mode, depleting its own energy until it ceases to exist. But this virus has one major advantage. It's effective against those with superpowers. Needless to say, these viruses were developed by the Pharmaceutical Research Institute or biological company under the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. Got it! Yang Bo quickly found a breakthrough. Then he picked up his watch and checked the Bionic Scout and Bionic Scout bird he had purchased. These two guys had used this bionic fish to poison the edge of his territory, just 310 kilometers away. Just 10 kilometers outside the security line he had set for Butler Jerry. Yang Bo didn't believe there was anything fishy going on. Yang Bo arrived outside the private laboratory. Unleash all your superpowers. Yang Bo returned to the bionic bird's nest. These birds would periodically return to recharge. But a careful inspection of the Bionic Scout birds revealed nothing unusual. So Yang Bo activated a new batch of Bionic Scout birds and began their mission. These Bionic Scout birds flew out of their nests like real birds. Then, they conducted reconnaissance according to a pre-programmed procedure. The Bionic Scout birds primarily relied on vision, along with infrared sensors and passive energy detection devices. There are many types of bionic reconnaissance birds, and each one has different modules and missions, determined primarily by the mission and environment. 2 hours later, Yang Bo discovered this bionic bird. Its structure was uniquely designed, causing it to resonate at certain times, releasing a unique infrasound frequency. Yang Bo was surprised to discover that these bionic birds only released this infrasound frequency once from the moment they were activated. And each bird's activation time was completely different. If there were such a unique infrasound receiving device, it would be possible to obtain the bird's sporadic location information. There must be someone with sonic abilities behind this. Otherwise, this structure wouldn't be possible. Yang Bo carefully examined a brand new, unactivated bionic reconnaissance bird and finally discovered a joint in its wing. This joint released a sound wave every few rotations. This unique frequency of infrasound wouldn't have been possible without the fundamental knowledge of sonic abilities. It seems that every time the Grand Duke of Golden Oak sends his subordinates on a mission, he collects track data from the enemy's bionic reconnaissance birds and the like. And this is almost always correct, because expanding the reconnaissance area means increasing the number of bionic creatures. Once these bionic creatures are activated, the Grand Duke of Golden Oak and his men will be able to obtain the trajectory of these sacred objects. Although each bionic bird can only provide coordinates once. But it's enough. And the frequency of infrasound waves is constantly changing. Only special receiving terminals can decipher it. Still, the methods behind this long-established organization are refreshing. Yang Bo wasn't angry, but rather pleased because he had learned something too. Hee hee. Great. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. Regardless of whether the Red Earl was related to the Grand Duke of Golden Oak, it was the Grand Duke of Golden Oak who stood in his way. Yang Bo also learned another piece of information from the two stewards. They had another mission, a backup plan for Catherine and Johnson during this purge. This also meant that Yang Bo could use Bart's identity to retaliate against the Grand Duke of Golden Oak through other means. Regardless of whether the Red Earl was a member of the Grand Duke of Golden Oak, he was the only one he could find. Only after getting past him could he uncover the deeper layers of the mastermind. There was no way the Grand Duke of Golden Oak was unaware of these two individuals' actions. So even if this guy wasn't the mastermind, the Red Earl must have been one of the insiders. What happened on Devon was terrifying to the Devonian government and the commander of the Star Fleet. The commander of the Star Fleet had a clear view of everything happening on the sea below from space. And, determined not to take the blame alone, the commander released the videos to the military, Homeland Security, and the government. I had expected Bart to make a big deal about this. But unexpectedly, 2 hours later, Bart sent over 2 dying individuals, and a trove of relevant evidence. Yang Bo nursed the 2 Red Earls, butlers to near death. It was just a test to see who would kill these 2 men and silence them. The director of Homeland Security on Devon, the governor of Devon, and the commander of the planetary fleet, upon seeing the evidence Bart had sent, felt a shiver in their scalps, for these 2 were plotting an energy virus terrorist attack, and all the evidence was before them. The woman, the equipment the man was wearing, the computers in use. and the bionic fish. It didn't take any intelligent system comparison to tell that these people were equipment and people salvaged from the sea by Grand Duke Bart. The matter was quickly reported to the Council of Nobles. Every noble in the council was stunned, because this energy virus was banned for research by all nations. The enemy's goal was simple: to destroy Bart's territory. Although many in the council scoffed at Bart, the nobles were united in the face of such a situation. However, the customs on Devon found no entry records for the two individuals. Furthermore, the Empire had no records of their identities, proving they had never registered with the Empire. This also meant they were living in the domain of a noble. Many nobles immediately understood that this was another battle between top nobles. However, none of the nobles could accept the use of such prohibited weapons. The two suspects were escorted by the Department of Homeland Security to the imperial capital for further investigation. If only someone had killed these two. Then I will see these two people die at the hands of someone. Let Grand Duke Golden Oak offend two people at once. Yang Bo released spiritual seeds in both men, making it easy to kill them. If someone comes to kill these two men after arriving in the imperial capital, he can use this clue to find more information. If no one comes to kill them, then he will have them killed by the Imperial Department of Homeland Security. The Imperial Department of Homeland Security is one of the most powerful departments in the Empire. Now, in public view, these two men have died at the Department of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security will surely be furious. And he can then demand certain benefits from the Department of Homeland Security. And then he will have to give an explanation to all the nobles. Even if there is no evidence of the two men's origins, the Department of Homeland Security will investigate all suspects one by one. The Department of Homeland Security can sit back and watch the two nobles scheme against each other and attack each other. But the Department of Homeland Security will definitely not take the blame, let alone such a huge one. Yang Bo's masterful, blatant conspiracy caught the Grand Duke of Golden Oak completely off guard. Furthermore, the entire Devonian government, fearing the two men would perish on their territory, immediately dispatched two warships upon receiving the two suspects and the relevant evidence, to transport them to the Imperial Department of Homeland Security at lightning speed. The Imperial Department of Homeland Security was reluctant to take on this difficult task, but it had no other choice. Furthermore, the two Devonian warships sailed in complete silence throughout the entire mission. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak had no idea this mission would fail. Although safe mode had already been activated, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken countermeasures, the Grand Duke of Golden Oak knew that if S.H.I.E.L.D. was involved, suspicion would rise. Therefore, he immediately activated the emergency plan. He assigned someone to detain Marquis Mingda, since he liked places like Paradise Island. Then, he dispatched the two real men. This would take about 10 days, as the two men were currently at a transit station. The two men were supposed to be replacing the two men at the transit station. Damn it! How come they're not dead? What tricks did Bart pull? The two men are already outside Bart's security perimeter. That bastard Bart, that move is truly ruthless. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak feared the Imperial Department of Homeland Security's sole secret technique the most. Although these men had received relevant countermeasures training, the sole secret technique couldn't be used as evidence. But he was exposed. Although there's no evidence proving it was me, everyone knows I did it, and I face ostracism from the entire nobility. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak logged onto the internet and met the Red Countess in a virtual reception room. Madam, what should I do now? They probably suspect me. Even without direct evidence, they ostracize me for the rest of my life. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak only saw a blurry, virtual image. Someone will naturally take responsibility for this. The sole secret technique isn't omnipotent. The sole secret technique's success rate is less than 50%, and the information about it is fragmented. You're the Grand Duke, the blurry virtual figure said. Then I see how Madam handles it. Grand Duke Golden Oak breathed a sigh of relief at this. This Bart must die. Go back and review why this operation failed, the Countess continued. Grand Duke Golden Oak cursed inwardly. Bart's rapid rise meant there were no spies from other nobles in his territory, unlike other nobles who developed slowly and had to absorb talent as they grew. So will the follow-up operation on Devon Planet still be carried out? Grand Duke Golden Oak asked again. Of course. The purification must be completed. The Countess was also feeling overwhelmed. It was all because of their previous deception. If the purification wasn't completed, the entire trust system within the Red Earl would collapse. Yang Bo was now staring at the other three people sent by the Red Earl. Despite the strict security and customs inspections, the three people had successfully entered the country. This alliance tour group had directly booked services on Paradise Island. So Yang Bo arrived at Paradise Island in stealth. It had been a long time since Yang Bo had been there. To put it bluntly, Paradise Island was a place he longed to visit, but he was worried about the Federation's safety. On Paradise Island, there's nothing you can't imagine, from eating, drinking, and having fun. Most of the businesses here are also Federation members, or more accurately, representatives of the Federation's various warlords. Alliance tour groups, often high-end ones, come here. These people enjoy both the Federation services and the Empire's security, despite the recent incidents on Devon Star. However, none of these incidents involved attacks on civilians, nor on foreigners. Let's see who these three people are interacting with. Yang Bo also noticed that Marquis Mingda was having a great time. Chapter 1267. These three individuals, a lawyer, a financial analyst, and a nutritionist. They are all true elites, with their own networks and jobs, making it easy for them to obtain visas to Devon. Devon's Paradise Island is nominally open to foreigners, but in reality, it's because the nobles of the Empire love to visit. The Imperial nobles are all concerned about their reputation, but they're worried about their privacy being compromised in the Federation. So, they simply created a Paradise Island here, allowing everyone to have fun and have fun. The male lawyer is named William, the financial analyst is named Chen Peter, and the female nutritionist is named Julie. Although the levels of their superpowers are unknown, they are all A-level. Yang Bo also discovered that all three enjoy gambling. However, gambling is not allowed within the Red Earl, suggesting that there's a lot of laxity at the level of the general manager. It's like the idea that officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. This reveals the true nature of the Red Earl organization. These three individuals all seem to possess considerable mental strength. After arriving at Paradise Island with the tour group, they headed straight for the casino. Yang Bo followed them. Now was not the time to act, as the three had just gone their separate ways. He would wait until they had discussed matters before taking action, because attacking one now would easily alert the others. If these three were dead, this matter would probably be over. Yang Bo felt that if these three were dead, the Red Earl organization would definitely not send anyone else next time. Even the Red Earl, no matter how foolish, knew this was a trap. Until they figured out the reason for the continuous loss of so many people, they probably wouldn't send any more. Thinking of this, Yang Bo felt it was too early to act against the three men, because Zhang Sen's identity was definitely going to disappear. So Yang Bo decided to listen to their plan. If their plan was too radical, he would kill them all, and then disguise himself as one of them to cause trouble. He wanted to make the three men and Zhang Sen's identity disappear together. It must be said that the three men's performance was flawless, because the rest of the tour group went off to have fun after arriving at this place. After playing for a few hours, the three men won a large sum of money. Then they went to eat, and returned to their accommodations. The accommodations on Paradise Island were also isolated from energy fluctuations. Privacy was highly valued, as many nobles came here to play. The three men arrived at Peter Chen's room, and took out an energy jammer. This type of energy jammer was sold on Paradise Island. Because some people are concerned about Paradise Island's publicity, this energy jammer can disrupt all sensors, cameras, recording devices, and other equipment within a certain range. Of course, any area with internet access will also be disrupted, rendering it inaccessible. But who has the time to surf the internet when they're here? Let's finalize the plan, Peter Chen said. We're here for a week, so we spend the first few days gambling. The day before we leave, the tour group will visit the landmark Ring Hotel in Wandao City. This is our chance. Zhang Sen's villa has been refortified, and we've already obtained the relevant data. Julie, you will launch the attack at the Ring Hotel to attract the attention of the Devonian authorities. William and I will go get the weapons we prepared. This heavy antimatter bomb will shatter Zhang Sen into a pulp even in his safe house, Peter Chen said. Okay. The other two nodded. Although Yang Bo had known about these people for a long time, and knew they were well prepared for this trip to Devonian, he hadn't expected them to possess a heavy antimatter bomb. This thing could blow Zhang Sen's villa safe house completely apart. The people inside would have been killed by the massive shock. Antimatter bombs, and the like are strategic level weapons. Yang Bo carefully examined their plans, and chuckled to himself. Since you want to make things bigger, then I make things even bigger. Antimatter bombs are nothing. I can just use super hydrogen bombs, and flatten all the villas around Zhang Sen's location. Anyway, the nobles in the surrounding villas had already left. The nobles in the surrounding villas weren't fools. They would have fled long ago after such a series of major incidents. Sometimes, things are taken seriously because they're not serious enough. Yang Bo was eager to see what the Red Earl would think if he saw this result. However, Yang Bo didn't leave immediately. Instead, he became cautious and continued to follow the three people. Because Yang Bo felt that the three people's discussion was a little too casual. On the second and third days, the three continued gambling. On the fourth night, they revisited their previous plan, this time with more details. This time, they discussed it in another person's room. Then, they continued gambling on the fifth day, and on the sixth night, they discussed it again in the last person's room, adding a few more details. Yang Bo had a rough idea that the Red Earl was expressing doubts about the series of losses. So, this time, the three of them discussed the matter in separate rooms. This time, however, they used their fingers dipped in water to communicate as they spoke. Yang Bo then realized that their plan wasn't to be executed the day before their departure, but on the day of their departure, and the planned time frame was only half an hour. Because upon leaving, the tour group would first go to Wandao City. With 2 hours of shopping time in Wandao City, the three planned to complete their plan to raid Zhang Xin's villa in half an hour, and there was no contact person or anything. The antimatter bomb components were inside the three people's space boxes. And then, there's an unmanned space mech. All these people have to do is take the antimatter bombs from the space boxes at a pre-prepared location and equip a space mech. Then remotely control the space mech, carrying the antimatter bombs, to blow up Zhang Xin's villa. These guys are too cautious. Thankfully, my camouflage skills have reached Grandmaster level. I hear their plan, and it seems a little off. And this time, the real leader of the three is this Julie. It was Julie who relayed the mission details to the other two. Yang Bo discovered that the three men didn't know each other in the alliance. They each received a mission from the Red Earl, and only met each other after arriving on Paradise Island. On the spaceship, none of them knew each other's background. And the contents of the space boxes they carried were completely unknown to the other two. Because the space boxes were locked. Forceful disassembly would only damage them. Now, Yang Bo could leave with peace of mind and stayed there for several days. Yang Bo returned to Bart's private laboratory. From there, he returned to John Lee's fleet. He then loaded some valuables onto the fleet. Then, Yang Bo transformed himself into Zhang Xin and arrived at Zhang Xin's safe house. Yang Bo opened the middle door of the safe house and found Catherine boredly playing games. "Baron!" Catherine exclaimed sweetly upon seeing Zhang Xin, then approached him. Yang Bo nodded, and a small smart trailer followed behind. Atop the smart trailer sat a cylindrical object, 1.5 meters tall and 1.5 meters in diameter. Catherine was surprised to see the smart trailer. "What is this?" "A super hydrogen bomb, capable of raising everything within a 5-kilometer radius." Don't let Yang Bo's 5-kilometer radius sound like a small bomb. Remember, the buildings in the villa complex are all protected at the highest level. Of course, that's why the bomb Yang Bo brought was powerful enough. It could raise a 5-kilometer radius to the ground, and then destroy the entire villa complex, but it wouldn't significantly impact other buildings outside the villa complex. In other words, the villas within the complex mitigated the impact of the super hydrogen bomb. As for the core temperature, the area was deserted anyway. As for the shock and mental damage the people in the villas 5 kilometers away would suffer, that wasn't something Yang Bo could consider. Catherine's eyes widened. The Red Earl sent several butlers, and they brought antimatter bombs, capable of blowing our villa's safe house right off the bat. And we'd be like a pile of meat in there, Yang Bo declared. "Butler level." Catherine's face paled at the words. "Baron, I will do my best. You can do whatever you want." Catherine, thinking Zhang Xin was going to destroy her as well, quickly came over to beg for mercy. "Hee. I'm very pleased with your performance. I think you need to change your appearance." Yang Bo chuckled and decided to take Catherine away. After all, she was the only man. And later, they could even fish out the Red Earl's people. What if, one day, the Red Earl discovered that someone they had previously purified had reappeared? What would they do? If they didn't continue the purification, it would violate the Red Earl's creed. If they continued the purification, how many more people would have to be put in? "Yeah. You say, I do it." Catherine nodded. "Let's go, then, for one last swim." Yang Bo chuckled and opened the door to the safe house. He placed the super hydrogen bomb in a spot inside the villa, looking like a piece of furniture. This location was carefully calculated. With this as the center of the explosion, the surrounding area of the villa complex wouldn't experience much impact. At most, it would only cause some residual shockwaves. As for the three stewards, they would, of course, be taken away by the super hydrogen bomb. Yang Bo had taken Catherine out for a swim so that the Red Earl's men would know that Zhang Sun and Catherine were still in the villa. Catherine first entered this room in the safe house, and found it completely empty, without any passages or secret doors. Just as Catherine was puzzled, she saw a mecha appear in the empty space. A space mecha. Put it on! Yang Bo pulled out a protective suit and told Catherine to put it on. Catherine, full of questions, put it on, and then boarded the mecha with Zhang Sun. After boarding the mecha, Catherine saw Zhang Sun checking the time. Then Catherine suddenly felt dizzy. Then her vision went black. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in another room. Next to her, Zhang Sun was injecting himself with a regeneration potion. Where is this? Catherine wondered, wondering how she had suddenly arrived in this place. Catherine, you're lucky to have met me. Catherine observed Zhang Sun's body constantly changing as he spoke. Catherine's eyes widened as someone she had never expected to see appeared before her, Grand Duke Bart, but Catherine knew it all made sense. Grand Duke Bart, disguised as Rune, was stirring up trouble in the imperial capital. And then, by chance, she ran into him. Then, every time Zhang Sun entered the safe house, he used the space mecha return to city technique. And it turns out that this mecha return to city technique not only allows returning to the city, but also allows for teleportation to a specific location. I had even thought there was another passage behind Zhang Sun's safe house. Behave yourself well. This is my private lab, and you be my personal secretary. Do you know what a secretary does? Yang Bo asked, resting his hand on Catherine's chin on the table. Of course, my lord. Catherine proactively approached Zhang Sun. This is your new watch. You can live in this lab, and this is genetic medicine. I want you to slightly change your appearance. Then you can move freely around the island, go online, and re-establish your online identity, but I advise you to stay away from all your previous places. Yang Bo said. Yes. Yes. Catherine nodded quickly. The cramped safe house had driven her crazy, and now that she could move freely, what else could she not do? I wonder how the Lord wants me to change, Catherine asked. I trust your taste. Rest now. You be transported via the space mecha and need some time to recuperate. The butler's contact information is above. Ask him to bring you anything you need. Every month, the butler will give you an allowance. You can buy things online and have them delivered. Yang Bo placed Catherine on this small island. This island was another private laboratory, different from the one where Melina was. Then Catherine watched Bart leave. Still a little skeptical, Catherine secretly pinched herself. Then she realized it was real. Then she quickly opened her watch to authenticate herself and check her permissions. She discovered she had free access to the first and second floors of the laboratory. Both floors were underground, but the difference was that the windows on the first floor offered views of the outside, both of which were beautiful. Of course, you couldn't see inside from the windows. The second floor led directly to a harbor on the seashore, where small yachts were lined. Catherine burst into tears. After all this time, she just wanted a peaceful life. Since fleeing the imperial capital, she had been in such a state of disarray. Thankfully, Grand Duke Bart wasn't cold-blooded and heartless. He didn't say he'd use her as bait and then discard her. Of course, Catherine didn't know Bart was so confident because he released his spiritual seed. First, Catherine injected herself with a genetic drug, which altered her hair color and appearance, and then her figure. This genetic drug allows for self-reshape. After the shaping was complete, Catherine eagerly headed to the first floor. She chose a room and gazed out the window at the natural scenery. She sat on the bay window, gazing at the natural scenery. She even spotted a small animal perched outside, curiously peering inward, since it couldn't see inside. Then she returned to the internet and created a new online identity. She then began browsing the news, realizing a lot had happened recently. The war between the Federation and the Interstellar pirates had reached this point. Then Catherine saw news about Grand Duke Bart's territory being poisoned by unidentified militants. Catherine carefully reviewed the timeline and discovered that Grand Duke Bart and Zhang Sun's appearances coincided. No wonder his physique is so abnormal. Catherine finally understood why Zhang Sun's physique was so strong. It turned out he was an A+ level psychic in disguise. Red Earl is in big trouble. Catherine thought again of Bart's arrangements. Catherine naturally knew Bart's reason for doing this was to escalate the situation. Yang Bo returned to Bart's manor and stayed there for the night. The next day, he rushed to the Ring Hotel. The Ring Hotel was over 80 kilometers from Zhang Sun's residence. The Ring Hotel would also be affected, but the impact would be limited. After all, the Ring Hotel's defenses were very high. Yang Bo checked the time and knew that Red Earl's men were about to launch their attack. What are you looking at? Su Ruoxin, in her pajamas, hugged Bart from behind, her face still tinged with the afterglow of passion. As for the other two, they were casually positioned on the large bed nearby, completely unrefined, looking at the scenery. After spending so much time in the lab, sometimes even ordinary scenery like this feels rare. I just wonder if the Imperial Department of Homeland Security can find the identities of these two people, Yang Bo said. It's probably difficult. These two people are probably in some aristocratic territory. We haven't figured out how these two got in here yet on Devon Star. It's probably because there are so many people who came in with the aristocrats. Su Ruoxin knew this would be difficult. Ah! Yang Bo nodded. Boom! At that moment, a resounding, earth-shattering noise erupted. The transparent glass in front of Yang Bo instantly transformed into a fishing net, and the entire building began to shake. Yang Bo cursed and rushed out of the room. Yang Bo was already on the top floor of the Ring Hotel and found that all the decorations on the roof had been blown away, including the precious plants on the roof. In the distance, a massive mushroom cloud slowly rose. Alan had also reached the rooftop, his jaw dropping as he gazed at the distant mushroom cloud. At the same time, the planetary warning system detected a massive energy fluctuation, exceeding the highest alert threshold. This triggered the intelligence system's highest alert, simultaneously sending an alert message to the Imperial Department of Homeland Security, the military, and the Department of Defense, and transmitting data simultaneously. Yang Bo also gained 2 skill points, 2 mind control points plus 32. Yang Bo then immediately summoned a space mech to the scene. With only 2 skill points, it proved someone was still alive. Chapter 1268. War Alert. The Empire was shaken. This level of alert was considered a war alert. This meant that the administrative planet had encountered a strategic weapon-level energy attack. The intelligent warning system would issue a nationwide war alert. The Imperial Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security, at the same level, members of the Imperial Senate, the House of Representatives, and the Imperial Council of Elders all had their smartwatches sounding the war alert simultaneously. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was also the first to receive the war alert and was startled. Then the detailed data was revealed. It showed a strategic weapon-level energy fluctuation at a certain coordinate on Devon Planet. Everyone, act quickly. Yang Bo watched the massive mushroom cloud rise into the sky. The hydrogen bomb explosion left very little residual radiation. Hydrogen bombs rely primarily on the temperature at the center and the shockwave of the explosion. The reason Yang Bo didn't release the spiritual seed on the 3 stewards was because the 3 butlers were unaware of each other's identities. Furthermore, they were only connected through a single line within the Red Earl, so releasing spiritual seeds on them wouldn't be very effective. Moreover, these 3 individuals already possessed strong spiritual powers, and releasing spiritual seeds on them would likely lead to their detection. If he were to release spiritual seeds on these 3 individuals, he would have to kill them all afterward. Given their levels, the Red Earl must have other means of controlling them, but the 3 of them had to act together, so Yang Bo never had a chance. Now that 2 were dead, and 1 was still alive, this was a prime opportunity. TSK. The Ring Hotel was dozens of kilometers away from the scene. Yang Bo looked at Wandao City, ravaged by the shockwave. The buildings now looked horrible. In reality, the main structures hadn't suffered any damage. It was mainly the decorative elements that had been destroyed, like the rare plants and hanging gardens planted on the rooftop of the Ring Hotel. But even these decorative elements were valuable, as most of them belonged to the nobility. No nobles wouldn't use junk as decoration. And in terms of value alone, these decorative elements might even be worth more than the buildings themselves. Of course, the interior of the buildings was largely undamaged. But the area within the central 5 kilometers was doomed, and the moment Yang Bo took control of the space mech, he started a live stream. The live stream was called Super Terrorist Attack. The people inside the live stream were immediately greeted by a massive mushroom cloud. The enormous mushroom cloud continued to rise, nearly covering the entire sky. The space mech Yang Bo was using as Bart's disguise also had a quantum communication module. Then, through the space mech's vision, he saw the devastation of the city. The audience in the live stream were stunned. Was Grand Duke Bart participating in the war? Yang Bo had started the live stream to distance himself from the situation. And Yang Bo's presence at the Circle Hotel with Su Ruoxin was also to distance himself from the situation. Yang Bo's live stream quickly attracted the attention of intelligence agencies from 3 countries, as Yang Bo had first-hand information. It was horrific, and the further you got to the center, the more severe the damage to the buildings. Many flying vehicles were seen fleeing the area. The nobles living in Wandao City were now cursing profusely. The center of the incident should be the site of the last two terrorist attacks. Energy fluctuations indicate a second explosion. One is likely a super hydrogen bomb, the other an antimatter bomb. Yang Bo, disguised as Bart, piloted the mech toward the center of the explosion while analyzing the collected energy fluctuations. He also used the mech's detectors to analyze the dust and radiation within the entire blast radius. This analysis was visible to everyone, and the system directly compared it with the data in the database. The upper echelons of the Empire were in chaos. This explosion was incredibly powerful. Now everyone could only watch Bart's live broadcast to understand what was happening. The closer Bart's space mech moved to the center of the explosion, the louder the curses from the nobles. Many nobles owned villas in Wandao City, and those villas at the center of the explosion were severely damaged. Bart's mech activated various scanning modes. They were now 10 kilometers from the blast radius. The villas here were severely damaged. Even the drone police systems installed between them were destroyed, as the energy impact of the explosion far exceeded their maximum protection. Bart's mech then gradually approached the center of the explosion. Within a 5-kilometer radius, the villas were essentially destroyed, most of them deformed by the immense force. Bart's mech scanned a person. Yang Bo's route passed through the location where the three Red Earl butlers had attacked. When Yang Bo selected the super hydrogen bomb, he had considered the location of these three individuals' attack. The location where these three individuals attacked was only 2 kilometers from Zhang Xin's villa, because attacking from too far a distance could result in interception mid-flight. The three men arrived at their designated location, unloaded their space mechas, set them to unmanned mode, and then used drones to carry antimatter bombs. The antimatter bombs would completely destroy Zhang Xin's villa. However, these antimatter bombs had minimal impact on the surrounding area, and the three men were in a completely safe position. Although they had given themselves time, they couldn't use their powerful superpowers to evacuate quickly. This would have been a concern for the planetary security system. Originally, the drones would only launch their attacks when the three men retreated to a distance of 4 kilometers. This would have allowed them to easily escape. However, Yang Bo, the sixth brother, unexpectedly unleashed a super hydrogen bomb with a destructive power of 5 kilometers. The three men had no time to react, and 2 of them were killed. The other was lucky enough to be behind a building. The building was directly destroyed and deformed by the damage from the super hydrogen bomb. The remaining figure was nutritionist Julie. "Call for the lifeboat! Call for the lifeboat!" Yang Bo stopped the mech and saw Julie, buried with only one leg remaining. While calling for the lifeboat, Yang Bo quickly used the space mech to clear the buried items. Then Yang Bo found Julie unconscious, her clothes ripped to shreds by the shockwave. Julie was wearing a high-end protective suit, a type of personal protective equipment developed by the Alliance. It utilizes a new composite material that effectively resists physical and radiation damage. This personal protective equipment was originally intended for residents, allowing them to travel through space. Yang Bo seized the opportunity to release his spiritual seed into Julie. Yang Bo then discovered that this Julie was actually one of the Red Earl's key leaders within the Alliance. This Julie had a chief steward over her, and Julie also had connections with the Countess. TSK. My luck is just that good. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. Then Yang Bo controlled the space mech to continue deeper. Whether Julie was dead or alive was no longer important. He had already reported the coordinates. The center of the explosion was like a doomsday event. The villas within the hydrogen bomb's devastating area were melted by the intense heat and shockwaves. The high temperature, high pressure, and shockwaves destroyed the villas, some completely uprooting them. Zhang Xin's villa, located in the very center, had vanished, leaving a massive crater 1 kilometer in diameter and 300 meters deep. The audience in the live stream only realized what was happening. Then the whole world reported on the terrorist attack on Devon. The Empire declared a national state of emergency. Then, viewers in the live stream noticed something suspicious in Bart's space mech. It was parts emitting significant antimatter radiation. The mech scan revealed these parts. 5 minutes after Bart's mech entered the explosion center, the first drones from the alert fleet arrived. These drones were all deployed from space. First, a rescue drone rescued Julie. Then, the drones conducted a deep scan, first checking for anyone in need of rescue. Then he collected the suspicious parts Bart's space mech had scanned. Yang Bo strolled around and returned to the Circle Hotel. Only then did he notice a flurry of messages on Bart's watch. From Ning Shui, Bai Lu, and Hong Xiu. And from Melina, Catherine. Ning Jianxing. Su Ruoxin, Alan, Everyone, be careful. Also, the Elders' Council has called him for a meeting. Yang Bo was on the rooftop of the Circle Hotel, putting away his space mech. Alan's face was grim. The Circle Hotel's Sky Garden, a major selling point, boasted rare plants collected from around the world. Now, all of these rare plants have been destroyed. Some say that rare plants in the interstellar age are just that. In theory, that's true, but plants have a lifespan. The value of a young plant of the same species is completely different from that of a decades-old seedling, and even within the same species, its value varies depending on its shape. Rare plants still require constant pruning. Alas, Yang Bo sighed, because insurance companies generally won't pay in situations like this unless you purchase special war insurance. These terrorists are so arrogant. I wonder what those bastards at the Imperial Security Department are up to. This loss is enormous. Alan sighed. The entire Circle Hotel's glass was damaged, along with the exterior walls and the rooftop gardens. Replacing everything would cost a fortune. Ha ha. Yang Bo chuckled. I'm going back to the elders' meeting. I wonder who's going to clean up this mess. Then Yang Bo left the Circle Hotel. Catherine, in Bart's other private lab, had spent the past few days anticipating the explosion of the super hydrogen bomb Bart had mentioned, because Catherine knew what would happen to the Red Earl if it went off. Of course, this would also completely erase her original identity and all traces of Johnson. Catherine felt that anyone who faced Bart would inevitably lose. This morning, while working out in the lab's gym, Catherine received an internal alarm. Even a lab with such high security levels experienced a slight tremor. So, Catherine hurried to check the news, but the news didn't show anything. Then her watch notified her that Bart was live streaming. So, Catherine sent Bart a message of concern. Because she had been given a new life, and she would depend on Bart for the rest of her life. Catherine had a clear idea. As long as she could curry favor with Bart, she could have whatever she wanted. Seeing the villa she had lived in during the live stream, there was no trace of it. Catherine breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she felt a vague sense of revenge. Because she was being hunted down by the Red Earl's men. And who knows how many of the Red Earl's butlers died this time. Also, Catherine seriously suspected that the man Bart had saved was the Red Earl's butler, and most likely someone Bart had deliberately left alive. Seeing this, Catherine became even more excited, because the Red Earl would face endless trouble. The greater the Red Earl's troubles, the more comfortable Catherine felt. Catherine's predictions were correct. As soon as the explosion coordinates were revealed, the Imperial high-ranking officials unanimously suspected the Red Earl of being responsible. Then, seeing Zhang Sen's villa disappear, these people became even more certain. So, after Yang Bo returned to Bart's manor, he first addressed the concerns of Ning Shui and the other three, and then went online to hold a meeting of elders. The virtual conference room was filled with silence. When Bart entered, everyone looked over. This is our corrupt empire. I wonder which noble is responsible for this. Perhaps this attack on Devon Star is just the beginning. The next attack might be in the Imperial capital. Yang Bo's tone was filled with sarcasm. The other Grand Dukes remained silent, for they shared the same concerns. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire has been feeling terrible lately, plagued by one trouble after another, family matters, and national affairs. Sometimes, the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire feels like he really wants to retire. The official investigation will soon resolve this matter. By tracing the bomb's origins, we can find the manufacturer. What else could the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire say? Of course, that was all he could say. Won't there be accountability? Our empire is the first country to suffer a terrorist attack and a super hydrogen bomb. It's already broken a world record. Another Grand Duke said. The previous world record was held by March Star. Of course, that March Star explosion was called a nuclear bomb, but it was actually a nuclear battery. The power was much smaller than this. I suggest allocating special construction funds to Devon Star to help it survive this disaster. Another Grand Duke said. I object. Everyone knows who owns those buildings in the explosion zone. And I was attacked before, and no one offered me compensation. Yang Bo dismissed the question outright. The Grand Duke couldn't bring up the matter again. Because who knows how many old stories that bastard Bart would bring up if he continued. Seeing no one else bring it up, Yang Bo fell silent himself. Because everyone must be given an explanation on this matter. With something so serious happening, there was no need for Yang Bo to say much, because everyone knew what this meant. If there's nothing else to say, I get busy. Yang Bo, noticing the strange atmosphere in the Elders' Council today, said this and left. I have things to do too. Let me know when there's a result. I have things to do too. Let me know when there's a result. The other Grand Dukes also said this as they left. The deeper meaning behind this statement was that we must have a result. In contrast to the calmness of the Elders' Council, the Imperial Senate and the House of Representatives were seething with anger. In the House of Representatives, some members even shouted out, "Hit the Red Earl Organization hard. This is the Red Earl Organization's act of war against the Empire. You cowards. Everyone in the Imperial Department of Homeland Security, go eat shit. You actually let a terrorist organization wage war against our empire. The Imperial military is full of eunuchs, all ballless eunuchs. Your Majesty is old." Anyway, these members couldn't be guilty of anything they said. The main reason these members were so infuriated was that the center of the explosion was in the area where the noble villas were located. Some of these villas were family villas, where family members could stay when they went to Devon for fun. Even outside the core area of the explosion, the villas suffered damage, especially the meticulously maintained gardens. To be honest, the main structure of the villas wasn't expensive. It was the exterior decorations and the things within them that were truly priceless. Now, they were completely destroyed by the shockwave of the hydrogen bomb. The nobles were heartbroken, for every noble's garden was a source of pride. And when visiting other people's homes, they would stroll through it. If a family's garden was in such poor condition, it would be the subject of much discussion within the aristocratic community. These nobles had suffered considerable losses, and naturally, they were outraged. This was a blatant slap in the face of the entire aristocracy and the empire. Of course, these nobles worried that the Red Earl organization would resort to similar tactics in future attacks. The empire's vast intelligence organization was put into action: the Imperial Department of Homeland Security, the Imperial Military, the Imperial Military Intelligence Department, and the Imperial Special Operations Department formed an emergency task force, headed by the Emperor of the Blue Empire. The order was immediately issued to seal off the customs on Devon Planet. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak wasn't panicking at all, because the two individuals who had attacked Bart had already arrived on Devon. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak hadn't even considered that this was another Red Earl operation. The Red Earl's organizational structure was indeed excellent, with only single-line communications, but there was also the possibility of duplication and conflict of tasks. The first suspect surfaced. Julie identified her immediately after being rescued. She was in the wrong location, and she was carrying equipment that looked like a space box. This was even more incongruous, as space boxes were extremely expensive, far beyond the reach of a nutritionist like her. It was soon discovered that two other men in the tour group were close to Julie. Public security cameras captured these three individuals disappearing towards the incident area. Then, public security cameras revealed that two more individuals were also carrying equipment that looked like space boxes. The military deployed countless drones, and they actually found the space box equipment used by the other two individuals. Of course, at this point, we can only conclude that these individuals were suspects. The pressure on the Empire's top brass was immense. As the entire world awaited a conclusion, Yang Bo had already returned to Bart's territory. Using Bart's identity, he created an anonymous account on a hacker forum. He then uploaded the bionic bird's data to the forum, and offered a reward for anyone who could find a bug in the bioprotective bird. This was Yang Bo's original identity. This was the catalyst for the destruction of the Grand Duke Golden Oak's industrial empire. Fight me! I'm curious who this countess is. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Chapter 1269. On the other hand, Yang Bo registered an account on a hacker forum using his real identity. The hacker forum has many tasks, all sorts of them, and many require a certain level to accept. The levels for hacker tasks are simple, with dedicated testing programs on the forum. You're assigned a level based on your level of hacking. However, Yang Bo didn't plan to conduct a hacker level assessment. The tasks are mainly divided into two types: legal and illegal. The legal ones involve testing various companies' products. Of course, some illegal tasks are disguised as legal. Because they simply provide a program, you have no idea what it's used for. Once you crack the program or discover a bug, you could easily become an accomplice to criminals. Of course, these tasks pay, as the hacker forum uses virtual currency, and cracking programs in the hacker forum earns you virtual currency, with each coin worth 10,000 credit points. Of course, hacker forums are also full of discussions. There are also classic hacker cases. In history, many companies have gone bankrupt due to hacking. This forum isn't officially regulated, meaning it operates in a gray area. Yang Bo quickly discovered the program he'd offered a bounty for using Bart's identity. The bounty for this program was high, and it even promised a special reward. Yang Bo didn't immediately accept the task, as it currently required a hacker with a certain level of skill. This was actually a strategy on Yang Bo's part. Using Bart's identity, he posted the program on a hacker forum. It would be great if others could find the vulnerability, but if not, he could adjust the bounty settings. Yang Bo was certain no one could find this vulnerability. If they could, the Grand Duke of Golden Oak wouldn't use it. Because each bionic reconnaissance robot only emits infrasound waves once. And Yang Bo speculated that not every bionic reconnaissance robot would use it. It would definitely be produced based on different customers. There's no way to track these sporadic infrasound waves. In science, sporadic things are impossible to study. Once something happens, you don't know if it will happen again, or how long it will take. And the bionic robots produced by the Grand Duke of Golden Oak only emit one sound wave, so even if someone noticed, it would be difficult to catch them a second time. Thankfully, Yang Bo's sonic abilities reached Grandmaster level, allowing him to discern the difference. Yang Bo didn't rush to accept the mission, but instead studied in each room. Yang Bo soon discovered that this was likely an official fishing ground. It's also a place where major companies discover talent. Through the discussions and debates in these rooms, talent can be discovered. In this technological society, the demand for hackers is enormous. Hacking relies more on individual talent. The time and method required to crack the same program using different angles and methods will be completely different. Yang Bo is trying to create a persona. Because Yang Bo knows these things, if the Alliance wants to track them down, they should be able to do so, because they were using the Alliance's network. At least Yang Bo was using the Villa's network to connect to the quantum space communication satellite in space. This part couldn't be avoided. Later, Yang Bo would apply for a space quantum communication module and a battleship-grade optical computer. At that time, he would be able to avoid official surveillance. Su Wei and the other two returned from mecha training with Wang Muxue. Yang Bo could hear the discussions outside from his room. The Empire is terrifying. The terrorists are so brazen. Yes, yes. Watching the video is like the end of the world. Fortunately, it happened in an uninhabited area. Only 4 people are missing, 1 is seriously injured, and over 6,000 are slightly injured. Luckily, there were several terrorist incidents in that area before. Yes. Hey Yang Bo, have you seen the news? Yes, it's terrifying. Yeah, I wonder if the Empire has figured out who did it. It's hard to say. Didn't they say the Royal Guards also attacked the villa? I think it's very likely that the Empire saw those 2 people there as a problem, so they decided to deal with it themselves. Yang Bo directly smeared the Empire. This statement garnered widespread online support. Because things like super hydrogen bombs are strictly controlled. Very likely. The Alliance members had never had a favorable impression of the Empire to begin with, and Xia and Annie were very pleased with this statement. Even Su Wei nodded, for she knew the moral integrity of the nobles. What are you looking at? Su Wei asked casually, noticing Yang Bo surfing the internet. Some hacker stuff. What would you like to eat? Sister Shui, what would you like to eat? Su Wei asked Wang Muxue first. After that, Yang Bo went grocery shopping and then cooked. During the time, Su Wei took Wang Muxue to Wanhua Valley and Huagua Mountain for a stroll. At night, Wang Muxue stayed in her room, but Yang Bo left Su Wei and her room in the middle of the night and went over. In the early morning, Yang Bo returned to Su Wei and her room. By the time Su Wei and her friends had rested, Wang Muxue had already left. Yang Bo felt a little excited. Yang Bo took a stroll around Prince Holden's territory in the Second World, then arrived at Devon Planet. Unsurprisingly, Imperial officials pointed the finger of suspicion at the Red Earl for this terrorist attack. For such a major event, a reputable organization would definitely be needed to take the blame. Regardless of who is responsible, for the Empire, any terrorist organization could be blamed. But why choose the Red Earl? It's because of Catherine and Zhang Xin's connection. In fact, many people in the Empire know that this attack is closely related to the previous 2 attacks. In addition, some suspicious information was found in Julie's watch. Also, some indirect information proves that Julie is a member of the Red Earl. For example, she's single. She doesn't have a boyfriend. This is a common trait of Red Earl members, both men and women. Because they call everyone outside their organization inferior, they consider them dirty. Then they found 2 more suspicious individuals and sent their identities to the Alliance, requesting their assistance in the investigation. The Alliance also formed a special team to cooperate with the Empire in the investigation, because they are also afraid of these lunatics. The Alliance is also formulating regulations prohibiting the use of any space equipment in any public places. And they're planning to increase the number of detectors. The first rule passed without objection, but the latter has drawn considerable opposition. This is because installing these detectors in public areas will increase radiation. Of course, in theory, this radiation is within safe limits. But this safety limit is just experimental data. Nothing in the world is absolutely safe. This is what the Alliance is doing, of course. The incident in the Empire has also successfully captured the attention of the Alliance public. This has given many robotics companies in the Alliance a sigh of relief. The recent incident at the March Star Theater had led to a widespread boycott of intelligent robots. The related industries suffered a significant blow. Master, these people want to see you. They want to join you. Butler Jerry, upon seeing Bart, quickly presented a list of names. Yang Bo took a look. These were all new nobles. The only way out for new nobles was to join the great nobles. Of course, Yang Bo knew what these new nobles were doing on their own. They were, of course, targeting these locations on Devon Star. These new nobles are definitely not fools. If there are fools among the old nobles, Yang Bo is absolutely convinced, because only 2 to 5% of the old noble families are capable of relevant work, the rest are just living off the family fund and waiting to die. Of course, this is also what the old noble families want. If every member of the family were intelligent and capable, who knows what kind of fighting would ensue? If you want to join me, you have to show me your loyalty. What do they have to show me? Yang Bo asked, examining their profiles. They're willing to pledge allegiance to you, young master, the butler said. As a Grand Duke, how could I be afraid of no one pledging allegiance? Wait a few days, and have them come to see me. Let things develop. If the Empire doesn't give an explanation, I won't be too late to intervene. Yang Bo's plan was simple, to control Devon Planet. You have the final say. Of course, not overt control, but to replace most of Devon Planet's military and political officials with his own. It's impossible to replace them all, and the Empire wouldn't trust them to do so. Of course, the same goes for the territories of other Grand Dukes. No planet has all the territories owned by a Grand Duke. The nobles are surprisingly unanimous in this regard. So, these new nobles who have joined the Alliance are, to put it bluntly, opportunists. Of course, Yang Bo understands their behavior. Keep the person in my private lab a secret. Yang Bo said again. Yes. Butler Jerry knew who he was talking about. Butler Jerry didn't even ask why there was an extra person in the lab. After all, the other party's authority was granted by the young master himself. Just give them whatever they want. Okay. Yang Bo returned to Bart's manor. Ning Shui and the other two were also quite shocked when they talked about this terrorist attack. This was a first for the Empire, not just the three countries, especially in such a favorable environment. This explosion made many nobles feel that the Empire was no longer at peace. Yang Bo noticed that the stock price of the Grand Duke of Golden Oaks Company had risen again. Sensing the threat, the nobles were purchasing more reconnaissance equipment to defend their territories. Yang Bo chuckled at this. When the truth came to light, the Duke of Golden Oak would become a target of public criticism. The more he earned now, the more he sold, and the worse his stock would fall. He spent the night in the manor. Then, the next day, he returned to Catherine's laboratory. Catherine was excited and proactive, but still suffered a crushing defeat. Yang Bo had no plans to stir up trouble in the Empire for the time being. He had to wait for things to develop a bit before making a move. The damage to so many noble villas would surely cause a major uproar. He would wait until the situation had resolved itself and then come out. On the way, Yang Bo went to Tianyun Star to comfort Lin Yu. Then, he returned to John Lee's warships. After a period of sailing, John Lee's fleet had returned to the Karaya State star system. Those ministers in Karaya State were superficially fawning over John Lee, but in reality, they were gnawed with jealousy. This was because they were plotting to seize John Lee's assets. Who knew that this damn John Lee's fleet would grow in size? It now had 2 B-class warships and 9 C-class warships. It was arguably the largest armed force in the entire alliance. Aside from the main fleet, I wondered how many more warships this guy could bring back if things continued to develop. Yang Bo knew what these guys were thinking, but he had no good intentions to begin with, so he wasn't afraid of them causing trouble. General, these are the students I recommended. Lisa passed a list to John Lee during their video chat. Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he opened the list. 2 of the Command Academy's beauties possess psychic abilities, albeit at a very low level, sea level. In interstellar society, such beauties would be a disaster for the nation and its people. And they were also born into 2 major conglomerates. Clearly, these 2 conglomerates sent them here to improve their relationships with John Lee, as if they were investing in him, because the women of the conglomerates were all up for grabs. Very good. I test them when I get back. Yang Bo nodded. He'd be a fool not to take advantage of such an opportunity. And Yang Bo himself wanted to connect John Lee with other conglomerates. Facing the major Madhya Pradesh conglomerates alone, he was clearly outmatched. Of course, don't expect others to openly confront them. But while he was openly fighting, others were secretly stirring up trouble. Thank you, General. Lisa breathed a sigh of relief. John Lee was too strong, so she needed a few companions to share the burden. Fortunately, John Lee was often away, otherwise, Lisa felt she would have been completely overwhelmed. And when John Lee was still a shareholder, he had over a dozen beautiful women at home, a fact that was widely rumored. Even then, Vivian, seeing Lisa's actions, was envious and sent over some information. General, this is the secretariat I've established. It will be dedicated to assisting you. Yang Bo took a look and saw that Vivian's secretariat was composed of 4 stunning beauties, all of them top-tier beauties in the class, with blonde hair, black hair, fair skin, and voluptuous figures. Okay. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. After Yang Bo finished his video call with the two, he received a document from the Empire, instructing them to send all the engineers' families over. They're expected to arrive in 20 days. Yang Bo replied to the email. Then Yang Bo remotely connected with the ministers of Korea State and convened a ministerial-level meeting. The main goal was to build a space dock in Korea State to manufacture warships. The companies in Korea State were very enthusiastic about this plan, because the warship trade is inherently lucrative, even for the most basic warships, but these technologies were previously monopolized by the 3 countries, and most of the manufacturing technology was controlled by super conglomerates. Now that there's finally an opportunity, everyone will definitely not pass it up. The companies in each state of the Federation are already backed by many large corporations. And these large companies are backed by large conglomerates. While these large conglomerates can't compare to the super conglomerates, they are also optimistic about John Lee. This is mainly because John Lee has demonstrated sufficient talent for war command. And currently, all 3 countries are facing numerous problems, with socially detrimental incidents occurring one after another. Therefore, it's difficult to predict how the international situation will evolve in the future. But warship production will definitely not be a disadvantage. The entire warship supply chain is incredibly complex. By participating now, these companies will gain a foothold in the supply chain, allowing them to reach new heights. Yang Bo was very satisfied with the meeting's results. After the meeting, the Korea State Legislative Assembly will have to vote on the matter. However, this is the way all legislatures operate. First, the benefits are distributed, and then a vote is taken. This has been the way Parliament has been run since its inception. So, the idea that Parliament represents the interests of ordinary people is nonsense. The Parliament's sole purpose is to act as a scapegoat when taxes are divided among the people. There's no way to hold these people accountable. It's the same principle as a bidding process. On the surface, it appears fair and just, but in reality, the distribution of benefits has already been done behind the scenes. However, with this process in place, everything illegal becomes legal, and no one is held accountable when something goes wrong. John Lee's fleet returned triumphantly, but the news didn't cause much of a stir, because the defeat of the Central State of the Federation has been the biggest news in the Federation recently. The Central State lost a major fleet, leaving its already limited force somewhat stretched. Of course, the Pirate Alliance also suffered heavy losses this time. Of the 14 pirate groups, 5 lost 50% of their warships. The 50% you mentioned refers to the pirate groups that still had warships in their bases. For pirate groups were completely destroyed, as all of their warships were involved in the operation. 4 other pirate groups also suffered heavy losses when they encountered John Lee. One group suffered a 60% loss, and John Lee destroyed all of its warships, including the entire pirate leader and his entire army. 3 other pirate groups lost half of their Class C warships. Furthermore, the Pirate Alliance was in internal strife, with all the pirate groups who lost this time blaming the Pirate Alliance. This was because the operation had originally been initiated by the Pirate Alliance. Things unfolded somewhat beyond Yang Bo's expectations. The Pirate Alliance Council privately contacted John Lee, offering to provide intelligence and support the crackdown on disobedient pirate groups within the Pirate Alliance, particularly the Silver Moon Pirates. Of course, Yang Bo flatly refused. While there were advantages to cooperating with them, they also had leverage. By then, seeing his growth, these pirate groups might retaliate and release the evidence publicly, giving Madhya Pradesh ample reason to declare war on him. Chapter 1270. When John Lee's fleet returned to Korea State, Yang Bo withdrew 2 spirit seeds with a sinister smirk. These were the 2 Red Earl Stewards, who were preparing to poison the outer reaches of Bart's territory. The 2 Red Earl Stewards were recovering in the treatment chamber. When Yang Bo suddenly withdrew their spirit seeds, they instantly became vegetative. Yang Bo withdrew his spirit seeds at this time, because the two men had already been taken into custody by the Imperial Department of Homeland Security. Star dispatched warships from the Alert Fleet, whisking these two vulnerable individuals to the Imperial Capital Star Circle. The Imperial Department of Homeland Security had just taken them into custody and sent them to its secret prison. The Department of Homeland Security's secret prison wasn't on Imperial Capital Star, but on a planet outside the Imperial Capital's galaxy. 2 points of mind control plus 32. Yang Bo's mind control points increased by a few more. Yang Bo knew the people at the Imperial Department of Homeland Security were probably livid. The Imperial Department of Homeland Security was now facing serious trouble. These two men died sooner or later, having arrived at the secret prison. They're still in a vegetative state, meaning they were killed mentally. The Department of Homeland Security has people who are proficient in soul codes. After all, Yang Bo knows the Elders' Council, and the other Elders definitely won't believe it. Because these two have been escorted from Devon Planet for so long without any problems, and with the Red Earl involved, he's now caused such a big incident. The Empire is currently investigating how the Red Earl obtained the super hydrogen bombs. Because these super hydrogen bombs were manufactured by the Federation. The Federation's super hydrogen bomb easily passed through Imperial customs, and was delivered to the Empire's administrative planet. And it successfully detonated. This news unnerved all the Imperial nobles. Because if it could be detonated today on Devon, it could be detonated in their own homes tomorrow. Zhang Xin's family, in particular, protested constantly. Zhang Xin's family urged Zhang Sun to retreat, but his nobles, angry and irritated, refused to do so. Of course, Zhang Xin's death was of little consequence to the Zhang family, because such idlers who waited for death were dead. But the Zhang family would definitely have something to say about this death. And there was also the Zhang family villa. These two would certainly be compensated. To put it bluntly, the Zhang family patriarch believed that Zhang Xin's death would bring greater benefits. Besides, the Zhang family had ample reason to cause trouble. Every aspect of the empire was now under immense pressure. None of the greatest pressure came from the Devon government and the patrol fleet. Therefore, the governor of Devon and the fleet commander resigned one after another. The owners of the villas destroyed by the super hydrogen bomb were the first to seek trouble with the Devon authorities. Wandao City was originally a place where aristocrats gathered. The sea view here is beautiful, and there are no typhoons. Over 30 villas were directly destroyed, that is, within a 5-kilometer diameter, a total of more than 30 villas. Some of the villas here occupy a large area. Now, the compensation for these villas is a bottomless pit, because no one knows how many valuable things are inside these villas. Not to mention the gardens and other things inside these villas. There were also the decorations and gardens of the villas 5 kilometers away. And even further away, high-rise buildings, like the garden of the VIP Supreme Suite on the top floor of the Circle Hotel. In any case, there were now hundreds of nobles looking to trouble the Devonian authorities. In Devon's new government, those who moved quickly resigned, while those who moved slowly were unable to resign. Yang Bo wasn't in a rush to seize power on Devonian. Because he couldn't possibly take over this mess, because so many nobles were involved, no one knew how much they would demand. Yang Bo, disguised as Li Zhan, received a grand welcome in Kalaya State. Kalaya State was widely reporting Li Zhan's victory over the pirates, and even comparing it to Madhya Pradesh's achievements. Yang Bo knew these guys had ill intentions, and that this was essentially flattering him. The more they reported, the more resentful they would be of him in Central State, but it didn't matter. Yang Bo was eager for Central State to cause him trouble. Then, he could have the pirates wipe out all the Central State personnel. Lisa and Vivian accompanied John Lee at the grand welcome reception. Many celebrities were present at the reception, showcasing their charms to John Lee. But Yang Bo was immune to these beauties. Because Yang Bo had no shortage of beautiful women around him, and women of high status too, princesses, female generals, and even princesses. Of course, Yang Bo had to act like a layman. After all, John Lee was once just a shareholder in a small company. That was the identity of a killer. That was why Yang Bo, disguised as John Lee, immediately drove away John Lee's woman, claiming she was his ex-girlfriend, and more importantly, her taste was poor. Lisa and Vivian accompanied John Lee. The two felt immense satisfaction watching the people around them treat them with respect. At the reception, Yang Bo engaged in some discussions with the powerful figures of Kalaya State. The main focus was on promoting the construction of the space dock. A consensus was quickly reached. Of course, John Lee also promised to release the 3 captured C-class battleships to form the Kalaya State security fleet. After the reception, Yongbo returned to one of the B-class battleships. Thanks to Lisa and Vivian's initiative, he enjoyed himself thoroughly. Lisa and Vivian had never imagined they would achieve such status today. Lisa was now the acting captain of a B-class battleship, something they had never dreamed of before, and as the governor's secretary, Vivian was a figure that all the powerful figures of Karaya State had to honor. "General, when can I introduce my classmates to you?" Lisa asked delicately, leaning against John Lee. "Let them train first, then assess them." Yongbo had no intention of meeting them first. "But they can intern with you." What Yongbo really needed were people to operate the warships. "What about my side?" Vivian asked from the side. "Forget about yours for now. The people you found aren't as good as Lisa's." Yongbo chuckled. Yongbo loved it when two women showed off to vie for his favor. That way, they'd scramble to please him. Why did he keep them here? To please him, of course. Vivian felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Seeing Lisa's smug expression, she proactively clung to Li John and began to show off. After all, she had shown off first, and in the end, both of them would bear the consequences. Yongbo chuckled. These two women couldn't be allowed to unite. Yongbo would stay in Kalaya State for a while this time. Because there was still a pirate alliance in Madhya Pradesh, the conflict and hatred between the two sides had deepened after this battle, and they both needed to regroup and prepare for the next battle. Even after receiving the warships, the 4 pirate groups Yongbo contacted would need time to become combat ready. What made Yongbo happy was that these 4 pirate groups were selling their low-level warships to other pirate groups. A total of 10 low-level warships were being sold, and Yongbo had hacked into the systems of these low-level warships. If Yongbo wanted to, he could always find out the location of these warships. He also knew the bases of the 4 pirate groups, and they had more than one base. These 10 low-level warships were purchased by 6 pirate groups. This means Yongbo will have more and more spies within the pirate alliance. Next time, I help the pirate alliance attack Madhya Pradesh. After all, I can only exploit the pirates, not Madhya Pradesh. Later, I provide some intelligence support to the pirates, so they can seize the Madhya Pradesh consortium. We must hold the Madhya Pradesh consortium back. That way, the Madhya Pradesh consortium won't have the resources to target us, and their strength will only grow weaker, while ours will only grow stronger. Yongbo excused himself to deal with the 3 captured C-class battleships and left the B-class battleship. Yongbo then strolled around Prince Holden's territory, where spring had already arrived. Yongbo hadn't played the second world game in a long time. So after returning to March Star, he checked out the second world. To his surprise, his character in the second world was participating in a war. To be more precise, a bandit group was attacking Green City. And he, as a noble, was leading the armed forces of his territory in defending the city. Yongbo turned around and saw Su Hai's character. He then sent a message to Su Hai, who was startled. "How long has it been since you last played? Do you know your character has been in danger so many times? Several assassinations. If you die, we're all doomed." Yongbo, upon hearing Su Hai's words, said angrily, "I'm not like you nobles, living off the land and waiting to die. I have to earn my own money. Bah, do you know you're on the Alliance Rich list? I never realized you were so shameless. No wonder you were able to trick my sister into falling head over heels. And that mutant Black Rock bee? Our family has received it. Thank you." Su Hai said. Yongbo pretended to say, "I don't know what's so interesting about this game. It's so easy to play, it doesn't appeal to me at all." Su Hai was furious when he heard this. "That's you. Do you know how hard it is for us to play this game? If you say that, you can become a king and see. If you're capable, make me a hereditary noble." Yongbo chuckled at this. "We see. Being a king is so easy." Yongbo is preparing to promote the second world game. Many of his subordinates are now members of the Empire's nobility. These nobles have nothing to do, spending their days eating, drinking, and having fun. They feel no sense of accomplishment in the real world, so they seek a sense of purpose in the virtual game. Currently, there are 2 groups of nobles in the Empire who excel and hold high positions within the community. One is the group that follows him. The other is the group that follows Prince Holden. The other noble disciples are utterly useless in this community. There are too many such idle nobles in the Empire, and these idle nobles compete with each other in every field. Yongbo, I have long decided to lead these nobles under my command to achieve great things in the second world. The Emperor will surely dislike me then. The Emperor will then use his GM authority to erase my achievements and those of these nobles. All it takes is a plague or a natural disaster. When the truth is revealed, all these noble lands will curse the Emperor. Don't underestimate these noble children. They usually live a life of idleness. If you ask them to do something, success is difficult, but it's easy to do harm. What these noble children are capable of is beyond anyone's imagination. While the emperor won't be affected, the other members of the royal family will surely be taught a lesson and brought to heel by these noble children. Yang Bo spoke as he watched the game character control itself. Game characters are highly intelligent, but even the most intelligent programs are often insufficient in responding to certain emergencies. Especially in the current war situation, all an intelligent program can do is make judgments based on the battlefield. But it can't predict the next move of these bandit gangs, as they are also skilled in disguise. Yang Bo took control of the game character, then he drew his bow and shot an arrow. Then, while chatting with Su Hai, Yang Bo realized that the game character now had several women. 2 of them were gifts from the city lord, and he had also seduced several noble ladies. Coincidentally, the bandit gangs hadn't come since Yang Bo quit the game. Yang Bo wondered if these bandit gangs were the work of the emperor, because their attacks seemed so well organized. You have to know that most bandit gangs are just a motley crew, and it's impossible to command them in an orderly manner. And the armies of a backward world like the Second World couldn't possibly be very good. The core of these Second World armies are knights, while the other infantry are peasants recruited from within the territory or prisoners. What are your thoughts now? Su Hai asked. What do you mean? Actually, we received word of the bandit gang's arrival a while ago, but the news was circulating among us gamers. But we didn't report it to the city lord because I felt we needed credit. Our brothers needed credit. Su Hai said. Huh? Yang Bo felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. Because Yang Bo knew that those killed by the bandit gang outside the city were real people. Yang Bo was a man who clearly distinguished between good and evil. He wouldn't do anything to those innocent people. But those who plot against me, I make them pay. So what should we do now? Yang Bo asked. Our plan is that you must turn the tide at the most critical moment. That way, your status will rise, and your brothers will also benefit from it. Apart from anything else, we definitely have plenty of gold. These bandit gangs have already robbed quite a few farms. What they've taken will be our spoils, and it'd be much quicker than if we build our own farms. Su Hai said. After hearing this, Yang Bo finally understood why the emperor disliked most players in this game. Of course, for players, this plan was perfectly fine, but the emperor would certainly not allow it. If all players acted this way, the population of the Second World would quickly be decimated. Thinking of this, Yang Bo felt he had to prevent this situation. Otherwise, if the emperor intervened prematurely, Su Hai and the others wouldn't feel as fulfilled. When they learned the truth, they wouldn't feel as fulfilled, so they wouldn't cause as much trouble. Let's just forget it. We can close the net now, Yang Bo said. This isn't in line with our plan. Su Hai was a little displeased when he heard Yang Bo say this. I'm the lord. If you don't obey my orders, I deduct your money, Yang Bo said. Good job, Yang Bo. You know how much I've worked for this territory. You know how much I've spent treating them to dinner and drinks. You're just destroying your own bridges. Su Hai was furious when he heard this. You're fair weather friends. Believe it or not, I fire you and immediately promote your friend to be the Grand Steward of the territory. He'd jump at the job and even laugh at you. Don't you think I don't know the character of your noble friends? Yang Bo declared, launching his attack. During this time, Yang Bo had been adapting to his character's power and discovered it had increased significantly since he left the game. Also, Yang Bo noticed that Lord Green was watching the battle from the castle behind the academy. Although productivity in this society was lagging, Yang Bo didn't dare underestimate the wisdom of these city lords. Those who think ancient people were stupid would be betrayed in a moment if they traveled back in time. Yang Bo had just been observing who held command within these bandit gangs. Yang Bo's character suddenly launched an arrow, striking an ordinary-looking bandit. After the bandit was struck, the surrounding bandits panicked, but Yang Bo felt a little uneasy because his opponent hadn't given him any skills. As expected, the panic among the surrounding thieves after this thief's death was only temporary. Clone? Intelligent system control? Yang Bo felt a familiar logic, that is, the unmanned robot squad has a core commander during combat, and once this core commander is destroyed, a new commander will emerge from the remaining robots in the squad. Why does the unmanned robot squad have this logic? It's because any command process must have a priority. If there is no priority, the unmanned robots will fight independently. Of course, this situation wouldn't exist if the unmanned robots were under human command. In other words, even if communication is lost, the unmanned robots will continue to carry out their missions autonomously. So Yang Bo attacked the second thief suspected of being the commander. As expected, Yang Bo felt that things were getting complicated. Chapter 1271. Yang Bo currently had no way to use his superpowers to proactively detect whether these people had biochips in their brains. But one thing was certain, these people were not showing any signals for external communication. Biochips were already fused to the human brain, making them invisible to the naked eye, even during an autopsy. The absence of external communication signals didn't mean these people didn't have biochips, as intelligent programs like these had many operating modes. Guess I'm lucky. I haven't been to this second world game for so long. I'm taking advantage of my free time to come and make some progress, Yang Bo muttered to himself. With Yang Bo's current status, learning hacking techniques on March Star wouldn't allow him to achieve impressive results immediately. The terrorist attack on Devon Star would take some time to develop, and those people would have to actively seek out Bart. On John Lee's side, everyone was slowly building up their strength. Several pirate groups working with John Lee were also consolidating their fleets, selling off any small warships that needed to be sold and reassigning the crews to the captured larger vessels. So this period was a window of opportunity for Yang Bo to work. Yang Bo had originally planned to enter the second world and recommend a noble rank for his in-game character. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that his in-game character couldn't aspire to become king or anything like that. It seems Su Hai and his crew have a significant influence on this world. Perhaps the hidden administrators are using this incident to assess the influence of Su Hai and his crew. The second world's population is growing slowly, of course, referring to the indigenous population. If we follow Su Hai's plan, deliberately letting things happen just for the sake of credit. If we were the royal family, we would definitely eliminate these destabilizing factors. Yang Bo still had no idea what the royal family was looking for in the second world. But Yang Bo knew the royal family needed stability in the second world. Of course, this stability meant that external interference, specifically from these gamers, should be minimal. Yang Bo knew that managing the second world required a systematic evaluation. It was impossible for someone to make these decisions on the spur of the moment. Yang Bo, are you really going to do this? Su Hai was still a little reluctant, especially after discussing it with the other gamers. Hurry up. After we drive these bandits away, I ask the group leader for credit for you, and at least make you a knight. Yang Bo didn't quarrel with Su Hai and the others. There was no need. All Yang Bo needed to do was give them a push. When the time came, those who wanted to go out and fight alone could do so. If they continued to act like this, they eventually be evaluated and kicked out by the Second World Management Team. Really? Su Hai's heart was moved by this. Honestly, as a prince with so many noble children, working under Yang Bo always felt a little awkward. Now Yang Bo was proactively asking for credit for them. Even becoming a knight would be fine, since knights could have their own territory, called a knight's territory, which was usually a village. Of course, that would be more beneficial to our development. When any of you are knighted, I can even help you by land. Yang Bo knew these noble children were arrogant, and since he hadn't played the second world game recently, there was no way they would listen to him. Yang Bo could predict with absolute certainty that the fate of these knights, who had been sent out, would not be good. If he wanted these noble children to listen to him in the future, he had to set an example. Good. Su Hai immediately said good upon hearing Yang Bo's response. Then, the subordinates who were nominally Yang Bo's game characters began to fight back vigorously. At the same time, some players began to pour into Yang Bo's territory. During Yang Bo's absence, the number of people in Yang Bo's game character territory increased, as they were all gamers. Lord Green, from the castle behind Green Academy, was watching the battle. A middle-aged man beside Lord Green whispered, "Sir, Lord Handy has too many outsiders under his command. And his territory has taken away a lot of our business. Most of these bandit gangs are also outsiders." The Lord of Green naturally knew what was going on with Handy's men. The Lord of Green City originally wanted Handy to recruit outsiders, so that when Green City was in danger, these outsiders could help Green City defend against the bandit gangs. So, when the bandit gang attacked this time, the Lord of Green City wanted to see Handy's reaction. To be honest, the Lord of Green City was a little dissatisfied with Handy's response. Handy's counterattack was a little too late. This bandit gang looked more like the kingdom's army. The catapults crashed into the Green City walls, causing the Lord of Green City to feel a little pain, because they would cost money to repair. The Lord of Green City remained wary of Handy's growing power. After all, Handy was also an outsider. No one knew whether Handy had any connection to the outsiders in the bandit gangs. The Green City Lord produced a monocular. This was a piece of equipment produced in Handy's territory. The Green City Lord saw a cavalry unit appear from Handy's territory. Of course, the Green City Lord knew Handy had cavalry, since he had provided them with their equipment. Also, the Green City Lord noticed that the attacking bandits' offensive wasn't as smooth as it had been at the beginning. Of course, the Green City Lord assumed it was because Handy was constantly shooting the bandit leaders. Of course, the Green City Lord's guess was correct. Yongbo was now continuously shooting the bandit leaders. Since Yongbo knew the command patterns of these bandits, then the task was simple. Whoever was in command of the bandits could simply kill them. This character in the game had a strong physique due to his constant training. While this intelligent robot command system could avoid conflicting commands between robots and prevent chaos caused by a lack of command due to only watching the casualties, there was a drawback to its practical application. For example, Yongbo just hunted down the leader of a bandit gang. A new leader will soon emerge from this gang. However, the orders given by the two leaders might not necessarily be consistent. This leads to conflicting orders within the entire gang after the frequent changes in leaders. This is actually a method for cracking swarm robot combat. Swarm robots also have leaders, because they face more than one target. If these robots were left to fight independently, 99% of them would attack a single target. A commander was necessary to ensure all swarm robots understood which targets were being targeted by other robots, and which they should target. These bandit groups were well equipped, with equipment like feeding machines, as well as cavalry. Since these bandit groups lacked any special abilities, Yongbo knew they were likely clones. Yongbo spotted a cavalry unit charging from his own territory in the distance. The bandit groups attacking the city had already deployed their own cavalry. At this moment, the defenders inside Green City also ordered the gates open, and the knights, who had been prepared, rushed out with their men. The bandit group's command, already disorganized by Yongbo's attacks, was now under attack from both sides. The internal command system was further disrupted. The previous commander Yongbo had hunted down and shouted at all archers to attack the knights rushing out of Green City. And the current commander ordered everyone to retreat. This was because the intelligent program was so intelligent that these bandit groups looked like a mob. Of course, Yongbo also knew that the person who planned this scene couldn't personally command it. If he had, the bandit group would have displayed far too much strength. Finally, attacked from both sides, most of the bandits were killed, and the rest escaped. Yongbo met the Green City Lord again. He had gained a lot of weight. Handy, thank you. It's all thanks to the outsiders under your command. The Green City Lord summoned Yongbo immediately after returning to Green City. Thank you, Lord, for the compliment. Yongbo controlled his game character to salute the Lord and then spoke. Without waiting for the mayor to speak, Yongbo bowed again and said, I would like to ask the Lord Mayor to grant some knighthoods to reward my meritorious outsiders. The Lord Mayor of Green City was somewhat dissatisfied when he heard Handy's words, thinking he was expanding his territory. He asked, Are you planning to redistribute your land? No. Lord Mayor, I mean to have them pledge their allegiance directly to you. Then you will arrange for them. Yongbo naturally understood why the Lord Mayor asked. Ha! The Lord Mayor of Green City was surprised. Those are your carefully trained subordinates. Can you bear to part with them? The Lord Mayor asked again. Without your support, I wouldn't be where I am today. My training of these outsiders is also supported by your support. I believe these knights will successfully establish their own territories, contribute to Green City, and pay more taxes. Yongbo said this beautifully. Yongbo had just found some time to check and discovered that his territory had over 8,000 people. Except for about 1,000 NPC natives from the game, the rest were gamers. These gamers had also created quite a few things, such as monoculars, earth cement, hydraulic equipment, and wind power equipment. The hydraulic equipment primarily consisted of hydraulic mills and hydraulic forges. The wind power primarily consisted of windmills. Yongbo felt like these people were walking a tightrope. And with so many gamers under his command, he was sure to attract the attention of the Second World's administrators. Yongbo also knew that he would arouse the Green City Lord's suspicion. Now was not the time for a final showdown. So, Yongbo took the initiative to weaken himself at this time. Weakening himself proactively would achieve 3 benefits. First, it would eliminate those with other ideas, like Su-Hai. Letting these people go out and set an example would ensure that other players with other ideas would then obey his orders. Second, it would further gain the Green City Lord's trust. Third, it would reassure the administrators of the Second World. Okay. How many do you want? The Green City Lord truly wanted other outsiders to emulate Handy. Handy's outsiders had created a great deal of wealth and increased Green City's income. There was only one Handy before, but there would be many more. Of course, the Green City Lord didn't know that only the Handy in front of him was willing to follow the rules. Other outsiders, unlike Handy, would not pursue honest, step-by-step development, but would seek shortcuts and devious practices. I wonder how many you need? Yang Bo asked. There are about 30 or so villages, quite remote. The Lord of Green City wanted to place these outsiders in the more remote villages. A knight's territory is just one village. Then 40. Yang Bo wasn't afraid of a large number. 40 knight positions, and all with territories. Although the area was only one village, it still caused a huge stir among Su Hai and his group. Because Yang Bo was giving these 40 positions to Su Hai and his group to divide among themselves. Yang Bo intended to use these 40 positions to sow division among Su Hai and his group, because these players believe that being able to manage a village, and as its owner, allows them to do whatever they want within it, thus fulfilling their grand ambitions for entering the game, so the competition for these 40 spots is fierce. After Yang Bo quit the game, he chuckled to himself. These gamers think things are too simple. They really think managing a village is that easy. Don't forget that the Lord of Green City is keeping an eye on these people. And the Second World's administrators will also be keeping an eye on them. Those eager to try their hand at inventions. Yang Bo is certain they won't survive more than 3 months. Yang Bo will use their failures to convince the rest to follow his lead. I haven't played in a long time. My brothers and the others are having a huge fight in the group right now. They're even arguing about an offline fight. Su Wei used to play in the Second World game, and they all joined the same group. So Su Wei knew Yang Bo was playing in the game today. Why did you want to play today? Su Wei asked Yang Bo curiously. I've been learning hacking lately, and I'm planning to try my hand at Second World. Yang Bo replied with a smile. I'm afraid it's difficult. Some of our nobles have hired hackers before. Su Wei shook her head. I think I have some talent for hacking. I understand everything I hear. Yang Bo pretended to be gifted. For someone as smart as you, learning hacking is child's play. Su Wei took it for granted. But I think my brother and the others are taking things for granted. Those ideas they discussed in the group before probably won't work in the Second World. Su Wei saw it more clearly. Don't say that. What if it does succeed? Come on, I know your character is the best in the Second World. A few months ago, another player's noble character contracted a virus and died. It was mainly because there were too many women in the game. Su Wei shook her head. Many things in the Empire use neural network connections, so interactions with women can be truly reflected in the player's brain. Just imagine how many women a noble can have in the game. Don't worry, I get rid of all the women my character had before after I enter the game. I'm not talking about you. Hee hee. Yang Bo chuckled and didn't explain. Chapter 1272. Look at the uproar in their group. Su Wei showed off the Second World game group she had created. In the early days, Su Wei helped Yang Bo manage the Second World. But later, Su Wei became busy with her own superpower training and mecha training. So, matters in the Second World game were largely left to Su Hai. Yang Bo, the master of the Second World territory, was surprisingly absent from the group. Annie and Xia also came over to watch. 40 night slots, and back to the territory. Yang Bo already had over 2,000 noble players in his game territory, and the rest were followers brought by these nobles. These nobles themselves were divided into large and small groups. Due to different birthplaces, the number of followers a noble had varied. But in reality, these nobles were divided into different classes based on family ties, and under each great noble in the empire were many small and medium-sized nobles. So naturally, within the game, there were also many groups. Of course, Su Hai himself had good relationships with some of the great nobles. Therefore, the players in Yang Bo's game territory are now divided into 9 major groups. These 9 groups, plus Su Hai, now total 10, are competing for 40 knight positions. Su Hai, our team's contribution goes without saying. We contribute 1/3 of the territory's GDP. Then it wouldn't be unreasonable for us to claim 1/3 of this position, said a nobleman named Lei Te. The players Lei Te leads are responsible for the livestock industry in Youngbo's game territory. PSST. How did you calculate 1/3 of your GDP? Can you build your ranch without us? All the stone from our quarry was used for construction within the territory. Your ranch's farmhouses were built thanks to our quarry, which continuously supplied stone and workers. If it weren't for stone, your livestock would have frozen to death last winter in the game. If you want to talk about the greatest contribution, we're the ones. Whether it's the players or the livestock in your territory, if it weren't for us, the people responsible for the herbs, you would have died of illness in the game long ago. We're the ones responsible for agriculture, which is the most important thing. If we didn't provide you with food, you would have starved to death long ago. Psst. If our ranch didn't provide you with fertilizer, you wouldn't be able to producing so much grain? If we hadn't provided your ranch with so much straw, would you have been able to keep so many livestock through the winter? Our guard department deserves the most credit. If it weren't for us, you would have been robbed by bandits long ago. We've fended off 6 bandit attacks this year, and we've lost the most gamers. We should be compensated. Our planning department deserves the most credit. If we hadn't provided you with a plan, you wouldn't have made a lick of profit. Bah! Your planning department is a piece of shit. Anyway, our department needs at least 10 spots this time, or I turn my back on you. Our department needs at least 10 spots. If anyone gives us less, I go knock them down. Our guard department needs at least 10 spots too. The gamers who died in your guard division have already received their compensation. Come on, I kill you and give you the compensation right away, so you don't have to share the quotas here. That's right. Su-hai, you're the steward, why aren't you saying anything? Everyone turned their attention to Su-hai again. Su-hai felt incredibly frustrated. I just want 5 quotas this time, and you guys can share the rest. You want 5 for yourself? Are you planning to sell them for money? Su-hai, we admit we came here to do you a favor, but in reality, we've already repaid you. We treat you to a meal and drinks. In theory, yes. We're all working together today. Besides, as the steward of the territory, why would you want a quota? Are you planning to leave the territory too? Su-hai, seeing everyone talking like this, replied, I'm planning to venture out and try my luck. I'm still feeling a bit awkward in this territory. If you ask me, it's all Yongbo. No, Yongbo doesn't have those 40 spots at all. How about we let Yongbo come out and divide them up? No, Yongbo is the owner of the in-game territory, but he hasn't been online in ages. Yes, the 40 spots do have something to do with Yongbo this time. We acknowledge the favor, but dividing the spots is our internal matter. Exactly. If you ask me, how about we discuss this offline? Sure, at my club. I go to your club and ask for a fight. We all know you. Exactly. We need to find a neutral place. I don't trust you anyway. Bah, who went crazy in my club last time? That was in the past. Do you know how important this knighthood is to me? I've already posted it on WeChat Moments. Anyway, I'm making this clear. If I don't get a knighthood, don't blame me for falling out with everyone. Haha, you're a hereditary viscount, and I'm a hereditary earl. I'm afraid you fall out with me. Come on, show me how I can beat you to death, you shameless bastard. That's right. In the gamer group in Yongbo's territory, everyone was arguing, the harmonious atmosphere of the past gone. Yongbo chuckled to himself. For the nobles of the empire, earning a knighthood in the game was enough to show off. Not to mention being granted a village as a fiefdom. This was the dream of so many. There were 2 types of nobles in the game, honorary nobles, who only had the title but no fiefdom. The other type was feudal nobles, and the lowest level of feudal nobles was a knight. Moreover, this time, the knights were directly under the jurisdiction of Green City, not Yongbo. The nobles present were actually very reluctant to work in Yongbo's territory. After all, Yongbo's background was just that of a cleaner. For the nobles of the empire, working under a cleaner was embarrassing. And since people had already been making a fuss about this matter, even if they wanted to show off, they couldn't do it too much. But now they could go out on their own, earn the title of knight, and even claim the territory of a village. If they showed off like this, no one would be able to say anything about them. Going out like this would be a real face saver. Yongbo had been taken aback earlier. If these guys had asked him to divide the quota, he'd have a hard time. After watching the excitement for a while, Yongbo, Sui, and the others realized that these guys had actually gone offline. And they were really going for a drinking contest. This revealed what kind of people these guys were. Anyone with a bit of ability would have competed in swordplay, horsemanship, and the like, but unfortunately, most of these noble children were useless family members, knowing they'd lose to Su-hai and the like in swordplay and horsemanship. Yongbo knew that after this incident, the friendship among these noble children would no longer exist. Furthermore, Yongbo believed that those who would receive the quota this time would be of relatively high status among the noble children. Even players of lower status would be forced to transfer their quotas after receiving them. Because, in reality, nobles of higher status have many ways to torment those of lower status. The mere compensation for being beaten would be unbearable, unless you were willing to be beaten every time you went out. Yongbo's desire for so many spots is essentially a way to clear out the nobles of relatively high status within the territory, leaving these small groups leaderless. Furthermore, once those nobles secure knight spots, they will undoubtedly take their most capable subordinates with them. The remaining individuals will undoubtedly harbor resentment, while also recognizing their own status in the eyes of others. A conservative estimate is that 40 ninth spots could take away 1,000, perhaps even 2,000 players. The remaining ones within the territory will become Yang Bo's cattle and horses. Yang Bo excused himself to go to the lab to feed the little creatures. First, he wandered around Prince Holden's territory in the second world. Then he returned to March Star. Then, on the second day in the game, Yang Bo logged in. During this time, none of his real-life identities had anything to do. It was a good time to give it a try in the game. Alas! The next day, after Yang Bo logged in, players in the territory submitted 40 night positions, and surprisingly, Su-Hai wasn't among them. I hope we can cooperate more in Green City in the future. I give 10 gold coins to each of you who leaves, and I give you a set of equipment for anyone you bring with you. I go to the city lord now, and get the documents to you as soon as possible. The appointment of knights didn't require reporting to the kingdom. Yang Bo hurried to Green City, and submitted the names of the knights. At the same time, Yang Bo asked the Green City lord for 4 more positions. These 4 positions were for Su-Hai. Su-Hai, the chief steward, had to leave, because Su-Hai's philosophy on territory management didn't align with his own. After hearing this news, Su-Hai was filled with gratitude towards Yang Bo, repeatedly calling him brother-in-law and scolding the nobles for cheating and getting him drunk together. It's said that he even gave him real wine, while they drank fake wine. He never realized that Yang Bo wasn't as grateful as he'd imagined. The Lord of Green City gained 44 more knights, and these 44 knights took away 2,000 outsiders from Handy's territory. This completely eliminated any doubts the Lord of Green City had about Handy. After all, it was impossible for the other nobles under his command to give him so many people. Yang Bo appointed a new steward to his territory. In reality, this steward was only a baron, not a hereditary one, but rather a minor noble. His name was Lian. He had previously worked in the territory's planning department, but had been abandoned by his former boss. Of course, Yang Bo knew this person was the only one in the planning department with real talent, as he was a top academic in real life, serving as an associate professor at the Imperial University's School of Economics. In any case, Yang Bolin was targeting these noble sons with no connections or influence. Those noble sons, who had received knighthoods, would rather bring their own followers than these men. Now, these men were a loose bunch, never to be reunited. Besides, Yang Bo didn't need to change the existing framework and plans within the territory. He simply told everyone to proceed as planned. Of course, Yang Bo also promised everyone in the internal channel, "This is just one victory. I believe I get even more from the city lord with the next victory." Of course, the territory also has a deputy steward, who is the original NPC of the territory. Yang Bo has the NPCs in the territory, and the gamers supervise each other. In addition, Yang Bo gave each of these gamers 50 silver coins. The price of in-game gold coins has skyrocketed. This is mainly because Su-Hai and his 44 knights will definitely need to invest in managing these territories. So, they're buying up a large amount of in-game gold coins. Previously, 1 gold coin in the game was worth about 1.5 million blue coins. Now, that's doubled or tripled. So, the gamers are very grateful for Yang Bo's money. They'd already been abandoned anyway. But what surprised Yang Bo was that he actually received a summons from the kingdom within the game. "Lord?" Yang Bo hurried to Green City. Alas! Someone wants to weaken Green City. Those bandit gangs have repeatedly invaded Green City, and you've made tremendous contributions. Someone in the kingdom is stirring up trouble, and wants to transfer you to the border. The Green Lord sighed. But don't worry, the person in charge of the border you're going to this time is also from our Green family. You can return in 6 months. There won't be any major fighting at the border within 6 months, because wars take place after the harvest. The Green Lord was also somewhat annoyed. The kingdom has always been wary of its nobles. Any noble territory with outstanding talent will be summoned by the kingdom. Good. Yang Bo wasn't sure whether the Green Lord's words were true. Because these nobles were experienced, no one could tell if they were planning to seize their territory. At this point, he couldn't object, as the Lord of Green City clearly wanted him to go to the border. Although the kingdom had a rule requiring the knights of each noble to be summoned for rotation at the border, Yang Bo also saw this as an opportunity to thoroughly understand the second world. Because he didn't know much about the continent where this kingdom was located, it would be even better if he could establish contact with Prince Holden's territory. Yang Bo calculated the time. If he set out from here at midnight to reach the border, it would take about 20 days. After 20 days, the other identities would be busy. At that time, The first thing to do would be to have Bart push his own people to control Devon Planet, and then Yongbo, in his original hacker identity, would be connected to the bionic robots produced by the Grand Duke of Golden Oak Company. Once things are almost done, John Lee can go and take advantage of the pirates again. I'm going. Su Wei's eyes lit up when Yongbo said this in the game. In the game, I'm going to guard the border. Yongbo, I don't know what the kingdom's capital looks like yet. Besides, I want to see the scenery of the kingdom in the game. I'm sure there'll be no danger with you around, Su Wei said coquettishly. Faced with such a question, Yongbo was completely at a loss. We're going too. And we have the ability to protect ourselves now. Annie and Xia also wanted to go. Okay then. What else could Yongbo do? Of course, before setting off in the game, he'd give the three women a good beating in real life, using his family's rules to make them realize he'd already left the game. Chapter 1273. Although Yongbo's other two identities didn't do anything, they kept a close eye on the situation. After the attack on the imperial planet Devon, a huge public outcry erupted throughout the empire. Of course, these media outlets were controlled by the great nobles, representing their respective positions. They demanded a thorough investigation into the matter. Some nobles even proposed that customs inspect all exempted noble ships and personnel, as well as monitor space-related objects. Of course, the current imperial government bore the greatest pressure. At the same time, some opposed Devon's continued opening to the outside world. The nobles who suffered losses demanded compensation. And they faced accusations from the imperial emperor. In Korea State, while things appeared relatively calm on the surface, underlying tensions were surging. Companies with alliance backgrounds in Korea State recruited numerous soldiers from the alliance. After training and assessment, these soldiers joined Li Zhan's fleet. Since Li Zhan had added 3 new warships, these companies recruited a large number of personnel. Companies with imperial backgrounds also recruited a large number of soldiers. The soldiers of the two nations had numerous conflicts. While nothing major had occurred, minor incidents were common. Yongbo turned a blind eye to these incidents, refusing to intervene until things escalated to a certain point. The fleet currently requires approximately 20,000 warships, but these companies have only provided over 3,000, leaving a significant shortfall. Of course, recruitment has also begun in Korea State itself. To prevent people from Central State from infiltrating the fleet and causing sabotage, the fleet wouldn't recruit anyone from outside of Korea State. Yongbo took another leisurely stroll through Prince Holden's territory in the Second World. Prince Holden's territory hadn't received any special attention from the governing authorities for the time being. Yongbo set out in the game as planned. By the time Su Wei and the other two woke up, most of the day had already passed. Su Wei and the other two learned of the situation and attacked Yongbo with their fists. However, they were no match for Yongbo, and after another beating, they were completely subdued. Yongbo's entry into the game also attracted the attention of the Imperial Sword Association. After evaluation, it was determined that the players in Yongbo's territory were having a significant impact on the entire Second World. If these players acted in this way, they would significantly deplete the Second World's population. Besides, having so many players gathered together wasn't a good thing in the first place. Originally, the Sword Association simply wanted to intimidate the Lord of Green City, and then personally strip him of his noble status. Since the relevant governing authorities had already conducted a comprehensive assessment of the Lord of Green City, they naturally knew what he would do. Unexpectedly, Yongbo actually gave up. Furthermore, after evaluation, the relevant management agencies discovered that the players in Yongbo's territory were now more united. The groups that existed in the territory before no longer existed. The leaders of those groups had all gone out on their own. This caught the game management off guard, so they used various channels and information to get the kingdom to summon Yongbo. They then forced Yongbo's game character to leave the territory and develop. As long as Yongbo's game character died, the people in his territory would be ineffective if taken over by the Green City Lord. Because the NPCs in the game didn't even consider these outsiders human, Yongbo, controlling his character, was extremely cautious when leaving Green City. Yongbo left alone on horseback, without anyone else. He carefully observed the road. Maybe there would be an accident. Luckily, it was winter in the game, so there was no chance of thunder, heavy rain, or mudslides. The only possibility was some falling rocks or dead trees from the mountains. It would take about 12 game days to get from Green City to the kingdom's capital. When staying overnight, characters should try to choose a town. If they stayed in the wild, Yongbo couldn't guarantee a herd of wild beasts would appear. The kingdom where Yongbo's character was located was called the Maple Leaf Kingdom. Yongbo was heading east. To the east of the Maple Leaf Kingdom were plains, and to the west were mountains. Beyond the plains lay the sea. On the other side of the sea lay the continent where Prince Holden was. However, Prince Holden was to the east of another continent. According to Yang Bo's estimation, the Maple Leaf Kingdom and Prince Holden's territories were probably on opposite sides of the planet. In Area 3, Yang Bo traveled cautiously. Whenever he encountered someone unidentified, he would be on high alert. The last time Yang Bo saw so many clone characters, he knew he was being targeted. This gave Yang Bo a headache, as there was no telling how the game management would target him. If it were Xia Tian, he might have been killed by a mine. Or perhaps, he'd be poisoned by some bionic, intelligent insect. But it's winter now, with no insects and no chance of thunder. As long as the other party wants to die in a logical way, it won't be easy to kill yourself. He walked fearfully out of the mountains and onto the plains. This plain in the Golden Oak Kingdom is its largest granary. It occupies 1/5 of the country's area, but it supports over 60% of the population. The other 4/5 of the area support the remaining 40%. Of course, this population figure is definitely inaccurate, as the nobles often underreport their numbers. According to Yang Bo's estimate, there are approximately 200,000 gamers in the Red Maple Leaf Kingdom. Gamers, on the other hand, have no place to live on this plain, because the nobles and landowners of the plain simply don't need outsiders. These nobles and landowners have more than enough manpower. Because the land is rich in resources, it can support so many people. Unlike in the mountains, where the harvest depends entirely on annual luck, the nobles don't dare to support too many people. The capital of the Red Maple Leaf Kingdom is located at the northernmost part of the plains. To the east of the plain lies the ocean, but between them lies a mountain range. While this mountain range isn't very high, it shields the plain from storms, protecting it from the erosion of storms. South of the plain lies a steep mountain range, and on the other side lies a kingdom. Rumor has it that kingdom is connected to the Red Maple Leaf Kingdom by a large river. Overland travel between the two countries is difficult, so transportation is primarily by sea or water. The Red Maple Leaf Kingdom is allied with the kingdom to the south, having once been the southern province of the Vic Empire, also known as the Southern Nobles. The other side of the Red Maple Leaf Mountains to the north of the Red Maple Leaf Kingdom once belonged to the Northern Province, home to the Northern Nobility. The Southern and Northern Nobility have always had a deep hatred for each other. During the Vige Empire, the Southern Nobility were considered the ruled nobility, because the Vige Empire itself was descended from the Northern Nobility. During the years when the empire existed, the Southern Nobility were oppressed by the Northern Nobility. So, after the empire ceased to exist, the entire continent was divided into two alliances, the Northern Alliance and the Federal Alliance. The Red Maple Leaf Kingdom's flag features a red maple leaf, but the edges are golden. It's already spring on this plain, and you can see much of the land has been plowed. Water from the north and west of the Red Maple Leaf Kingdom flows through the mountains into this plain, making it densely covered with rivers. These rivers not only provide abundant resources, but also provide abundant water, ensuring that the entire plain is never short of water. Adding to this, its proximity to the sea. The humid marine environment and unique basin structure make this plain the kingdom's largest granary. Sir! Sir! Yang Bo's game character rode slowly towards the capital. The capital was already in sight in the distance, when someone suddenly shouted. Yang Bo didn't realize it was him until the person approached him. Yang Bo looked at the person suspiciously. He looked like a merchant. Sir! Excuse me, sir. The man who called Yang Bo was a middle-aged man. Yes. Yang Bo nodded. Could you please help us carry some goods? We have a reward. The middle-aged man asked respectfully, nodding and bowing. Yang Bo knew about this because nobles were exempt from tax. Taxes for others varied depending on their status. Typically, they were levied based on a percentage of the value of goods brought during the process. Local farmers or freedmen had a certain tax-free limit, meaning they were only taxed if their goods exceeded a certain amount, and the tax was very low. This was because most of the goods sold by local farmers and freedmen were homegrown. Primarily vegetables, meat, and other handicrafts, these were vital supplies to keep the capital running. Local merchants were also taxed about 5% of their goods. This tax was only paid when entering the city. Another tax was levied when selling goods within the city. Foreign merchants were taxed even more, primarily to protect local merchants and their crafts. Are you from out of town? Yang Bo looked back and saw a procession of carriages. Yes, we are merchants from the Principality of Atlantis. We carry fine crystals and spices, the man said. Sorry. What I hate most is people who break the law. Yang Bo didn't dare to do anything like that. Who knew if the game officials were setting him up? If such a thing were reported to the kingdom, he would be heavily fined. It would affect the interests of merchants and related industries in the country. The money these people gave him couldn't possibly be as much as the taxes he paid. The kingdom has always been very serious about taxation, as it affects the kingdom's expenses. Plus, the kingdom lost the war against the northern nobles last year. There might be another war this year. Losing a war means paying for it, and preparing for the next war also costs money. After saying this, Yang Bo rode away. If he were a local noble, Yang Bo would dare to do this. He was an outsider now, and if he did such things, he would be disrespecting the local nobles, because some local nobles specialize in such things. There are far more merchants here than in the mountains. And people already fish in the rivers here. Of course, these fish will eventually be brought to the city and become food. Of course, they will be served to people of different social classes according to their social status. The capital here is magnificent, situated beside a large river and even having a harbor. This river leads to the south and the sea. To the east of the capital is a river, and to the north is another river. To the west is a mountain, and to the south is a plain. To reach the northern countries from the plain, one must pass through the city. This is because the river to the east flows from the northern countries. There's a road along this river that leads to another country. This road is just west of the river. However, the mountainous area to the north is now occupied by the kingdom. A pass has been built outside the mountainous area. The entire city wall is approximately 15 meters high, built entirely of stone slabs. After entering the city, you can also see the towering royal city. The royal city is even taller than the outer city. Yang Bo, still controlling his game character, first found an inn to stay in, then reported to military headquarters. Stranger? The military officials immediately recognized Yang Bo's identity. Then Yang Bo was given a transfer order, with a deadline of 20 days to arrive at Mangrove Fort. Mangrove Fort was the northernmost fortress of the kingdom. He hadn't even had a chance to speak with Yang Bo, nor to meet with the military ministers, let alone an audience with the king. Yang Bo knew he was a foreigner and wouldn't be welcomed by these people. So, after returning to the inn, he planned to stay the night and leave the next morning. But Yang Bo wanted to get some information. Yang Bo went to the tavern, ordered a drink, and handed 2 silver coins to the bartender. I want to know about Mangrove Fort. 3 silver coins, the bartender said, looking at the 2 coins. Yang Bo took out 3 more silver coins. The 2 coins just now were just a tip. There's a possibility of a major war there in the next few months. So some nobles there used their connections to return, and the kingdom has recruited many other nobles there. Also, a caravan will be heading to Mangrove Castle the day after tomorrow. You can also go to number 15 South Street. The rewards are quite generous. The bartender was referring to bringing supplies. Where are the best weapons? Yang Bo asked again. He was going to the front lines, so he definitely needed to prepare his own equipment. Number 13 East Street. Just tell me my name. We have all kinds of good stuff. Also, at number 48 South Street, there's a foreign circus coming soon. I think you enjoy it. And if you don't want to go, just prepare 2,000 gold coins. The bartender's last words were a revelation that he had connections that would allow him to avoid reporting there. Yang Bo thought it would be a good idea to go there and see what skills the people there had to offer. Besides, staying here wasn't a good option, as he wasn't a noble here to begin with. If these local nobles knew I had so much money, it might end badly. I knew the character of the nobles well. Thank you. Yang Bo prepared to buy a set of equipment and then head to Mangrove Castle. Once there, he could prepare for real-life events. Chapter 1274. Yang Bo arrived at number 13 East Street. The entire city was divided into several districts by city walls. The entire city was a bastion-style city, with a square palace in the center, and walls between the palace and the surrounding walls. The North City District was where the garrison was located, and was a restricted military area. The South City District was the commercial district and slums. The East City District was home to handicraft workshops, and the residences of foreign merchants, because the East City District gate led to the port. The West City District was the aristocratic district. Number 13 East Street looked like a giant grocery store. After Yang Bo explained his purpose, the other party took him directly to a massive warehouse. The warehouse was filled with a wide variety of weapons, all of them plate armor. We only have top quality items here. We never buy that junk. This plate armor is only 13,000 gold coins, guaranteed to last for dozens of generations. This plate armor is incredibly cost-effective, costing only 3,400 gold coins. This is the world's finest flame dragon plate armor, crafted from meteorites. It's not only lightweight but also wearable. Wearing it will make your blood boil. Yang Bo instinctively tried to avoid the other party's words, wondering if there was any radiation. In the end, Yang Bo spent 1,200 gold coins on a bow. It was a bone bow, made from the bones of a deep-sea animal. It was milky white in color, lightweight, yet incredibly tough, making it impossible for an average person to draw it. It had a specially crafted metal bowstring. Also, he acquired 200 armor-piercing arrows, the kind with sharp, three-edged tips and hardwood shafts. 10 rockets were also purchased. They had flammable material wrapped around the front of the arrowhead, so once torn, they would burst into flames and be launched. Yang Bo examined them, and saw they were likely made of something like flammable phosphorus. They were wrapped in gum and cloth, looking like asphalt. It wasn't that Yang Bo didn't want to buy other armor or the like, it was simply because he didn't have enough money. Yang Bo had anticipated this, as the kingdom was recruiting other nobles. These nobles, wanting to serve on the front lines, would undoubtedly spend their fortunes on sufficient equipment. As for why, of course, it was because if they were captured, they would have to pay a ransom. Might as well use the money first. That's right, in this world, if you lose a war and are captured, you can pay the ransom yourself. Of course, only nobles receive this privilege. Others, if captured, become slaves. The next day, Yang Bo, armed with documents from the kingdom's military, led 2 horses and headed for Mangrove Fort. Because it was the dry season, the boat fare to Mangrove Fort was very expensive, especially with 2 horses and a lot of equipment. Yang Bo also had to be wary of the game administrators plotting against him. An accident in the water would be less likely to be seen. And there were more options. Yang Bo planned to continue his fishing adventure after arriving at Red Tree Castle, not seeking merit, but avoiding mistakes. He believed that this way, the game administrators wouldn't pursue him. The mountain range north of the Red Maple Leaf Kingdom didn't look very high, but the mountains here were strange. They were straight up and down, with a flat area at the top. But these mountains weren't very large. The entire mountain range was only about 200 meters high. Moreover, these mountains looked like a single solid block of rock. Some were surrounded by cliffs, making it impossible to climb. This had its advantages, however. Some of these mountains on either side of the river had plank roads built on them, and on the summits of some of the larger peaks, soldiers and catapults could be seen. The river here wasn't very wide, only about 50 or 60 meters, but it appeared quite deep. Yang Bo sometimes had to walk on the plank roads as well. This mountain range spanned about 100 kilometers. Yang Bo followed a caravan for 3 days, using pack horses. They even passed a checkpoint along the way before reaching Mangrove Fort. After emerging from the mountains, Yang Bo surveyed the terrain. Here he came, a large basin, but it was divided in 2 by the river. The side he was walking on covered about 1,000 acres, while the other side of the river was only 50 or 60 acres. Surrounding the basin was another ring of mountains, making it look like a giant meteorite crater. Then, a castle sat on the other side of the basin, by the river, with mountains on one side and the river on the other. Inside this basin lay a small city. It was called Mangrove Castle. "Andy! Nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you from that old bastard in Green City. Don't you have any entourage?" The highest official in Mangrove Castle was the governor, an earl, and a member of the Green family, named Lytton. "It's an honor to serve the Green family. I'm also pleased to meet the distinguished earl. Since I'm an outsider, my subordinates are also outsiders. To avoid unnecessary trouble, and because I have no money, I came here alone." Yang Bo bowed to Earl Lytton. "In that case, I offer you 2 choices. The first is in Red Tree Castle. You can rent a house in the city. You won't be summoned during normal times, and you'll be free to participate in various noble activities. Of course, you have to pay for all expenses yourself. The second option is to station yourself at the castle across the river to guard against the Tyrol Kingdom's naval fleet. This way, you receive a monthly stipend of 50 gold coins. Furthermore, sinking an enemy warship will earn you a reward of 10,000 gold coins, and you also receive a promotion in your rank. The reason for the 50 gold coins per month is that conscripted nobles fight without pay. Their only reward is spoils of war. Also, the reward for killing an enemy naval officer is the same as for killing a cavalry officer. Earl Lytton offered Yang Bo 2 choices. The moment he mentioned the second option, Yang Bo already wanted to choose it, because Yang Bo knew that, deep down, he still despised being a foreigner. But this is perfectly normal. Who knows the origins of this outsider? This is such an important place, after all. Thank you, Lord Earl, for your generosity. I choose to go the other way. Yang Bo decisively chose to go the other way. Then I appoint you General of Mountain Corner Fort. There are 200 garrisons and 300 serfs inside the fort, Earl Lytton said happily. Of course, you can come here and relax 4 days a month. There are lots of circuses here. Besides, the women in the bar here also like young nobles like you, Earl Lytton said. Yang Bo heard the other party's implication. Don't come here unless you have anything to do. Thank you. Yang Bo accepted the letter of appointment. Also, if you need it, you can pay 2 months' stipend in advance. Thank you, Lord Earl. Yang Bo thanked him and decisively went to collect the 2 months' stipend. The horses were then left at Red Tree Castle. Since he was on duty, they were free. If he wasn't on duty, maintaining the horses would be an expense every month. Yang Bo took a small boat to Mountain Corner Castle. Here, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, a small basin, only about an acre in size, was built on a ridge near the Kingdom of Tyrol. Catapults and giant crossbows were deployed on the third and riverside walls. When Yang Bo arrived, the former garrison commander quickly left. Most of the serfs here worked the dozens of acres of land. Some people were fishing in the river. The serfs' food was poor. Even the soldiers' food wasn't very good either. Yang Bo observed the catapults and giant crossbows, which seemed well maintained. Then Yang Bo nimbly followed the path up the mountain to the hill beyond. There were outposts on this hill too. Behind this hill were towering mountains, seemingly deserted. However, Yang Bo still spotted a path and, after asking, learned that they were hunters. After all, you live by the mountains, you live by the water, and those who come here are unconnected because there's no money to be made here, unlike the opposing garrisons, which could profit from passing caravans. Yang Bo settled down here. After leaving the game, Su Wei and the other two had already returned from training. On hearing that Yang Bo had become a general in the game, commanding hundreds of NPC soldiers, and receiving a monthly allowance of 50 gold coins, the 3 of them lashed out at Yang Bo again. 50 gold coins? Now, 1 gold coin is worth nearly 3 million blue coins. It wasn't so expensive before, but after Yang Bo's players became knights and were granted fiefdoms, they went on a buying spree. They were determined to make a name for themselves in the game. So the price of gold coins kept rising every day. Yang Bo chuckled and played around with his 3 girlfriends. Then Yang Bo prepared to do his own thing. The next day, Yang Bo logged into the game and went AFK, filling his character's day with activities. Then Yang Bo entered the basement lab and arrived at Bart's private laboratory. Arriving at Catherine's residence, he found she had decorated it with a warm welcome. Everywhere Catherine had access, she had redecorated it. Yang Bo truly felt that this place was completely different with this woman in it. Then he went to have some fun with Catherine. This woman was now completely devoted to Bart. Catherine didn't go out because she could see the scenery from her room. And as long as she had internet access, she had plenty of entertainment options. There was also a swimming pool with a huge, transparent glass-like roof, so of course, you couldn't see inside. Catherine was content with her current life. No more being chased around the world in a panic. No more confined to a cramped safe house without internet access. That time in the safe house, Catherine felt like she was living a life worse than death. Then, using Bart's identity, Yang Bo changed the bounty he'd posted on the hacker forum to an unlimited level. Someone had accepted the bounty, but hadn't found anything of value. Someone even commented that the item was perfectly fine. After the fun ended, Yang Bo returned to Bart's private laboratory, where Catherine had no authority. As for the Devon matter, Yang Bo waited for it to develop before making any further comments. After all, public opinion within the Empire was surging. Every noble was making their move. John Lee wasn't in a rush for the time being. Whether the fleet soldiers recruited by the Karaya people were facing problems, or whether he was looking for an opportunity to exploit the pirates, or perhaps join forces with the pirates to target Central State, Yang Bo returned to March Star. Then he went to the hacker forum and accepted 2 small bounties. It took 2 days to complete these 2 small bounties. Then I accepted the mission Bart sent me. Then I used some common hacker analysis techniques. However, Grand Duke Golden Oak was being very discreet. This is a bionic reconnaissance robot produced by Grand Duke Golden Oak. Only certain special models release infrasound after a certain period of operation. This infrasound is released very discreetly, with a probability of only a few thousandths of being able to do so. And the frequency of each infrasound wave is different. A specific program is embedded within the software, so that when it runs at a certain time, the bionic robot will emit infrasound waves. Bionic robots naturally simulate the sounds of various animals. This program only produces infrasound waves on special bionic robot models. It doesn't happen on standard models at all. So, some might ask, what if a special program is used for a special model, that would clearly indicate a problem, and all simulated robots would have to use the same program to avoid suspicion. Yang Bo had already identified the problem, and now working backwards from it would be easy. Of course, Yang Bo wouldn't reveal this right away. He wanted to create a genius persona, but he wasn't that perverted. With nothing else to do, Yang Bo secretly made an appointment with Wang Muxue, who had just returned from training with the fleet. He had some fun with the Alliance female admiral, completely taming her. Then an unexpected surprise struck Yang Bo. Yang Bo had just sent Wang Muxue away when he discovered Zhang Boijin had sent a message to Mr. Jiu. The 2 B-class warships ordered by March Star were complete and would depart for March Star next month. Originally, warship production wasn't so fast, but due to the complex international situation, the Alliance military had also ordered a number of warships, which is why the warships ordered by March Star were delivered so quickly. Yang Bo also planned to exile these 2 warships deep into the stars. Just like the Great Stone battleship, the Great Stone battleship hasn't completely escaped human detection range yet, and it still maintains a last bit of signal. In a few days, the Great Stone will completely disappear. When that happens, Yang Bo will teleport directly there and make this main battleship his own personal warship, then deploy it to a location not far from the Second World. Hey, the Second World Planetary Fleet is adding 2 more B-class battleships. We need to find a way to get Zhang Boijin to order 2 A-class battleships. At the same time, it's time to let Li Yong make a contribution. This is a perfect time to frame the Pirate Alliance. Yang Bo had already planned to make the Pirate Alliance take the blame. Chapter 1275. Yang Bo must be able to leave March Star under this identity. So those interstellar creature cubs must be discovered by Yang Bo. Then, of course, Yang Bo will study interstellar creatures. Then he delve into the starry sky. And while adventuring in space, he not only find a battleship, but also a Class B battleship, and then discover the Second World. And then, he successfully established a nation. Yang Bo had his future carefully planned. The military-grade optical computer Zhang Boijin purchased for him has been delivered to Yang Bo's home. Yang Bo dedicated a room to this level of optical computer. It must be said that the computing speed of optical computers of this level is different. Yang Bo physically separated this level of optical computer. Then he began writing some of his own hacking tools on it. Su Wei and the other 2 have been having a love-hate relationship lately. They love that Yang Bo is home every day. They hate that he's also home every night, leaving even the 3 women exhausted from the torment. Su Wei didn't even know that Wang Muxue was sharing the burden. Yang Bo wrote his own hacking tools, and then began to analyze Bart's bounty in a serious manner. Of course, hacker forums are anonymous, so neither side knew the other's identity. In the Second World game, Yang Bo had nothing to do. He logged in every morning and idled, letting his character practice swimming, archery, and martial arts. Yang Bo, have you checked the group messages? A knight who left the territory is dead. He was killed and robbed by several bandits. Su Wei told Yang Bo after returning from mecha training. Huh? Yang Bo hadn't really paid attention to those gamers. That guy is crying his heart out right now. His game character has finally grown to this point. And he invested so much money. Su Wei said. Yang Bo went to the internet room and opened it up. It turned out that after becoming a knight, this guy went to the knight territory. And then he bought gold coins at exorbitant prices. That means he'd invested tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Of course, those gold coins aren't worth that much in the game. It's just that it's difficult for gamers to obtain gold coins because they're considered outsiders and are ostracized by the natives of the Second World. And even in the Second World, gold coins are almost exclusively controlled by the nobility. In other words, the purchasing power of game coins in the game has nothing to do with the real world. How much food can one gold coin buy in the game? But how much food would one gold coin buy in real money? It's all because of this guy's lavish investments in the forest, repairing mills, roads, water conservancy projects, and even reclaiming wasteland. So many projects all at once. While out inspecting the land reclamation, he was targeted by bandits. Then he was killed by them, and his account was gone. Everything this noble had worked for was lost. And then he lost his knighthood and his domain. He posted a video in the group, crying his eyes out. Yang Bo chuckled to himself at this. It's hard to say who lives in those remote villages. The Lord of Green City sent these people to remote areas because they're difficult to manage. Because in a civilization like the Second World, information transmission is too slow. Villages in remote areas like these rely entirely on the villagers themselves to maintain public order. To put it bluntly, these villages might even be dens of thieves. These people are usually honest villagers, but once you show off your wealth, they become bandits. This is also why caravans in the second world always bring numerous guards wherever they go. He's just unlucky, Yang Bo said, of course, without much else to say. Yes. But I think they should have anticipated these risks when they went out on their own. I think they deserved it. It's not good to just follow Yang Bo. I think these nobles are taking things for granted. They think Yang Bo's success means they're smarter than him, so they can succeed too. Annie and Xia said. Yang Bo hugged them and chuckled. I think you have a point, but that's just how nobles are. Never mind them. If they go out on their own, it's none of our business. It's just that the price of gold coins might go up again. Yang Bo knew these noble children would be unhappy. It's mainly because there are so few gold coins in our hands. Most gamers only have copper coins, and even fewer have silver coins. Among all the gamers, you're probably the only one with that much gold, Yang Bo. You're subsidizing 50 gold coins a month in the game. That's enough to spend in real life. Su Wei's money-grubbing calculations. That's because the governor of Red Tree Castle is from the Green family. And the place I'm stationed in the game is completely empty. Other nobles wouldn't want to be there. And I have to patrol every day and night. Actually, with my status as a noble in the game, 50 gold coins a month isn't much. Yang Bo explained with a smile. It takes me 2 years to buy a bow. The price of such weapons in the game is ridiculously high, mainly because the second world civilizations consume too much manpower and resources to manufacture them. This is what it's like in an era of low productivity. How have you been learning hacking? Annie asked again. It still feels pretty easy. Maybe it has something to do with my growing superpowers. Yang Bo replied. I also took on some missions on the hacker forum and earned some money. Yang Bo, you're amazing. You guys are amazing too. You're even better at mechas than me. Aren't you doing any other experiments now? I've been hooked on hacking programs lately. I do another experiment in a couple of days. I have a bounty on the line, so I do it once I'm done. That's good, that's good. What do you mean by that? Nothing? Yang Bo chuckled, knowing what Sue meant. A few days later, Yang Bo saw Bart's bounty. The main thing was finding the anomalous program. Then Yang Bo came to Devon under the pretext of conducting an experiment. Let's have some fun with Catherine first. Your Excellency the Duke. I want to have a baby. Catherine whispered, lying on Bart. I don't mean anything special. I just think it would be better to have someone with me, Catherine explained quickly. Let's wait a little longer. Let's talk about it after the eldest son is born. Yang Bo certainly knew what he was thinking. Still insecure, wanting to secure her position. Yeah. Catherine was already quite satisfied with this promise. Catherine truly did feel insecure. He was the Grand Duke, after all, and although she seemed free now, this place still felt a bit lonely, though it was much better than before. Of course, Catherine didn't dare interact with anyone outside of the family, fearing she'd be exposed and targeted by the Red Earl's men. Though theoretically impossible, she was still deeply afraid. She was also terrified of Bart, a man so ruthless and calculating. He caused such a huge mess in the imperial capital, yet no one knew it was him who was behind the incident, provoking a war between the Red Earl and the royal family. He'd even framed the Red Earl. Catherine knew how precarious the Red Earl's situation was right now. Catherine knew that even if there were some doubts about this matter, the Empire would have to find an organization of sufficient weight to bear the brunt of this terrorist attack. It could even be called a war. So, the Red Earl would ultimately be unable to escape, because in the eyes of politicians, there's no right or wrong, only profit. Don't overthink it. You should be thankful that I'm your only man, so just enjoy your life with me from now on. Yang Bo said soothingly. Yes. Catherine nodded. Then Yang Bo transformed into Bart and returned to the manor. Then Yang Bo started his live stream. The title of the live stream was also quite explosive. Who is helping the terrorists? Hello everyone, I'm Bart. A lot has been happening in the Empire lately. I've always been puzzled. Isn't the security in our Empire excellent? Why has so much been happening lately? I'm a suspicious person. Especially when those two tried to release an energy virus into my territory last time. Their chosen location was clever, just 10 kilometers outside my territory's security zone. And I just adjusted my territory's security zone this morning. At noon, these terrorists happened to be outside my newly adjusted security zone. This is definitely not a coincidence. But I searched for a long time and couldn't find anything. So I looked for some professionals. Of course, everyone who's watching the live broadcast will know I've found the answer. The biggest mastermind behind the terrorists is likely the target I've discovered this time. As everyone knows, our Noble's defense system utilizes multiple reconnaissance systems. These include ground reconnaissance equipment, fixed reconnaissance equipment, and drones, but more importantly, bionic robots. First, let's look at a bionic robot program. There's a section within this general-purpose bionic robot program that I discovered with the help of a top hacker. Then, through this suspicious point, I finally found the evidence. Everyone, please watch my experiment in a fully enclosed environment. The live broadcast already has 1 billion viewers, and this time it's free. Everyone saw the video Bart played. In the video, Bart pulled out some bionic reconnaissance equipment, each bearing a brand new serial number. He then took out these bionic reconnaissance devices and began operating them. Then Bart's voice resonated. I suggest that everyone keep these bionic reconnaissance devices in a safe place for repeated testing. A small percentage of these bionic reconnaissance devices emit infrasound waves during a certain period of operation. Although infrasound waves can be generated in many ways. But these bionic reconnaissance devices generate infrasound waves at the same time from the moment they start operating. This is what the suspicious program is controlling. If there were a specific receiver that could pick up the infrasound frequency at this time, then we could use this infrasound wave to determine the source of the sound. This means we can determine the location of these bionic reconnaissance devices, and thus determine if they are active. The trajectory of the enemy. Because my territory needed to expand its security perimeter, we activated a new batch of bionic reconnaissance equipment. It's precisely because of the ultrasonic waves emitted by these bionic reconnaissance devices that terrorists can easily launch attacks on my territory from 10 kilometers away. Of course, this is just a suspicion. I believe many of you have already begun conducting relevant experiments. Why has the Empire been hit by terrorist attacks one after another? Why do terrorists have so many insane weapons? Because the critical components of the security system we use have problems. Then could it be that other security systems, such as the planetary security system, the custom security system, and so on, have also been backdoored? And what happened in the Imperial capital a while ago? Could it be related to this? After hearing what Bart said in his live stream, every noble in the Empire felt their scalps tingle. How could such a thing even exist? The nobles hurried to conduct their experiments, and Grand Duke Jingxiangshu, watching the live stream, was completely stunned. I had never imagined that Bart could possess such power. Bart continued in the live stream. I want an explanation for this matter. How did this equipment pass the Imperial Security Department certification? Does the Imperial Security Department want to eliminate us nobles? I know some people are eager to replace us. Those great nobles. But what I, Bart, want to say today is that we great nobles will not surrender so easily. And why are certain people colluding with terrorists? I really can't understand why. Could these people be the infamous Red Earls? The 3 Red Earls have carried out so many terrorist attacks. Especially in the Alliance, they almost occupied a planet. Is this something the Empire tacitly approves? Although I don't have a favorable impression of the Alliance, I think this method of subverting the Alliance is unacceptable. Yang Bo began to ramble on in the live stream. Because the Alliance will put pressure on the Empire to uncover the truth. Otherwise, these Grand Dukes might even cover for each other. I'd like to express my special thanks to a hacker from the Hacker Forum. We actually didn't find anything suspicious in this program. I even offered a bounty on the Hacker Forum for a month, and several people took it, but they couldn't find anything suspicious. Later, I had to relax the requirements, now allowing anyone with any level to take the task. I didn't expect the results to come so quickly. Now I, Bart, want an explanation. Who is behind the terrorist attack on my territory? Provide the terrorists with accurate information. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, then I, Bart, will seek revenge. Billions of viewers watched as Bart calmly delivered these harsh words as the live stream ended. Chapter 1276. The security company under the Grand Duke of Golden Oak issued an urgent announcement, stating that it took this matter extremely seriously. It also stated that it did not have the tracking function that Grand Duke Bart had claimed. However, not many believed the emergency announcement from the Grand Duke of Golden Oak Security Company. Because everyone knew that although Bart had been a jerk in the past, he would never do anything without confidence. Many people believe that Bart was once called a jerk, but he was deliberately dissembling. Bart was always very confident in what he did. The case of the bionic robot artist remains unresolved. The Alliance has urgently stated that it will investigate this matter thoroughly. The Alliance has summoned the Imperial Ambassador. At the same time, the Alliance's security department is conducting an appraisal of the software Bart announced during the live broadcast. What Bart said is easy to verify. Because the Grand Duke of Golden Oak Security Company sells a large number of products. As an elder of the Imperial Council of Elders, the Grand Duke of Golden Oak Security Company has long occupied a large market share. However, the scandal that erupted now was something no one had anticipated. Everyone, from the Empire to the Alliance, believed what Bart had said on his live stream. It was officially suspected that the Grand Duke of Golden Oak was the mastermind behind the Red Earl terrorist organization. For so many years, the Red Earl had been constantly attacked, then hidden, and then resurfaced to cause trouble. If such a terrorist organization didn't have a powerful backer, it would have been strangled by a coalition of several nations long ago. So everyone believed that the Grand Duke of Golden Oak was the Red Earl. Soon, an Earl from the Empire was the first to complete the repeated experiment Bart had mentioned. A live stream was launched, titled Repeating Grand Duke Bart's Experiment. The test results confirmed what Bart had said in the live stream. However, there's currently no direct evidence that an infrasound receiver can locate these bionic robots. Infrasound waves are inevitable during machine operation, but most infrasound waves are irregular. But with Bart's crack program, these infrasound waves are observed to have a pattern. This is practically the final nail in the coffin. Now, even if the Imperial leadership wants to cover up, it's too late. Because Bart within the Council of Elders will certainly not let this go. Additionally, there's pressure from both the Alliance and the Federation. The Red Earl has carried out numerous terrorist attacks in these two countries. In particular, in the Alliance, he nearly occupied a planet. The Alliance has now lodged a solemn protest with the Empire. And the Alliance's media is also extensively reporting on this matter. In addition, the Alliance is demanding that the Empire provide various data related to the bionic robots. Chaos. After Yang Bo started the matter, he left it alone. Because Yang Bo knew about this, he couldn't let it go. The Red Earl had been causing a lot of trouble in the Empire and the Alliance. Several recent incidents in the Empire had caused heavy losses to many nobles. These nobles were determined to recoup their losses. Furthermore, these nobles wouldn't let Grand Duke Golden Oak go. Many Imperial nobles had been killed and injured because of the Red Earl. If Grand Duke Golden Oak wasn't dealt with this time, he could continue to exploit Red Earl's terrorist identity to cause trouble. Many people also noticed that most of those who had previously opposed the Grand Duke of Golden Oak had met with a bad end. It seemed that the Grand Duke of Golden Oak had resorted to other tactics. This made the other nobles unconvinced. While other nobles would employ various tactics against their opponents, they still didn't dare directly support terrorists, as if such a thing were exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. Furthermore, the Imperial family held a deep hatred for the Red Earl. The Red Earl's influence was also implicated in the Crown Prince's case. This led the Imperial Emperor to believe that the Grand Duke of Golden Oak was targeting the Imperial family. Yang Bo stayed overnight at Bart's manor on Devon Star. The next day, he arrived at the laboratory and first wandered around Prince Holden's territory in the Second World. Then he arrived at the Federation. In his capacity as governor of the Karaya state, he convened an emergency meeting. The Karaya state then publicly demanded that the Empire investigate the matter. Many states within the Federation had already issued statements. Although the states of the Federation aren't afraid of terrorists, they only die faster if they come to the Federation and face the warlord's tactics. Terrorists love to cause trouble in the Alliance because the Alliance doesn't have the death penalty. So, the Alliance reacted most strongly to this incident. The Alliance House of Representatives held an emergency meeting and approved an emergency plan with a 99% vote in favor. This plan calls for a 2-week severance of all trade with the Empire, and for a resecurity review of Imperial electronic products and goods. In addition, restrictions will be placed on the movements of people entering the Empire. Also, the Alliance urged citizens in the Empire to pay attention to their personal safety. The Alliance House of Representatives proposal would be voted on by the Senate. The Alliance Senate quickly passed the resolution. The Alliance blocked all jump points leading to the Empire. All electronic products produced by the Empire were confiscated. The Empire's business with the Alliance was frozen. The Alliance's reaction was fierce, primarily due to the Red Earl's rebellion on Pato. The Red Earl's rebellion on Pato caused huge losses for several major Alliance consortiums. Each administrative planet in the Alliance has many consortiums invested in it. Many buildings on Pato were destroyed, not to mention various commercial activities. Pato has not yet recovered, and its population continues to decline. These consortiums wanted to transfer their assets, but no one would take over, but they couldn't completely abandon their investments on Pato. As a result, the major Alliance consortiums hated the Red Earl to the core. Amidst the hustle and bustle, 2 B-class battleships were unloaded from the space dock in the Alliance's capital Star Circle. These 2 B-class battleships were ordered by March Star for the construction of its planetary security fleet. They had already undergone a week-long sea trial. After returning to the dock for adjustments, a professional transport company would deliver them to March Star. Once March Star receives the warships, payment will begin. This is a complete process within the Alliance. Currently, the two warships only have basic navigational capabilities. Other weapon systems and various other systems were configured independently by the Homeland Security Department of each administrative planet. The March Star government had already launched its recruitment program 6 months ago. They also negotiated loan agreements with several major financial conglomerates. This delighted them, as they had finally profited from March Star. While the interest rates on these loans weren't very high, the amounts involved were substantial, so the total interest was still considerable. Many conglomerates now regret not having established roots on March Star. March Star's future development is expected to continue to improve. The two warships were equipped with mecha squads from the escorting security company. Several drones were also deployed. There were also professional technicians, all retired from the Alliance fleet. In an emergency, the two warships were authorized to open fire. Of course, these personnel were not armed military personnel, so authorization from multiple parties was required before they could open fire. And only the lowest powered defensive weapons could be used. The Alliance maintained strict regulations regarding heavy weapons. For these professional transport companies, this seemed like a simple escort mission, and Yongbo was currently in Korea State. Some unsettling developments were occurring within the Korea State Fleet. So, Yongbo, as commander of the Koreabang Planetary Fleet, issued new fleet regulations. Koreabang Fleet regulations stipulate that gender can only be male or female. Anyone who uses a third gender as an excuse to interfere with the normal operation of the fleet will be punished with flogging or even death, depending on the severity of the offense. The dress code within the fleet must be followed. Violators will be subject to flogging. Koreabang Fleet regulations prohibit regional discrimination. Once you join the fleet, you become a soldier and must unconditionally obey the orders of the fleet commander. Of course, there are other regulations as well. The previous regulation primarily targeted personnel introduced by companies with Alliance backgrounds, some of whom were causing issues regarding gender. After Commander Lee John of the Korea Planet Fleet promulgated the new fleet regulations, some within the fleet were disgruntled, especially those from the Alliance, who began posting content online. This content then attracted the attention of certain groups within the Alliance. Some within the Alliance even proposed organizing a protest in Korea. Yongbo, seeing these Alliance groups' somewhat naive ideas, chuckled inwardly. Yongbo was determined to cause trouble against the Alliance. Yongbo had long been fed up with these internal Alliance affairs. These ignorant individuals were bringing these bad habits to their own fleet. Wasn't this simply causing trouble for his fleet? He considered everyone in the fleet his own people. If he didn't weed out these bad guys now, it would be very troublesome when he took over later. As for what Lee John did, it would have nothing to do with Yongbo then. Besides, what kind of people were the Federation warlords? He was going to teach them a lesson. They wouldn't dare to say anything even when they heard Lee John's name. Yongbo didn't have time to bother with these guys' online antics for now. He had to figure out how to seize 2 B-class battleships. The journey from the Alliance capital star circle to March Star would take 20 days, crossing 2 public star zones. This time, Yongbo planned to use interstellar lifeforms to create the illusion of an interstellar invasion. Interstellar lifeforms utilize energy at a much higher level than humans. And through them, Yongbo could unleash a host of abilities. At the same time, Yongbo disguised himself as an interstellar creature. This served 2 purposes. The first was to make everyone believe that the 2 warships had lost control due to an attack by interstellar creatures. The second was to hype up the threat of interstellar creatures, allowing Yongbo to research them and successfully discover the interstellar creature nest on March Star. Of course, the 2 warships would eventually be discovered by Yongbo by chance. Then, using his hacking skills and research on interstellar creatures, Yongbo would not only obtain the warships, but also possibly capture the interstellar creatures. This might only be Yongbo's general plan. The reason for using interstellar creatures is that it would be difficult to approach the 2 new warships by other means. After all, these 2 new warships are the Alliance's new generation of warships. Their performance is arguably even superior to the Empire's B-class warships. Of course, Yongbo also had to put on a show. Zhang Boijin knew that Mr. Jio was planning to rob the 2 warships. If he didn't put on a show, Zhang Boijin would suspect that these interstellar creatures were related to Mr. Jio. So Yongbo came to Tianyun Star and bought an identity in the underground city. Then, they boarded a passenger and cargo ship. This passenger and cargo ship intersected with the 2 B-class battleships. They would both dock at a transit port in a public star system. These transit ports in public star systems primarily facilitate the transfer of supplies from transport ships. This is similar to the transit ports used during ancient planetary navigation. All passenger and cargo ships would load and unload cargo here. These transit ports also serve as route adjustment mechanisms. And the two B-class battleships also needed adjustments. Although the probability of a transport ship colliding in the vast expanse of space is extremely low, planning is still necessary. Yongbo will sneak two B-class warships into the transit port. This means leaving the warship's original escort personnel or technician somewhere in the transit airport. Once this person is discovered, Zhang Buizhen will mistakenly believe that Mr. Zhou's men boarded the warship from there. However, before he could act, he encountered interstellar creatures. Yongbo had nothing to do on the passenger and cargo ship, just reading the news. The situation in the Empire is very complicated right now. Imperial officials have not announced the involvement of the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. However, they have been frequently mobilizing fleets. All administrative planets in the Empire have also raised their alert levels to the highest level. At the same time, the Empire has banned the use of all products from the security company owned by the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. Yongbo chuckled at this. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak and the Red Earl already have a relationship. Although the Grand Duke wasn't the Red Earl himself, things had come to this. The Empire certainly wouldn't let Grand Duke Golden Oak off so easily. Although this matter was rather embarrassing, the other elders in the Council of Elders weren't so naive. After all, if Grand Duke Golden Oak fell, there would be one less elder. This would give everyone more power. And who would ultimately benefit from the numerous properties under Grand Duke Golden Oak's name. But to target Grand Duke Golden Oak, a comprehensive response plan was necessary. The power and influence of a Grand Duke were immense. Yongbo certainly knew this. In addition, the Imperial Guard fleets on all planets were placed on high alert. At the same time, customs on many planets were suspended, allowing entry to others. Customs on Devon had also been closed, and ships wishing to enter Devon were required to stop at designated locations. However, a few days later, Yongbo learned shocking news from Butler Jerry in Bart's territory. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak had disappeared, and the Grand Duke the Empire was targeting was actually a fake, created using cloning technology. Could it be that the Empire deliberately let him escape? Yongbo felt a little strange about this matter. On another level, if it were true, it would make it easier for the Empire to handle it. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak was definitely not alone. If they used any tactics against him, there would undoubtedly be resistance. Now that he'd escaped, they were leaderless. Never mind, let's get this thing settled first. Yongbo worried that the Grand Duke of Golden Oak would seek revenge on Bart. Chapter 1277. This transit airport in the public star domain serves not only cargo, but also people. Because some spacecraft cannot reach directly, they must transit through this transit airport. These transit airports are typically built jointly by large conglomerates from several countries. However, transit airports lack customs. They are also prone to smuggling. Customs are usually only established upon entering a planet. Yongbo spent 9 days on the customer's dual-use spacecraft, and successfully arrived at the transit airport. This identity purchased a ticket to the transit airport. The transit airport is a massive man-made port suspended in the vastness of space. It has a comprehensive defense system, primarily to protect against pirates and possible meteorites. Small meteorites are generally destroyed by the defense system. Large meteorites can also be deflected by missiles and other impacts. In space, even asteroids can be redirected with timely intervention. Yongbo felt a bit bored, mainly because interstellar travel was too tedious. Yongbo disdained to use the entertainment facilities on the ship. Besides, this identity was purchased, and he didn't have any game accounts. The transit airport also had many entertainment facilities, and many people were stranded there, because it was like a ship on the high seas in ancient times. This public star domain transit airport connected the Empire and the Alliance. In interstellar society, national territories were scattered across the universe. They weren't connected, but rather connected through space jump points. Therefore, these public star regions became public passages. Generally speaking, a public star region refers to a star region that can simultaneously connect to two countries. This means that the multiple space jump points within this star region can connect to both countries. Some transit star regions are not public star regions because the space jump points within these star regions only connect to one country. Yongbo looked at the two B-class battleships. They looked much smaller than the transport ships. But the battleships were instantly recognizable because their shape was completely different from that of the transport ships. Most transport ships are elliptical cylinders. This is because ships are not affected by air resistance in space. In theory, Transport ships can be of any shape. The elliptical shape is primarily for easier trajectory changes and to avoid space debris. Warships, on the other hand, are mostly flat, primarily to minimize exposure. The escort personnel on the battleships also came to the airport for some fun. This neutral airport offers many special services. This airport also has many shady businesses. This was actually the default policy of the several companies operating this type of airport. This would attract more passengers to transit through the area. It would also attract more businesses to establish a presence here. Yang Bo looked at the mecha pilots and technicians escorting the warship. I say partial because they were taking turns resting. Yang Bo followed them into the bar. The frenzied DJ music in the bar lifted everyone's spirits. Yang Bo took this opportunity to release a spiritual seed into one of the individuals with a higher level of superpowers. It turned out to be a mecha master. He was also the captain of the security company's mecha squad that was escorting them. This security company probably never imagined that someone would hijack two brand new warships. Therefore, they didn't plan on having such high-level personnel. Even if the warships were hijacked, it would be difficult to hack into their systems. At least not quickly. Yang Bo knew from the captain's memories that the two warships would dock here for 4 days. Then, they would depart, so Yang Bo wouldn't act now. After wandering around the bar, Yang Bo went to the casino. Although there were many beautiful women in the bar, Yang Bo had no interest in any of them, because these women were far inferior to his own women. Those with money in the alliance would go to countries like the Federation to spend their money, while those without would come to these transit ports for a little fun. These gray areas in transit ports are small-scale, and often involve small-scale operations. Because the large sums involved would easily attract investigation by the relevant alliance departments. Would you like to go to the VIP room? Yang Bo's frequent small wins caught the attention of the casino, so a staff member came to ask. Casino chips can be used as tokens throughout the airport. So even if you win money in the casino, it's hard to take it away, because everyone who wins will definitely go out and have fun. I don't like to play in crowded places. I like to play in crowded places. In the alliance, no one calls others Mr. or Miss, only guest. Because if you call someone Mr., they're likely to be Mississippi. Yang Bo wasn't going to any VIP room. Yang Bo slid a chip into the waiter's pocket and left. Then Yang Bo was fine. That's how casinos work. If they see someone winning big, they bring them in for a special round. Frequent winnings like this can lead to chaos in the hall. 3 days later, the two B-class battleships delivered to March Star were 5 hours away from leaving the port. In the bar's bathroom, an ordinary mecha pilot, responsible for escorting the shipment, entered the restroom, reeking of alcohol. As soon as he opened the bathroom door, he felt a powerful force push against him from behind, and his vision went black. Yang Bo had been keeping an eye on this guy. Seeing him use the restroom, he pushed him into the restroom, knocked him unconscious, tied him up, and even thoughtfully placed a golden collar on him. Then he put on his clothes and disguised himself as him. These private restrooms are generally not disturbed. Because the airport is open day and night, the bar is also open non-stop. The restrooms here are all private, and there are no signs. Of course, Yang Bo's whereabouts could be traced later, as there was no information that he had left the ship after disembarking at the airport. With the two warships experiencing problems, the Alliance would undoubtedly be frantically searching for the cause. Yang Bo had just released his spiritual seed to the other party, gaining access to their memories. Soon, Yang Bo arrived aboard one of the two warships. First, a meeting was held aboard this warship. It was primarily a safety meeting for the escort mission, a routine one. Yang Bo took the opportunity to drop a dozen interstellar creatures into a safe haven aboard this warship. These interstellar creatures took on the form of spiders. Yang Bo then controlled them through his spirit seed, shutting them down in the safety chamber. Then Yang Bo returned to another warship. This was also a disguise Yang Bo had deliberately chosen. The escorting mecha pilots and other personnel were split into two groups. Aboard two warships, Yang Bo would use this person's identity to hold a meeting on one warship before moving on to the other. The colleagues seemed quite relaxed, as this kind of escort mission had never gone wrong before. The two warships left the airport one after the other, forming a sailing formation. It wasn't time to act yet. After waiting for about a day, Yang Bo knew it was time to act. The next space jump point was only 2 days away. Now, under this disguise, Yang Bo was resting in the temporary dormitory. Most of the internal functions of these brand new warships were not yet activated, and both warships were currently operating on automatic navigation. Only a handful of technicians were on duty. These technicians only had temporary authorization. In fact, Even without these technicians and the escorting security personnel, the warship could still reach its destination under the control of the intelligence system. It's just that the Alliance's security procedures must be monitored. Yang Bo's warship was in the front, while the interstellar creatures in the safety chamber were in the rear. Yang Bo used his spirit seed to control the interstellar creatures and open the safety chamber. Yang Bo was now very familiar with the two warships. Under Yang Bo's control, more than a dozen interstellar creatures evaded some of the surveillance cameras on the warships. Then they began to destroy the warship's energy system. These interstellar creatures possess a keen sense of energy. Yang Bo discovered that by controlling the interstellar creatures through his spiritual seeds, he could precisely determine the energy released by various sensors and other equipment within the warship. At the same time, Yang Bo also placed over a dozen interstellar creatures aboard his own warship. These interstellar creatures weren't very large. According to legend, they were only about 60 centimeters in diameter, resembling mechanical spiders. However, these interstellar creatures were capable of unleashing various energy attacks. They could also unleash energy interference. The escort crew of the preceding warship sat bored in the duty room. Although no human control or intervention was required, according to the procedure, a human presence was required, so this kind of work was extremely tedious. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the warship's intelligence system. This momentarily left the three people in the duty room unresponsive. The prompt was in yellow text. Warning: Communication Auxiliary System Energy System Interference. What does this mean? This is the Alliance's latest generation B-class battleship. Could it be a problem now? The escort officer looked at the pop-up message, completely unsure of what it meant. Calling technicians? The three officers on duty could only call for technicians. Calling technicians? The three officers on duty called for technicians individually, but received no response. Then the intelligence system displayed more yellow pop-ups. Warning: Steering Control System Energy Interference. The radar transmission system is being disrupted by energy. Some say the battleship's defenses are so high, how could a tiny interstellar creature possibly interfere? The battleship's energy jamming system is indeed of the highest protection level. But don't forget that these interstellar creatures are directly inside the battleship, and they're not just interfering aimlessly within, but directly around the control lines and pipes. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. This is the result of inexperience, because these people had no idea the battleship would have a problem in this place. Then, a corresponding pop-up window appeared on the following battleship. However, the escort on this ship reacted faster than the previous one. The escort on this ship immediately pressed the emergency button. Yang Bo, the mecha pilots from the other mecha escort teams, and the technicians all rushed to their posts after receiving the emergency call aboard the warship. Damn it! Yang Bo blended into the crowd and rushed to the control room. Unfortunately, the interstellar creatures had just welded shut the doors inside the warships. The doors inside these warships had very high protection levels and a high safety factor, complete with independent access control systems, but they were still physically connected to the entire warship wall. Since there was no way to control the door, they had to find a way to weld it to the warship wall. Yang Bo was also in the crowd, feigning panic. A rustling sound was heard coming from the channel. This was because the communication system was being interfered with. The escort leader had already contacted the warship manufacturer. At the same time, the Alliance Department of Homeland Security, the Alliance Department of Justice, and the Alliance military had also intervened. When everyone heard the rustling sound coming from the communication channel, their faces changed drastically. Clearly, the communication system was severely interfered with. Yang Bo had already commanded an interstellar creature to lie on the core communication line, directly releasing energy interference. This meant that if the enemy wanted to interfere with the warship's internal communication system, they would first have to penetrate the thick outer shell, then the pipes where the lines were located, and finally, the lines themselves before they could interfere with the communication signal. But now Yang Bo was directly commanding the interstellar creature to lie on the lines and interfere. The warship's internal alarm system didn't react because of the interstellar creature's energy interference. The Alliance military, the warship manufacturer, and the Department of Homeland Security formed an emergency team to quickly deal with the situation. Soon, the video footage from both warships was analyzed by the intelligence system. It was discovered that some of the video footage was blurry, as if it was being interfered with. The interstellar creatures themselves absorb energy, so the monitoring equipment, sensors, and detectors. The released energy wave received no feedback and was directly absorbed by the interstellar creatures. Yang Bo didn't want to cause any trouble, only to seize the two warships, so he didn't take any further action. Warning, warning! Unknown creature intrusion. Warning, warning! Another rapid alarm rang out from within the warship. At this moment, the Alliance Department of Homeland Security, the Alliance military, and the warship manufacturer witnessed an incredible scene on the surveillance footage. In the surveillance video, a large 8-legged spider, 2 of its legs emitting blue arcs of electricity. This blue arc welded the warship's door shut. The image was not very clear and flickered. Yang Bo had done this deliberately for them to see. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to capture these interstellar creatures. After welding the door shut, the strange spider leaped a great distance and disappeared from the surveillance footage. Interstellar creature. These departments within the Alliance were instantly horrified. Chapter 1278. The greatest threat humanity faces in interstellar activities is these interstellar creatures. These interstellar creatures live in energy-dense areas. That is, in the center of the universe. The center of the universe is a very vast region. The main reason is that once the density of galaxies reaches a certain level, the energy activity of the entire space becomes so high that most humans cannot survive there. Even those with advanced superpowers would need to rely on many resources to survive there for a long time. The center of the universe that humanity has reached is not yet the true center. It's just that the interstellar creatures in the outer regions of the center are terrifyingly powerful. Of course, humanity only needs to pay attention to these interstellar creatures for now. Because these interstellar creatures are the ones that pose a threat to human society. No one has ever seen interstellar creatures that are even more powerful. These interstellar creatures migrate to outer areas when they reproduce to avoid their own kind. Furthermore, interstellar creatures naturally absorb energy, so their body structures allow them to evade most current human detectors. Because their bodies absorb any energy, when the energy waves from human detectors reach these creatures, they are absorbed. This also presents a problem for humans. All human technology is based on energy. How is this possible? I've never seen an interstellar creature with this appearance. Could it be some kind of high-tech gadget? The Alliance's top expert in interstellar biological research expressed disbelief after viewing the video footage. Now the question is, how do we solve this problem? The alarm systems of the 2 warships are constantly sounding warnings. Due to energy interference, both warships are on the verge of losing control. The warship factory manager was most concerned about this issue. If they are truly interstellar life forms, we must destroy them. We will immediately dispatch specialized researchers to the 2 warships. The interstellar life expert said excitedly. Will there be any accidents along the way? For example, activating the warship's weapons systems? This was the warship factory manager's primary concern. If a warship went out of control, the damage would likely bankrupt the entire warship factory. The chances of that happening are extremely small. The expert quickly replied. Do you have any specific test data? And can you guarantee there won't be any problems? We want to see written documentation. The warship factory manager interrupted the expert. We've conducted relevant research, but the data isn't readily available. Besides, we're helping you solve your problem. Why would you need written documentation? The expert replied. The Union Homeland Security Department's commissioner then spoke up. If the interstellar creatures absorb the energy from the 2 warships, would it affect the other ships on the route? That's hard to say, because we don't know the size of the interstellar creatures. If there are only 1 or 2, it would take them a long time to absorb all the energy from the warships. However, judging by the systems on the warships, there should be quite a few interstellar creatures. We haven't conducted any research on this, so we don't know how quickly they absorb energy. Also, energy absorption by interstellar lifeforms would damage the entire warship's energy system. We can see that the warship's energy system has been damaged by 18%. It might soon shut down the warship's energy system. Interstellar lifeforms are energy-oriented, so if the 2 warships stop receiving a continuous supply of energy, they'd likely shift targets. But I'm a little skeptical, because interstellar lifeforms are so small, and we haven't seen anything this size before. We need to analyze it carefully. The others were speechless after hearing the expert's words, and after a long conversation, nothing was said. I suggest that all personnel evacuate the warships. If we can remotely control the battle line later, we can then send the personnel back. If that doesn't work, control the 2 warships and head for the nearest star. The person in charge of the warship manufacturing plant had no choice but to make this suggestion. Because the 2 warships were insured by an insurance company. Now that the 2 warships have been involved in an accident, if they're damaged, the insurance company will cover the damage. But if the warships cause damage to other objects while they're involved, the insurance company might not be able to cover the damage. In that case, the warship manufacturer would have to pay even more. So the person in charge of the warship manufacturer wants to destroy the 2 warships to prevent further damage. No! This proposal was met with opposition from everyone. We still don't know where these interstellar creatures came from. Was it encountered at the transit station? Why didn't the warship's radar system detect it? Is it a design flaw? The military leader's scalp was tingling. The interstellar creatures had silently invaded the warship, and the footage of these interstellar creatures in the video footage was blurry. No one in the Alliance military would be able to sleep well until this matter was clarified. The head of the Alliance Department of Homeland Security also objected, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. We haven't figured out the specifics yet. If we destroy it now, it will be difficult for us to gain further information. If interstellar creatures could easily invade this kind of warship, what about the others? Although these two warships were not fully staffed, they still had basic functions. Relevant experts also objected. Judging from the video footage, these interstellar creatures are likely still in their infancy. This presents a good opportunity. The warship manufacturing plant manager, upon hearing the general objections, leaped up and launched into a barrage of insults, first retorting to the military. These two warships are using passive radar systems. The very structure of these interstellar creatures absorbs all energy. If the radar were actively scanning, it would certainly detect the reflected blank areas. But how could passive radar possibly detect these interstellar creatures? Are your military leaders all idiots? They don't even understand this most basic principle. Or did they get promoted through connections? Don't you understand how passive radar works? The military personnel were rendered speechless by the warship manufacturing plant manager's rebuke. And you idiots from the Department of Homeland Security. Just your work ethic. Look at how many terrorist attacks our alliance has endured over the years. The Pajo incident, the Tianza incident, the March incident. You always react only after something happens. Never mind a few interstellar creatures. Even if our alliance's capital planet was attacked by a supernuclear bomb, I wouldn't be surprised. The head of the Department of Homeland Security also had a grim expression. This was a blatant reopening of wounds, and there was no way to object. And you, these rubbish experts, are clueless and don't even have the data. Come on, let's sign a contract. We hand over the two warships to you for research. If they cause significant damage later, you be responsible for compensation. They're still in their infancy. Do you realize the warships are on the verge of losing control? Our factory's decision now is to activate the warship's self-destruct sequence and sprint towards the nearest star. If we lose time and lose remote control of the warships, you share the consequences. If any of you want to find out what's happening on the warships, we immediately hand over ownership. The warship manufacturing factory manager, while aware that other departments in the Alliance wanted to understand the situation, was even more concerned about the possibility of something happening to the warships. And have you ever considered what would happen if interstellar life absorbed the energy of the two warships and grew? What would happen then? Or perhaps these interstellar life forms were already in this state. The experts in interstellar life research didn't dare sign such a contract. No one knew what would happen to the two warships behind. Then execute the plan. Then investigate exactly where the two warships encountered the interstellar creatures. Evacuate all personnel from the warships. Supervise each other during the evacuation. Prevent interstellar creatures from entering the escape pods. Also, activate active radar detection systems on all ships and warships within the Alliance. Be on guard against the possible appearance of other interstellar creatures. Active radars in the ground warning systems of all planets as well. Interstellar creatures can absorb radar detection energy waves. This way, radar will detect this gap. While it won't lock onto the target, it can still detect its location in advance. But this requires active radar detection. Passive radar detection requires the target to actively release energy waves to be detected. Yang Bo didn't expect that in just half an hour, everyone on both warships would demand evacuation. Yang Bo modified the program of an escape pod, making his identity disappear. Then Yang Bo discovered that the warships were remotely controlled and were hurtling towards the nearest star. This actually made Yang Bo feel relieved. This was his best chance to destroy the two warships. The distance to the nearest star was 13 hours. He could use this time to disable the warship's remote control system. The remote controller would then believe that an interstellar creature had compromised the warship's control system. Then, using the star's obstruction, he could successfully escape. Because the warship was so close to the star, all sensors would be unable to detect it at a certain distance. Because the energy fluctuations released by the star were too great, the Alliance lost remote control of the two warships and contact with them after 9 hours. The unmanned probe sent by the Alliance was still a long way from the star. Because of the speed of the unmanned probe, I couldn't keep up with the warships. By then, Yang Bo had cracked the control systems within the two warships, shutting down all their energy engines and entering silent navigation. Relying on their own inertia, the warships left the star's range. Yongbo could also detect the continuous observation of the remote probes behind them. Now, the warships, shielded by the star, entered the vast starry sky. Because their energy engines were deactivated, the energy probes could no longer detect the warship's trajectory. At this time, Zhang Buizhen had not yet received any relevant information. Yongbo used a dozen interstellar creatures to remotely control the two warships. Then he left the two B-class battleships. 2 days later, the man bound in the toilet was discovered. He was discovered at this time because rescuers noticed one person missing from the two battleships. Then, tracing the man's whereabouts, they discovered the locked toilet. The Alliance's Department of Homeland Security was terrified. Someone disguised themselves as someone else and infiltrated the two battleships. What was their purpose? Were they spies from another country? Wanted to steal the Alliance's latest generation of battleship technology? Or were they terrorists intent on causing a disaster? At this time, March Star received a report stating that there were problems with the two battleships, leading to a recall at the battleship factory. Of course, Zhang Buizhen, having learned privately about the unexpected situation involving the two warships, was also stunned. Zhang Buizhen then quickly sent a message to Mr. Jiu. Zhang Buizhen, sir? Something seems to have gone wrong. Mr. Jiu, what accident? I haven't received a report from our personnel yet. Zhang Buizhen, wait until you understand the situation. Some terms are too sensitive to contact us. Mr. Jiu, okay. After waiting for another 2 days, Yongbo finally contacted Zhang Buizhen. Young Master Zhang, I know what happened. I didn't expect to encounter something like this, but now we've alerted the enemy. I'm afraid it will be difficult to act next time. Zhang Buizhen, alas, those within the Alliance who know the situation are now in a state of panic. The most important thing is that activating the active radar like this will significantly increase the cost. Mr. Jiu, this cost is nothing compared to the danger posed by the unknown creatures. If I had known about them earlier, I would have gone there myself. Yongbo used unknown creatures instead of interstellar creatures because the Alliance Department of Homeland Security might monitor sensitive terms. Zhang Buizhen, Mr. Jiu has experience in this area. Mr. Jiu, haha, our mercenary group has its own base in the core of the universe. Zhang Buizhen hadn't expected Mr. Jiu to be so powerful. Zhang Buizhen, there are plenty of opportunities. We've added another A-class battleship to our March Star. Now that there's a threat from unknown creatures, we're stepping up our security efforts. Mr. Jiu, great. Yongbo got 2 battleships for free. Zhang Buizhen had no idea Mr. Jiu had already secured them, so he still had to fulfill the subsequent transaction. 2 days later, news broke that interstellar creatures had been discovered aboard 2 Alliance battleships. No information can be kept secret within the Alliance, because there's a ruling party and an opposition party within the Alliance. The opposition party is using this incident to attack the ruling party. The current ruling party came to power after the Tianza planet incident. Because the Tianza planet incident was so serious, the ruling party was forced to resign, with the president and vice president resigning. Now, the boomerang has reached the current ruling party, which was once the opposition party. This is a common situation within the Alliance, between the opposition and the ruling party. The opposition is now using this to question the ruling party's ability to respond to national security. In addition, all warships, spacecraft, and planetary warning systems have their active radars fully activated. This has led to protests from environmental groups within the Alliance, as activating active radars will increase planetary radiation levels. While this radiation level is still within safe limits, it's more than 10 times higher than before. As a result, the president, vice president, and head of the Department of Homeland Security of the current ruling party have resigned. Getting things done within the Alliance is incredibly difficult. Just like in this situation, without activating active radars, there's no way to detect possible interstellar life. However, once the active radar is activated, it will incur widespread opposition. Some groups are even making the insane demand that interstellar life forms be treated equally. Stocks related to interstellar life forms are also rising. Some experts are also spreading knowledge about interstellar life forms on various talk shows and television. The Alliance is currently allowing information about interstellar life forms to spread, primarily to leverage public support to prevent the possible existence of interstellar life forms, because it could cause the Alliance to abandon certain administrative planets. Once a planet appears to be infested with interstellar life forms, it must be abandoned. The only weapon against interstellar life forms is a warship's main guns, and if a main gun were to attack a planet, all life on that planet would be exterminated, or even cause the planet to explode. So the Alliance is actively spreading this information to prepare for potential trouble. Of course, It's also to discourage opposition groups. Clearly, the Alliance politicians have good intentions, but these opposition groups continue to act with their own will. These opposition groups claim that interstellar life forms have a right to exist, too, and they claim that the universe isn't unique to humans. These bizarre claims left Yang Bo stunned. The Alliance's discovery of interstellar life forms has caused the other two nations to become extremely nervous. Now, the other two nations have also activated their active defense systems. All three nations have launched massive warship manufacturing programs. On the one hand, the three nations face various internal threats, and they are suffering from terrorist attacks. The Federation is even more threatened by the Pirate Alliance. It's time for Yang Bo to become known. Yang Bo was determined to make his identity known. That meant uncovering the interstellar creatures on March Star. These interstellar creatures were already a dangerous presence on March Star, and Yang Bo didn't need so many of them himself. Also, Yang Bo wanted to see the Alliance's level of research on interstellar creatures, so Yang Bo applied for an exploration permit. The reason for this permit was that Yang Bo would receive at least a 10% interest in anything discovered, whether it was minerals or other things. The interstellar creatures lived outside Yang Bo's territory. Zhang Buizhen had long wanted Yang Bo to conduct a comprehensive exploration of March Star to see if he could find any more mutant creatures, but he hadn't been able to bring it up. So, he quickly issued Yang Bo an exploration permit and increased his 10% interest to 30%. Let's go! This time, Yang Bo not only went out on his own, but also took Su Wei and the other two on a scenic trip. Let's go! Su Wei and the other two were delighted. After all, they had Yang Bo with them on their adventure. Chapter 1279. Yang Bo piloted the flying car to a landing beside a high mountain lake, flanked by snow-capped mountains. The lake was a brilliant blue. Several people donned protective gear before leaving the aircraft. Field operations within the Alliance for psychics follow strict procedures. Many areas prohibit psychics from entering. This is because psychics' genes have mutated, and these mutations could potentially cause mutations in other species. The cells of psychics contain energy, which can also be understood as radiation. Otherwise, how could psychics unleash their powers? It's their own psychic energy. Yang Bo first took samples of the soil, rocks, and water. Active energy detection and scanning are prohibited in these protected areas. Only samples could be taken for analysis. Su Wei and the other two served as Yang Bo's assistants, but they mostly enjoyed the scenery. How beautiful! Su Wei noticed a green stalk growing from a crack in a rock, a golden flower atop it, creating a stark contrast to the surrounding rocks. This wild plant's form was vastly different from that found in a greenhouse. Of course, picking this kind of fruit is prohibited. Annie and Xia also wandered around, their protective suits reminding them not to damage the surrounding environment. Yang Bo, of course, went all out, collecting various samples and then transferring them to the aircraft for automated analysis. Then, he accompanied Su Wei and the other two on a stroll around the area, overlooking snow-capped mountains and glaciers, and climbing some high peaks. For those with superpowers, mountaineering is a simple task, but the scenery is different in different places. That night, the group camped on a mountain, using night vision equipment to watch for nocturnal critters. The critters in the mountains here are all furry, requiring thick fur for warmth. Furthermore, these animals, having never seen humans before, are not afraid of them. Most women are drawn to these furry creatures. But caring for animals is actually quite a hassle. You can't be lazy about feeding, drinking, defecating, or urinating, otherwise they stink. And if you develop feelings for them, the heartache would be unimaginable if something unexpected happened. Huh? On the third day, Yang Bo once again spotted the entrance, where he had entered interstellar biological activity. From the air, he could see the remains of a glacier and a constant flow of water, but the entrance was blocked by rocks, preventing most of the water from entering. What's going on? There might be an underground river here. I go down and take a look. You wait here, Yang Bo said, pointing downwards. Okay. Su Wei and the other two had been feeling a bit bored after 2 days out. Out in the wild, even if they saw something beautiful, they weren't allowed to touch it. Especially since they couldn't bring home the many beautiful and adorable little animals. Su Wei and the others felt uneasy. The more they saw, the more they felt uneasy. Yang Bo wasn't worried about the young interstellar creatures escaping, because he had planted undercover agents among them, effectively releasing spiritual seeds. Yang Bo donned protective gear and descended through the crevice in the rock. The environment here had likely remained unchanged. The passageway was filled with rock from the melting glacier. The characteristics of interstellar creatures made it difficult to detect them using energy detection methods. Nowadays, human technology is completely dependent on energy. These interstellar creature cubs are deep underground, difficult to detect due to the magma activity. TSK. Yang Bo, carrying recording equipment, arrived at the interstellar creature's lair. Seeing the interstellar creatures swarming in the underground river, he couldn't help but sigh. This is the perfect time to become famous, the perfect time to enter interstellar biology research. Yang Bo even snatched up a relatively small interstellar creature, resembling a maggot with a tail, and stuffed it into an energy-shielding sample bag. If he wants to be famous, then he'd do it big, publicly become the first person to catch an interstellar creature with his bare hands, even if it's just an interstellar creature cub. Su Wei and the other two were outside, boredly watching the small creatures in the river. A major discovery, Yang Bo happily declared, crawling out from a crevice in the rocks. What discovery? I don't know, but a very strange creature, Yang Bo said. Based on my judgment, it looks like an interstellar creature. Let's take a look. Yang Bo turned on the recording device, which had multiple modes. In thermal imaging mode, he could see blank, dark areas. In normal optical mode with a cold light, he could see something very strange. It wasn't very clear either. In night vision mode, he saw only blank, dark areas. This is a sample. This thing can release energy attacks. The sample bag was very soft, and the shape of the interstellar creature's yum could be seen. Ah! Su Wei and the others watched the sample bag move constantly. They reached out and touched it, and the thing inside moved even more violently. I grab it first, but you might not be able to see it, or it might be blurry, because it absorbs light, like it's invisible. Yang Bo reached into the bag. Su Wei and the other two saw something moving inside the bag, then saw Yang Bo reach in. The bag opened, and Yang Bo was holding something in his hand. Suddenly, Yang Bo held a dark object in his hand, which emitted a wave of energy. This is the creature's energy transmitter. As long as I hold this, its energy attacks won't hit me. Of course, perhaps the properties are different, Yang Bo said excitedly. Just then, a voice came through Yang Bo's communicator. Yang Bo, this is the March Star Planet Alert Center. The alert satellite has detected abnormal energy fluctuations. What's going on? I think we've made a major discovery. Judging from the current situation, it seems to be the interstellar creature that's been hotly discussed recently. I start a live broadcast. Yang Bo quickly said as planned. Huh? The staff at the March Star Planet Alert Center were stunned. This wasn't part of their training. Yang Bo started a live stream, first showing his exploration permit, then the 4 people in protective gear. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Bo, live streaming from March Star. This is my exploration permit. These are my partners, Su Wei, Xia, and Annie. The 4 of us have discovered a very strange creature capable of invisibility and energy attacks. Please look at what I'm holding. It's currently unleashing an energy attack. Based on my initial assessment, it's likely a light attack. Hopefully, it won't hit the warning satellites in space. You can see that every time this creature releases an energy attack, we can briefly see its appearance. Honestly, it's a bit ugly. I'm 4,240 meters above the ground, which is about 120 meters above sea level. There's magma and underground rivers below. This is the footage captured by the camera's thermal imaging mode, this one in night vision mode, and this one under cold light. In the video, Yang Bo appears to be holding something in his hand. This object suddenly appears and disappears, leaving viewers stunned. I initially thought it was an AI video effect, but in energy observation mode, the area on Yang Bo's hand was black. A distance above Yang Bo's hand erupted with intense energy fluctuations and light. So I suspect this is an interstellar creature. I've been reading a lot of popular science about interstellar life lately, Yang Bo continued. Yang Bo's words give the impression of a simple and honest person, as he speaks and acts like a grown man who has discovered something interesting. He simply states the truth, without creating any suspense or any other details. Yang Bo's words surprised many, leaving them a bit bewildered. Interstellar creature? Isn't that thing incredibly brutal? Isn't that thing incredibly powerful? Didn't that thing just destroy 2 B-class battleships? But it struggled in Yang Bo's grasp, looking like a giant oval tadpole, its tail grasped in Yang Bo's grasp, struggling feebly. Is it truly an interstellar creature? Catching an interstellar creature with bare hands? But to say it wasn't, that didn't make sense. What creature could be invisible? Energy detection is a black hole. Yang Bo's live stream instantly exploded with traffic. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Buizhen quickly ordered a blockade of March Star and prohibited the issuance of any visas, regardless of whether the news was true or false. If it were true, anyone coming to March Star from now on would be barred from entering without demonstrating some strength. Then, along with the March Star security, environmental protection, and police departments, they rushed to Yang Bo's location. Look, that's amazing. During the live stream, Yang Bo pointed the tadpole's tail at a distant rock. The rock was instantly struck. Then, as if struck by a laser, it flashed and a large, melted hole appeared. The audience was stunned. This thing was so powerful, comparable to a laser cannon. In Yang Bo's hands, it looked like nothing. Yang Bo's livestream attracted crowds from across the galaxy, and those researching interstellar biology were stunned by his videos. Based on that experience, this creature that can turn itself invisible must be an interstellar creature. Invisibility occurs because it absorbs light, not reflects it, so it can't form an image. Energy attacks also explain this, which is consistent with interstellar lifeforms. But why can't I believe it? The interstellar creature was captured, struggling futilely, and surrounded by 3 girls, who were touching it. And it looked like a piece of transparent glass. And that Sue called it ugly. To dare to call an interstellar creature ugly, women are so superficial. The more beautiful a woman, the more superficial she is. This is an interstellar creature that roams the universe, and is considered a huge threat by humans? Just being controlled like that? Researchers know that interstellar creatures are comparable to warships. There are many interstellar creatures in the center of the universe, but few people can reach them, and most interstellar creatures live in colonies. What? You still want to name them? Hey, I'm an expert and I'm not qualified to name them. Abyssal tadpole? What nonsense. This is a light-attributed interstellar creature, and then the researchers discovered something else. What did that damn Yang Bo say? He said, there are many more underground. Quick, book me a boat ticket to March Star. Right now. In the live stream, Yang Bo and Sue were discussing a name for this interstellar creature. Then they finally named it the Earth Central Light Beast. By this time, Zhang Buizhen had already arrived with his men, and Yang Bo interrupted the live stream. Yang Bo led a large group of people to the location of the interstellar creature cubs. Zhang Buizhen and the others were stunned, so densely packed, and these creatures were sometimes invisible, and sometimes not. Everyone just took a look and left. Zhang Buizhen looked at Yang Bo with a complicated expression. This guy was incredibly lucky. His luck was beyond his wildest dreams. He had only hoped Yang Bo would discover a few more mutant creatures. He hadn't expected to discover these interstellar creatures. This was probably the first public discovery of an interstellar creature in human history. I say public, because it's unknown if anyone else had discovered it, but it hadn't been made public. He was also the first person to capture a renowned interstellar creature. Yang Bo. Zhang Buizhen was at a loss for words. I understand. Leave the rest to fourth brother. Yang Bo knew what Zhang Buizhen was going to say. Okay. Zhang Buizhen sighed inwardly, feeling a little regretful. The commission for the exploration permit awarded to Yang Bo was too high. But there was no other way. The job had already been done. This time, he could squeeze the others hard. If you want to study these interstellar creatures, you must show sufficient sincerity. The rise of March Star depends on this. Also, how should we deal with these interstellar creatures? They absorb the energy of this planet. According to previous expert research, these interstellar creatures will drain the planet's energy completely before leaving. So, if we want to protect this planet, we must find a way. Of course, the growth rate of interstellar creatures is theoretically slow. Of course, research on interstellar creatures is kept secret. Now, if others want to study them, they must share our previous technology. Fourth brother, what about this one I caught? Yang Bo asked again in a low voice. Just don't publicize this. There are so many more out there anyway. If you can research something on your own, that would be great. Zhang Buizhen naturally understood Yang Bo's meaning. Thank you, fourth brother. We be leaving now. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. This way, I have an excuse to show off my research later. What? You didn't research it? That's because you're not good enough. Besides, interstellar life forms don't have a single attribute. They have many different types based on their energy properties. If we have any news on interstellar life forms, I let you know immediately. After all, you have a share of the exploration rights. Zhang Buizhen is a man of good manners. Although he felt uncomfortable, he appeared to be doing his job well. Thank you, fourth brother. Yang Bo said goodbye to Su Wei and the other two, knowing how busy Zhang Buizhen had been lately. Yang Bo became an internet sensation, and all sorts of ridiculous memes popped up. For example, Yang Bo grabbed an interstellar creature, which struggled and unleashed attacks. The means then turned the energy attacks of the interstellar creature into special effects. Mainly, Yang Bo's live broadcast was so shocking. Because of the Alliance warship incident, interstellar creatures are often considered to be dead. According to experts, an adult interstellar creature is equivalent to the combat power of a warship, but in Yang Bo's hands, it felt strange. Yang Bo, what are we going to do with this? Su Wei and the other two stared at the interstellar creature in the bag. It's like raising a pet. They definitely need food and water, but they absorb energy, so I tested with some energy stones. Yang Bo took out a small artificial energy stone in front of Su Wei and the other two. Then the three women witnessed a strange scene. The interstellar creature stopped struggling and simply absorbed the energy stone into itself. Yang Bo had long understood the nature of these interstellar creatures. As long as they had an energy stone, they would remain motionless. Huh? Su Wei and the other two looked at the interstellar creature, motionless, and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. They had been wearing protective suits before, but not now. It feels weird, like touching a beetle. Su Wei replied. Yes, I put it in the lab and study it slowly. Yang Bo nodded. Chapter 1280. Humanity itself doesn't even know how much it knows about interstellar life. This is because humanity has yet to truly encounter a living interstellar life up close. Humanity has only obtained a few corpses of interstellar life. There are indeed many interstellar life forms in the center of the universe, but humanity's remote observation methods are of little use to these creatures. This is because all of humanity's remote observation methods are related to energy. And in energy observation, these interstellar life forms are essentially unobservable. This essentially unobservable state is due to the properties of interstellar life forms. Interstellar life forms absorb energy, but not all energy. Some absorb light and heat, while others absorb electromagnetic energy. Thus, only a limited number of interstellar life forms' characteristics can be observed. Many interstellar life-related research projects within the Alliance and the Empire are at a standstill. Many researchers have switched to other fields. This is because it's impossible to study interstellar life forms up close. It's even more impossible to study living interstellar life forms. Some researchers, after decades or even centuries of research, watched Yang Bo capture interstellar life forms like chickens. I felt so frustrated. More than anything, I felt envy and jealousy, because these researchers only ever worked with dead interstellar life forms. To be able to capture a living, breathing interstellar life form like this was something I had never imagined before. Yang Bo was already a celebrity. He was known as the Alliance's cleaner. This Alliance cleaner was also one of the richest people on the Alliance's young rich list. He even brought the Imperial Princess back to the Alliance through a sword fight. Yang Bo's rise from the orphanage to his current achievements took less than 10 years. Just 5 or 6 years. He also invented the Yang-style meteor fist. Many people speculated about Yang Bo's superpowers. He could discover mutant creatures on March star, and even the young of interstellar creatures. Experts have now determined that Yang Bo discovered a young interstellar creature. Yang Bo's discovery filled a gap in interstellar research. Although scientists had speculated for centuries that the departure of interstellar creatures from the center of the universe might be related to reproduction, no conclusive evidence had been found, nor had any interstellar creatures been found. Yang Bo's discovery filled this gap and made history. He became the first human to hold a living interstellar creature in his hands. Wang Wuxiue also hurried over to observe the interstellar creature within the shielded box. Wang Wuxiue also noticed that the interstellar creature was now visible. This thing is just like a pet. It's like a mother who feeds you. Give it a small piece of artificial energy stone, and it's like this now. Yang Bo grabbed the interstellar creature and tossed it around casually. It seems these interstellar creatures don't harbor any hatred towards us humans. Wang Wuxiue also took the interstellar creature in her hands and found it motionless. If she hadn't been able to sense its energy fluctuations, she would have thought it was a toy. These interstellar creatures should just be acting on instinct. This one is like a wild beast on the planet. It's just that these interstellar creatures are silicon-based, and they feel just like the intelligent robots we create. Human society currently has strict regulations on the lifespan of robots. Theoretically, it's possible to create robots that can last for hundreds of years. First, there's the issue of the robot's energy supply. It can have its own solar charging system. Also, the robot can repair itself. However, this would reduce its efficiency. Furthermore, if the robot's lifespan is too long, it's likely to encounter various problems. So most robots today use energy batteries for charging. Only a few use nuclear or antimatter batteries that can last for decades. Furthermore, the higher the robot's efficiency, the faster it consumes energy. So, most robots still use a charging mode. This is because charging mode robots offer the best cost effectiveness. As for using an energy engine, this is only useful in environments where charging isn't convenient, such as mechas. Yeah, but they utilize energy more efficiently. It's as if they are the true masters of the universe. They can exist in most places and environments in the universe. We humans are too vulnerable to them. And I think the conflict between humans and interstellar life will eventually lead to a war. Because humans are accustomed to conquest. Wang Mushua said. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded at this. How are you doing with your hacking skills? Wang Mushua asked with concern. It's so easy. And I got a huge bounty. Yang Bo replied with a smug look on his face. How much? Wow. Su Wei and the other two asked curiously. Look at my account. Yang Bo used his watch to virtually project his hacker forum account. Of course, the watch wasn't connected to the internet at the moment. Ah! Wang Mushua immediately recognized Yang Bo's account, which had been making quite a splash on the hacker forums. Because it was the account that had received Bart's bounty. Many organizations are now searching for its owner. But it's also a small account, as it wasn't registered that long ago. Too bad I can't log into it now. I didn't expect such a big deal to happen. Yang Bo saw Wang Mushua's expression, and knew she knew about the account. What happened? Su Wei and the other two asked. Yang Bo took the initiative to tell her about Bart's situation. I didn't expect this program to lead to such a big deal. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have accepted it. I didn't expect the capitalists in the Empire to be just like the capitalists in the Alliance. They both like to stir up trouble behind the scenes. Yang Bo was right, as the capitalists in the Alliance had a long history of scandals. Biotechnology companies test their drugs on ordinary people. Yang Bo was a victim of genetic drug development. Tech companies also test their products on ordinary people. In the early days, many tech products were first marketed to ordinary people, and then only used by the wealthy. For example, the earliest service robots. They were initially sold to the general public. Then, if problems arose during public use, they were optimized. Because of the damages incurred by ordinary people during use, the companies involved were limited in their compensation. If losses were caused to the wealthy, the losses would be enormous. That's why there are so many seemingly clueless groups within the Alliance. In reality, it's a sign of distrust in the Alliance. The government's credibility is practically zero. This includes those who oppose radiation. In fact, it's the excessive radiation levels from certain early products that cause the impact. Ah! It's this incident. This incident has caused a huge stir within our empire. It's said that the Grand Duke of Golden Oak has disappeared. We don't know what's going on. Su Wei and the other two looked at Yang Bo in surprise. Don't tell anyone about this, and I won't be using this account anymore. Yang Bo shook his head. And the Grand Duke of Golden Oak's disappearance is the best solution. Because the power behind a Grand Duke in your empire is so immense. If this Grand Duke hadn't disappeared, the empire wouldn't have a good way to deal with him. Yang Bo replied, shaking his head. Wang Mushua shook her head upon hearing this. I've received news that the Grand Duke of Golden Oak is indeed missing, and based on my analysis, he's most likely gone to the Alliance. Because only the Alliance can withstand the pressure from the Empire. And even if he's found guilty in the Alliance, there's no death penalty. And within the Alliance, as long as you have money, you can live comfortably. If he goes to the Federation, the warlords there will trade him. Because the warlords in the Federation can't withstand the pressure from the Empire. Perhaps the Grand Duke of Golden Oak has already invested in the Alliance. Then, if he changes his identity and acquires property in the Alliance, then he can live comfortably in the Alliance. The only thing we need to investigate now is his relationship with the Red Earl. If he's truly connected to the Red Earl, he might be recruited by the Alliance's intelligence department. So, according to my analysis, this Grand Duke should come to our Alliance. And this Grand Duke knows too much about the Empire's secrets. Yang Bo nodded at this. Yang Bo was actually very curious about who this Countess was. Of course, this might just be a code name. Of course, Yang Bo didn't have time for that right now. If someone from the Red Earl crossed paths with him, they would definitely be in trouble. He could tell their origins at a glance. So, there was no need to go looking for them specifically. Now Yang Bo needed to improve his hard power. Now that this identity had become well known, Yang Bo didn't plan to continue appearing in public. On the one hand, he wanted to use it as an excuse to study advanced technology and interstellar life. On the other hand, he needed to develop his other two identities. Now that Yang Bo's identity had concluded, he would deal with the Alliance's two B-class battleships. Yang Bo gave each of the interstellar life forms a power stone. These interstellar creatures, resembling giant spiders, were inside the two warships. Yang Bo could monitor them remotely through his spirit seed. Yang Bo first arrived in Prince Holden's territory in the Second World. It was already spring. Then he returned to the two warships to rebuild their control systems. This included replacing some hardware. The two warships would rendezvous with the Federation's main battleship. These three warships would head to the starfield near the Second World and find a hiding place. In reality, as long as a warship doesn't actively activate its energy engines, it's generally undetectable by human sensors, as many of them operate in passive detection mode. Passive detection is necessary because the range of active detection is so large that the vast majority of active detection yields zero results. Even deep space exploration is passive analysis of the energy released by the universe. When will we capture an adult interstellar creature? Yang Bo pondered as he modified the warship. Yang Bo wouldn't get involved with the Empire for now, as the situation was turbulent. Several Grand Dukes were trying to carve up the Grand Duke of Golden Oak's pie. And those who suffered losses on Devon Planet were demanding compensation. Furthermore, the victims of the Red Earl's past actions were now demanding compensation. And they were also demanding an explanation from the Empire. After all, a Grand Duke was colluding with the Red Earl. This completely defied everyone's expectations, and now, the Grand Duke had fled. So, the pressure on the Empire's top brass was immense. As for the identity of John Lee of Karabang, there's no chance yet, because the other four pirate groups we worked with last time haven't yet fully formed their combat capabilities. Of course, these four pirate groups are already colluding with other pirate groups. When the time comes, Yang Bo will use Li John's identity to recapture the pirates. During this period, Yang Bo has the opportunity to completely replace the entire system and some hardware of the three warships he has acquired. Although he has control of the warships, many of the internal components and equipment still have control codes. Without replacing these control codes, it will be impossible to achieve the original parameters. Some codes are built into the hardware, requiring only a complete hardware replacement. If Yang Bo doesn't replace these control codes and rebuild the system, once a warship is visible to the public, it's likely to be controlled through other backdoors. Whether it's an Alliance warship, an Imperial warship, or even a Federation warship, they all have backdoors in their hardware. This is primarily to prevent these warships from being used against them. This is why the Empire dares to sell warships. Because, in a critical moment, the Empire can reduce these warships to scrap metal, or even remotely control them to attack the enemy or self-destruct. Of course, this method is only used in the most extreme of circumstances. If it were used at any other time, no one would dare to buy warships. In other words, the two Imperial warships that Li John obtained also have many backdoors. If the Empire wanted to, they could take them back, but they certainly wouldn't do that now, because on the surface, these two warships were purchased by Li John. Although there are some issues with the transaction of these two warships. But the Empire had taken the money after all, and it was Imperial personnel who were in charge of the transaction. So if the Empire forcibly reclaimed the warships, it would never again be able to sell a single warship. And the main battleship Yang Bo obtained from the Federation and the two B-class battleships from the Alliance, all their systems and hardware would need to be replaced. As for the exterior design of the two warships, Yang Bo had originally considered modifying them, but thought better of it, because if the exterior design was altered, the three nations would mistakenly believe they had the capacity to manufacture warships. This would be difficult for the three nations to accept. They weren't afraid of you buying their warships, but they were afraid of you manufacturing them yourself. Not only would the warship's internal systems need to be modified, but so would the warship's auxiliary weapons, drones, mechas, maintenance robots, unmanned mechas, fighter jets, and drones. So the project was enormous, but there was no other way. These things had to be done, otherwise the warships could be taken away at any time, as the auxiliary weapons systems also had backdoors. And Yang Bo also had to manage the Second World game. So Yang Bo planned to recruit another in-game minion. If anything happened, he'd be the first to be notified. Yang Bo was on the Federation's flagship warship, performing modifications, when he noticed that Butler Jerry had received a notification that the Imperial Elders Council was calling a meeting. So, Yang Bo, disguised as Bart, traveled to Devon Planet to see what these nobles were up to in order to silence him. Of course, Yang Bo's demands were modest. He simply wanted control of Devon Planet. Chapter 1281. Yang Bo transformed into Bart and arrived at Bart's manor, then logged on to participate in an online meeting of the Imperial Council of Elders. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire has been incredibly troubled lately. For unknown reasons, the Empire has been plagued by various problems over the past 2 years, leading to some social unrest. And now, it's been revealed that the security equipment produced by the Grand Duke is providing services to terrorists. How terrifying! Even the Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Because the bionic robots produced by the Grand Duke of Golden Oak Security Company are used in every department throughout the Empire. Even the military purchases large quantities of these robots annually. Because these robots are inherently consumables. More importantly, the Grand Duke of Golden Oak has now fled. While running away has its advantages, this mess is still difficult to clean up. Of course, the Emperor of the Empire didn't realize that some people are disaster stars. Back then, when the bosses of certain disaster stars were with them, they would encounter problems every now and then. Since they stopped interacting with them, the bosses of certain disaster stars haven't had as many problems. Yang Bo arrived at the virtual conference room, looking rather languid. He didn't seem angry at all. Now Yang Bo just wanted to hear from everyone. Ahem, Grand Duke Bart. I don't know what you're asking for. The Emperor asked with a cough. My request is for a satisfactory answer from the Empire. Why is this happening with the bionic robot I bought to defend my territory? How did the bionic robot pass the Imperial Security Department's review? How many things in my territory are still problematic? I think this isn't just something I want to know. It's something all the nobles want to know. Not to mention the ordinary residents. The safety of our nobles isn't guaranteed, let alone the rest of us. And the series of terrorist attacks on Devon, are they connected to the Grand Duke of Golden Oak? Why don't the Imperial officials give us a satisfactory answer? Yang Bo raised his voice. The other party is playing Tai Chi with him, and he's playing Tai Chi with them too. Grand Duke Bart. As a Grand Duke, you shouldn't limit your thinking to ordinary nobles. What we need to do now is stabilize the Empire, a Grand Duke said. Are you speaking on behalf of the Council of Elders? If you are speaking on behalf of the Council of Elders, then if any one of you encounters a similar problem in the future, you just have to suffer in silence. I don't care. My losses aren't that great anyway. But as the Grand Duke, you have to endure it. Then I hope you can do the same. Yang Bo found it amusing. Was this Grand Duke mentally ill to actually say such things? Ahem, Duke Bart, I'm just giving you a friendly warning. The man began. Then I'm also kindly reminding you that your property and territory will soon be under terrorist attack. I hope you won't come to the Council of Elders and scream. You should be kinder and consider the greater good, the stability of the Empire. And I heard you have a lot of research going on at a base in the center of the universe. Your base might even be vulnerable to a terrorist attack, Yang Bo said with a forced smile. The virtual projection technology displayed Bart's expression clearly. Bart, are you threatening me? The Grand Duke across from him asked, his eyes fixed on Bart. So what if I'm threatening you? Your property is vast. Your territory is vast? My property is tiny. My territory is tiny. Who's afraid of who? I'm not afraid of terrorist attacks. So why should I be afraid of you? I suspect you've had too much fake liquor? The stability of the Empire means nothing to me? To be frank, if I destabilize the Empire, it won't be stable either. Don't think you old guys have a lot of territory just because you lived long enough. In my eyes, I can still crush you with one hand. So don't act so arrogant in front of me. Yang Bo immediately turned on his opponent. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer to this matter, then I follow this approach from now on? Just don't scream during the meeting. I have to suffer for the stability of the Empire. Just don't let your entire family be wiped out. The poison I have is far more powerful than the terrorists. Yang Bo unleashed a barrage of curses. In fact, whether discussing issues in the House of Representatives or the Senate, these nobles of the Empire act like shrews. This is because these issues involve the interests of many people, and 9 out of 10 times during the on-site meetings, fights would break out. Old nobles clash with old nobles. Old nobles clash with new nobles. Every topic in the 2 chambers involves a lot of competing interests. Duke Bart. I'm sure you understand the difficulty of this matter. There are some things we can't figure out right now. All we can do is offer you some compensation. I hope Bart will recommend someone for the vacancies for Governor of Devon and Fleet Commander of the new Devon planet, the Emperor of the Empire said. That's not my concern. I still need to seek official compensation. And then, there's the losses suffered by the nobles in several terrorist attacks. Yang Bo, of course, wouldn't take on all that right away. Because this is a mess. So many noble villas, manors, and the like were destroyed last time. If the Empire doesn't intervene, then whoever takes over this mess on Devon will be left with nothing to show for it. Duke Bart, our Empire will certainly step in to resolve these issues. Duke Bart, you have performed exceptionally well in several terrorist attacks. I hope your recommended candidates will help stabilize Devon. Another elder added. These elders naturally understood what Bart wanted. However, appointing a planet's chief executive and military commander involves a lot of issues. Generally speaking, a planet's chief executive and military commander are recommended by two parties, or even multiple parties, since there is more than one chief executive. The Empire still does a very good job of balancing power. But the issues involved this time are enormous. There's also the issue of the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. The Grand Duke may have fled, but his business must be taken over. If Bart, the troublemaker, isn't dealt with, then anyone's claims to take over the Grand Duke of Golden Oak's assets are just empty talk. To put it bluntly, it's all a naked exchange of interests. What's Devon Star got now? Its reputation is tarnished. If I had nowhere else to go, I'd leave Devon right now. And then, there are all those bionic robots the Grand Duke of Golden Oak sold me. And he's tracking me. And I wonder how much information he's leaked from my territory through those robots. I must give the Empire an explanation for all this, and I must indemnify them for their moral damage. If we don't successfully stop the terrorists from releasing poison into my territory, will all my people and I die? So compensation is necessary. Yongbo certainly wasn't satisfied with just the recommended candidate. For Devon Star to develop in the future, it would definitely require funding from the Empire. In addition, Yongbo wanted a weapons manufacturing license. At the very least, a security equipment license is required. Security equipment includes a wide range of items, including bionic robots, drones, unmanned robots, unmanned mechas, energy defense cannons, and so on. With a security equipment license, Yongbo can manufacture a wide range of useful weapons and equipment. Also, I need a security equipment production license. I don't trust anyone else with security equipment now. Yongbo continued. Anyway, Yongbo had caught the Grand Duke of Golden Oak doing these things. He hadn't intervened after the incident, hoping these people would come to him. If this negotiation doesn't go well, I have to publicly put pressure on these people. In any case, we should use courtesy first, then force. Because looking for trouble right away is actually very passive. Just like how the Empire is already in such chaos if I don't look for trouble now. If I proactively look for trouble beforehand, then for the rest of the elders, it's just a matter of too much debt. And looking for trouble first is like making an offer first. Sometimes being too proactive can actually put you in a passive position. The rest of the elders were also feeling overwhelmed by Bart's proposals. But it was impossible to refuse. Because Bart himself was the victim. The other nobles were already in chaos. If Bart took the lead again, the situation would only get worse. As the elders of the Empire, we hope for the stable development of the Empire so that our industries won't be impacted. And now, the security equipment produced by the Grand Duke of Golden Oak has completely destroyed the credibility of all security equipment in the Empire. The other Grand Dukes who own related industries are also suffering heavy losses. The security equipment industry, from materials to manufacturing to the market, is a massive industry chain. The crisis facing this industry chain is similar to the one facing the Alliance's Marchstar Robotics industry chain. Although all Alliance departments have stated that the robots are safe, the market remains unreceptive. More importantly, the manufacturing, research, and development of robots are completely rotten. The company is now bankrupt and facing numerous lawsuits. Although no one in the Empire has filed a lawsuit, the industries of these Grand Dukes have been significantly impacted. Duke Bart. Security equipment production. A Grand Duke said. For my own use. Isn't that enough? Yongbo cursed. That's fine, that's fine. Bart scolded him, and he rolled his eyes helplessly. The Empire will come up with a compensation plan. Compensation for the nobles who suffered losses on Devon. In addition, we prepared several plots of land for Bart. Bart, take a look at these plots and choose one. The Emperor was in no mood to argue with Bart, so he simply presented the compensation plan. Yongbo looked at the transmitted information. The land included some of the Grand Duke of Golden Oak's territory. There were also plots of land in the Imperial capital and other locations. Of course, there's also some land on Devon. Devon needs compensation too. After all, the terrorist attack had a devastating impact on the future development of the entire planet. Also, the Devon New Planet fleet requires the addition of 1 battleship and 2 Class A battleships. Also, the Empire must increase its financial subsidies by at least 20%. Yongbo added, the Planetary Alert Fleet doesn't have battleships. Battleships can only serve as flagships for the main fleet. Impossible. Hearing Bart's request, the others shook their heads. Forget it then. Anyway, whoever comes to Devon needs to give me an explanation. Also, There's the matter of the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. Anyone who takes his property must compensate me for my losses. Also, next time we meet, just state the conditions directly. Don't just come up with all this nonsense." Yang Bo said, then logged off. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak was targeting him anyway, so no one dared to take possession of his assets without his approval. Yang Bo didn't want to tangle with these people anymore. He had a lot of other things to do. First, the 3 warships had to be completely renovated. Although the 3 warships were quite far apart, that wasn't a problem for Yang Bo. If he could produce security equipment, he could supplement his fleet. He could just fabricate some deals later. Although he had said at the elders' meeting that the security equipment was for his own use, that didn't mean he couldn't sell it privately. Otherwise, where would those pirates get all that weaponry? In the age of intelligent technology, even laser guns can be useless if the underlying control code isn't disclosed. This is because some control codes are built into the hardware and components. Unless the hardware and components are replaced, however, there might be compatibility issues with other parts, or even incompatibility, rendering them useless. Faced with Bart's outrageous demands, the other members of the Council of Elders were also dissatisfied. We've never seen one person recommend both a governor and a planetary fleet commander at the same time. Bart is so greedy. Even though he suffered a terrorist attack, he didn't suffer any losses. These young people have absolutely no sense of belonging to the Empire. Not only did he not suffer any losses, he actually made so much money from just a few live broadcasts. The Emperor of the Empire felt exhausted hearing everyone's comments. Because of this incident, to appease the other nobles, he could only offer something they were interested in, titles of nobility. But too many titles would lead to a decrease in tax revenue for the entire empire, and the empire's tax revenue is controlled by the Council of Elders. This would mean a decrease in income for the Council of Elders. Just agree to Bart. The Emperor finally offered, helplessly. Chapter 1282. For the Council of Elders, Bart, the troublemaker, was the most difficult to deal with. This Bart, in just a few years. He also wields considerable international influence. Now the other nobles aren't accepting our compensation plan, just to see how Bart reacts. And that space returned to city technique. I seriously doubt he can reverse it. This damn fellow is just like his ancestors, a sinister and despicable fellow. The elders of the council were helpless. Although Bart's background wasn't great, but Bart did have an advantage. He had a small army, unlike the great nobles present here, who own numerous businesses. The more businesses you have, the more weaknesses you have when facing a bachelor like Bart. The more businesses you have, the more money you make. But if your businesses are hit, the losses can be substantial. Running a snack bar, at most, you lose tens or hundreds of thousands. But if you run a public company, the losses are enormous. This guy is incredibly lucky. He actually found evidence on a hacker forum. Exactly. We haven't even had time to gather any information on this hacker, and now he's gone offline. This hacker is also quite clever. The whole world is looking for him. The elders of the Council of Elders discussed in the virtual meeting room. We can't contact Bart. His butler said he went into the lab to conduct experiments. At this moment, the Emperor spoke up. This bastard did it on purpose. As long as he doesn't accept compensation. The other nobles are making a scene. That bastard won't even offer any terms. This guy is so insidious. Bart didn't offer any specific compensation terms. The elders of the Council of Elders couldn't negotiate with the other nobles. We're all nobles. The demands made by the nobles who suffered losses on Devon Planet are getting more outrageous than ever. The mental damages could be anything from 10,000 to 1,000,000. Of all the losses now, Bart isn't the one who suffered the most. But Bart's influence is greatest because he discovered the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. In addition, Bart has thwarted several terrorist attacks. The elders of the Council of Elders were also feeling overwhelmed. This guy did it on purpose. He just wanted those nobles to scold us. Now the elders of the Council of Elders were being scolded by those nobles. Of course, the elders of the Council of Elders knew exactly what was going on. Because all the old nobles actually have several factions. The elders present were also divided into several factions. 80% of the empire's nobility belonged to these circles. Those who cursed these elders were from rival circles. Either way, everyone cursed each other. Of course, as a Grand Duke, he was a gentleman and wouldn't openly curse anyone. But the dogs these gentlemen kept were not afraid. So, whether it was the Council of Nobles or the two houses, every meeting and every vote involved cursing. Your people cursed me, my people cursed you. Don't underestimate these elders, even if they sat together today to curse Bart. As long as there was enough profit, these elders would turn around and sell out the other side. Yang Bo was deliberately trying to put pressure on those within the empire. As long as he didn't agree to the conditions, the empire wouldn't be able to explain itself internationally, much less to the nobles within the country. Of course, the truth wasn't important right now. Everyone was more concerned with their own interests. Yang Bo was currently busy with the 3 warships. Yang Bo had built several robots. These robots then built various other robots. The main issue was the sheer volume of equipment on the warships, and Yang Bo simply couldn't replace them himself. A B-class warship could carry over 1 million drones, unmanned mechas, fighter jets, and manned mechas. Not to mention the numerous disposable probes. So Yang Bo could only build a batch of robots, and have them upgrade and modify these equipment. Yang Bo himself was primarily focused on the warship's energy systems. This alone kept Yang Bo incredibly busy every day, as much of the hardware within these systems also needed to be replaced. The software, on the other hand, was much easier. Yang Bo could quickly complete the software using his own mechanic mode. But the hardware. The total length of a B-class battleship's energy pipelines can reach tens of thousands of kilometers. These energy pipelines connect various energy cannons, energy shields, communication systems, survival systems, and so on, all of which require energy support. To prevent interference, each system operates independently. These energy pipelines also contain numerous controllers, all of which require hardware modifications. This is why battleship manufacturing is so difficult. Not to mention the millions of sensors aboard. Perhaps for others, replacing hardware is the easiest thing. Software compatibility is the real hassle, but for Yang Bo, it's quite the opposite. So Yang Bo hasn't had time to bother with them lately. Of course, such a project would be unthinkable for others. With just 3 countries, only a few super large corporations would dare to think about it. Others wouldn't even dare. Yang Bo also had to manage the Second World Game. While the game characters weren't a problem, Yang Bo keenly sensed that a war might be brewing between the Red Maple Leaf Kingdom and its northern neighbor. The Red Maple Leaf Kingdom was recruiting more and more nobles and knights. Additionally, with the arrival of spring, Prince Holden was attracting many more gamers. Yang Bo, in this role and in Lijian's, hadn't done anything else. It took a full month for Yang Bo to finish the 3 warships. The rest was left to the intelligent robots. Then Yang Bo couldn't wait to transform into Lijian. He arrived at Lijian's fleet and contacted the 4 pirate groups. 4 pirate groups are ready. 2 of them have teamed up with 3 others to rob the Federal Central State's transport fleet. The Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State are now completely at odds. The Pirate Alliance Council has also supported over a dozen new pirate groups. And these guys actually have C-, D-, and E-class warships. These warships were actually sold by the Empire, as the Empire is upgrading all its warships. The main reason for the Empire's warship upgrades is the 2 latest generation B-class warships owned by John Lee. The Empire still doesn't know how John Lee controlled the 2 B-class warships. The Empire believes that the current warship control systems and the warships themselves, especially B-class and below, pose significant safety risks. Therefore, they are being phased out and newer warships are being manufactured, thus, selling these warships, which pose safety risks, to the Federation is the only way to maximize profits. In reality, warship development in these 3 countries had stalled, primarily due to the lack of any war. However, with so many issues unfolding within them, each nation was seeking to upgrade its weapons systems. Yang Bo, disguised as Lijian, quietly left Korea State. Another day of getting rich. Yang Bo planned to rob pirate groups this time. First, he would have these pirate groups rob the consortium in Central State, and then he would rob them himself. The pirates' loot would then become funds for his own development. Hee hee. Yang Bo chuckled at the thought. While Lijian's fleet quietly sailed away, Yang Bo, once again disguised as Bart, returned to Devon Star. Imperial public opinion had been growing increasingly intense over the past month, and it was time to call it a day.